Welcome to day two of the West Indies 4-day championship 2025. I'm Vernon A. Springer alongside Marla Richards and Terry Laraja. And we're getting ready to call it in a very, very, very big way here today. And just to give you an update in terms of what happened on day one, Teddy Bishop, the West Indies Academy captain, won the toss and inserted the Rakim Cornwall Leeward Islands Hurricane batting lineup, and they closed on 290 for 6 of 90 overs with 3 debutants in their squad. We're talking about Kadeem Henry from Antigua and Barbuda, Cameron Pennyfeather from St. Kitts, and Shelton Forbes from the island of Nevis. Also on show and closing out, Jamal Hamilton, who was so far top scored, did 67 not out, 127 balls, 9 fours, and he was supported by Kareem Gore, who cracked 59, 126 balls, 5 fours, and 3 sixes. An important partnership of 110 of 176 balls, 190 minutes, I would want to feel was the main contributing factor of that innings. But if we look through the scorecard, we would recognize that also Kadeem Henry scoring 48 runs on debut. And I say good morning to my colleague and my partner, Mali Richards. Good morning, Mali. Decked out in his red shirt.
Good morning, Vernon. Good morning to the listeners in the region and around the globe. As you were saying, yes, this opening partnership, a new one. One player on debut in Kadeem Henry, but a new opening partnership with Joshua Grant for the Leewards Hurricanes, yielding some 72 runs. That was a pretty positive start. And overall, I think from a Leewards perspective, they'd be pretty happy with how day one would have gone.
Well, I think the West Indies Academy, when we look at what happened, we saw a number of extras, which was really of high proportion within their innings, something I sure that they're going to want to improve. 26 extras, Mali, 2 byes, 5 leg byes, 5 wides, and 14 no balls. Blades 3, Lane 1, Bishop 1, and Palmer on debut, coming up with some 9 no balls.
Yeah, they were just a little indisciplined, the West Indies Academy bowlers, the fast bowlers in particular, as you said, just overstepping quite a bit. The rhythm wasn't quite there, but they kept at it throughout the day, and led mainly by Joshua Bishop, the experienced player in this academy team with his 4 for 81 in 28 overs.
Yeah, and just to give you a roundup in terms of what has been happening around the Caribbean, Guyana happy because versus the Barbados Pride scoring 346 all out. Matthew Ford, Mali, 82. Jonathan Drake, 70. Zachary McCaskey, 64. And Richard Luconat on debut. He picked up 4 for 69 from 17 overs. Jamaica against the Windward Islands, 291 for 7. Jermaine Blackwood scoring a big 100, 101 not out, 198 balls, 133 dot balls with 9 fours. John Campbell, the captain, returned back to regional first-class cricket, 79, 91 balls, and Darren Cyrus for the Windward Islands, 2 for 26 from 16. Tyson, Demba, Kotoy, Descartes, and John all picked up a wicket apiece. And Trinidad and Tobago, massive score, 303 for 2, with some 43 bounces in that innings of 85 overs. Cephas Cooper, 80. Jahid Gooley, 76 not out. Vishan Mohan, 66. And Jason Mohammed, the veteran, 75 not out. So Trinidad will be looking to push on there at Brian Lara.
Yeah, it's good to see some good batting, high scores on day one around the Caribbean. That's something we'll keep an eye on as this season progresses. We know what the Achilles heel of the West Indies team has been over the past 30 years or so. So we'll be hoping to see the next generation of West Indian batting talent really come to the fore in this 4-day championship, because places are up for grabs.
And when you look around, we're about to start here. Lane starts with a wide.
But also yesterday, I thought the West Indies Academy would have come back pretty well after that opening partnership by the Hurricanes. Joshua Bishop in particular, that double strike. Kadeem Henry and Joel Andrew. Everyone was really anticipating having a look at Joel Andrew here at home. But unfortunately, a fantastic piece of bowling from the West Indies Academy had them right back in the game at 128 for 4. but it was a 110-run partnership between Hamilton on strike now and Kareem Agor.
Good leave. Hamilton scoring his, what you'll have to consider to be his 20th half century in the professional setup, which would have started way back in 2014.
And Kareem Agor, his second, just his second in his fourth first-class match, scoring 59 off 126 with 5 fours and 3 big sixes. The best one for me, though, was that one over extra cover late yesterday evening off Jediah Blades. That was a serious cricket shot.
291 for 6 lane. Just keeps Hamilton quiet, back and across. Teddy Bishop starting with 2 slips this morning. A gully, cover, mid-on, mid-off, short mid-wicket. Fielder down in the fine leg position. And on the wide third man, something that they have gone for consistently. That fielder very, very wide. Michael Palmer, who took a stunner yesterday. That would have made the 360 highlights. A catch off of Kareem Agor. Lane bongs away. And Hamilton is just working this, but can't beat the fielder. Vast acres of land on the leg side in the area there.
Yeah, it was very much against the run of play, as well as we see Michael Palmer there, still positioned on that deep backward point boundary. Didn't have the best day with the ball. Had a few issues as well with no balls, 5 overs for 28.
Yon Lane, plenty potential in his tank. And straight away this morning, we know the lines. Just would like to see it just driving beautifully up the mid-off. Gets a very easy single as Teddy Bishop had to come around from his left. Couldn't stop that, but he was looking to run out Cornwall on the striker's end. Good run in, good communication from Hamilton and Cornwall.
Yeah, very good run in there from Raheem Cornwall. Quite a sharp single. It was hit with a bit of power to Teddy Bishop at mid-off. He got through quite comfortably in the end. So that's a positive sign here. He's really looking up for it, Raheem.
Cornwall
Still has to give himself a chance, though. First half hour or so, still assess the conditions.
Now Blades is coming up with some tactics here, Mali. He's got a deep backward square and a field on the offside, also sweeping more or less for Cornwall. So let's see, sort of out and out feel. Let's see what the ploy is.
Yeah, I just think he's going to go a bit shorter in length here to Raheem. We've seen Raheem look to advance as well. He did that yesterday as well. First delivery he faced here on D2. Advancing to Johan Lane and just clipped him away quite nonchalantly.
So we've got 2 slips, a gully, a cover, mid-on, mid-off. The big tall Yogi Lane down on a wide fine leg. Got a deep backward square, field on the offside, sweeping more or less to maybe try and make Cornwall think about another shot. But he's so powerful. It's just amazing. Blades to Cornwall. Cornwall is almost getting an inside edge. There was no real feet movement. He was going leg side of the ball and almost got an inside edge onto his bump. He was looking around to see where it was.
I do like this, though, in terms of they're just causing Cornwall to think a little bit here in terms of the length in which Blades is going to employ. He's just a bit shorter. He's really worried about getting a bit too full to Raheem Cornwall. We know how strong he is down the ground. Got a glimpse of that last evening. Yesterday hit the ball on the ground. The aerial option is also available.
Leeward's captain waits for Blades. Gets a short ball and just helps it around. And Blades would have to understand that if you're going to bowl Cornwall a bumper, you have to look for the badge. That really didn't even, that just got, what do you think, Mali? Just around about chest height area?
Yeah, it wasn't the worst delivery, though. Wasn't played as comfortable by Cornwall. Wasn't too comfortable on that short delivery. Was looking to advance once again. At least he got off strike.
The white ball skills are to demonstrating there. He wanted to go leg side of the ball so he can give himself some room, use his hands. Meanwhile, Hamilton is looking for his favorite shot. He likes to break down backward point. He likes to cut. Hamilton.
And we've seen the field change to Hamilton. So he doesn't have a deep backward square, which tells you he's going to be a bit fuller. The shorter man in Hamilton. Probably looking to bring him forward more often than not.
They got to be patient. They got to be aggressive. They got to be able to be disciplined, because as Mali rightly said, if they don't get it right in the first half an hour, Leeward Island Hurricanes can push the button. Cornwall is just jogging down for this easy single with this delivery played by Jamal Hamilton into the square leg area.
The thing about this Hurricanes team as well, end of that, blades over, just 2 runs. The thing with this Hurricanes team is they've still got a fair bit of batting to come, as you said. We spoke at length yesterday about how deep this Hurricanes team bats. You got Colin Archibald still yet to come, first class 100 on his record. Jeremiah Louis as well. How many times have we seen him bat Leewards out of a crisis? You know, he's very plucky, can be quite annoying. Got that stickability at the wicket. So still a lot of hard work here for the West Indies Academy.
Here goes Ewan Lane as he bongs away to Hamilton, and full pitched up delivery. Hamilton, no real massive movement of the feet there, just the hands going.
Yeah, it's very full, that one, almost Yorker length. Just look to squeeze that one down, maybe through that vacant slip region, gully region. There's no third man. Still employing a deep backward point.
Hamilton.
Did that carry?
Squeezed off.
Seems like it was off the toe.
Off the toe of the bat. And Teddy Bishop, got to get your body behind those, Mali.
Yeah, at least if you're not catching them, you've got to at least save runs. Once again, very full in length. Oh, possibly if Colin Bowen Tuckett was diving out there to his right, he would have had a chance. But it was a tough chance for him. In the end, it died before Teddy Bishop went through the West Indies Academy skipper. So they've got to keep their discipline here.
Don't want the Hurricanes to run away. 300 comes up for...
Have a look again. A bit of swing on that one.
Yeah.
Colin Bowen Tuckett almost going, deciding not to.
Again.
That's a good delivery.
Yeah, and it really caught Hamilton in 2 minds. He, again, the left foot not coming out to the pitch of the ball, just the hands going, because he's looking to be aggressive.
Yeah, it wasn't quite there for the drive, was it? We've seen Yogi Lane here this morning. Just get a bit of out swing to the right-hander. As you see Hamilton just saying, yeah, that one just swung away slightly.
He's also going to have to understand it's a new day. He's experienced. He's been around for some time. He's got to start all over again. It's a new innings, wide delivery from Yogi Lane. They have to be disciplined. They got to put their bodies on the line. They have to make sure that they, put the pressure back on the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Don't allow them to feel that, hey, we can get a boundary every over.
They've got to make use of this new ball as well. Took it late last evening.
At the end of 85 overs.
It's just a few overs old.
Here goes Lane to Hamilton. Good leave.
Yeah, good cricketer around that.
Yeah. Umpires in this match, Christopher Wright and the big man Gregory Batwett having a big conversation. In fact, he almost has to look up into Cornwall's face, and Gregory is a big man. Here's Hamilton's banging that through cover for 4. That's what he was looking for. Extension of his arms. And he just leaned into it. And this quick outfield here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground is going to be easy for Hamilton. He's just there showing Rakeem Cornwall that he was more or less laying back, where the head position was perfect. And the partnership now growing 31 from 44.
At least 9 times out of 10 at this level, that ball is going to be put away. Jamar Hamilton latching onto a full and wide half volley from Yogi Lane there. And I was just going to say Yogi Lane's rhythm looks a lot better here. He's charging in here this morning a bit more. Getting a bit of swing, maybe fancying this second new ball. Hamilton now into the 70s, 78. It's going to be blades to continue though from the pavilion end. It's a good decision that in the end.
Bits of confusion there.
It's good to see from a Leeward's Hurricanes perspective though, Rakeem looking down the ground, especially within this first half an hour or so.
In fact, he was saying to Hamilton, I'm going to hit him up. But the boy who celebrated yesterday, the cameraman on the top, Hamilton just reminding him, take it easy, Skip.
That's a good nut. Turned Rakeem Cornwall inside out, but only the one slip employed by Teddy Bishop here this morning, and another chance goes a-begging for the West Indies Academy. 4 more to the total.
You've got a new ball, Mally. You've got to be attacking. You've got to look to get early wickets. So you can't be defensive. And you've got to be patient as well, too. Something that young Teddy Bishop is going to have to learn. Going to have to be patient. It's a new ball. Blades is bowled well. Is bowled unlucky as well. But had you had 2 slips there, Cornwall could have been gobbled up at second slip.
Especially with this second new ball. We've seen it just move around a little bit here on day 2. Got to give yourselves the best opportunity. And once again, still employing that one slip. That was better. Maybe just a little too short from Blades, but just giving Cornwall that extra time to just readjust. Played with soft hands this time by big Rakeem. 22 off 24. Constantly threatening. He's the type of player that always puts pressure on the bowlers. You have to always be at the top of your game. If you just slightly err in length and line, he'll punish you. Just like that. That was hit really hard as well. Good piece of work again. Not sure who the fielder is, but just have to parry that back in. It was hit powerfully by Cornwall. Might be Dindial.
Just might be.
Have a look at that. Just had to parry it back in. Keep himself in the field of play. Yes, it was Mavendra Dindial.
Good control as well, too, from Cornwall in terms of his positioning.
Hitting down as well on that.
Yeah, because that's a big boundary.
Especially with the man position there. He's there for the catch. Maybe just a slight top edge. Or even if he hits it out the middle quite flat.
Got to him very quickly as well.
It did. It was a good piece of work. Shot. Right on top of that one did Hamilton.
But I say something to you, Mally. Now, had that fielder been inside, as what we consider close, it would have been a no run for Hamilton.
Oh, possibly could have been 4-2.
Yeah,
it was hit quite hard. Yeah. Just depends on exactly where he would have been positioned. If he was slightly in front, the way that was hit, they're taking a serious piece of fielding.
Yeah.
Obviously trying to manage, trying to be as balanced as possible here, but I think they're just missing a trick not having a second slip, especially with Raheem Cornwall on strike.
Blades has bowled well this morning. And what he's trying to do is to turn Cornwall right around. Experience there, just pushing forward, just coming forward.
Opening in the face slightly. Once again, soft hands, not going too hard at that one, as you said, showing all his experience. End of another decent over. That chance once again, Jediah Blades. Maybe just feeling a little frustrated at this stage. It's got to keep going though.
Yeah. This is what, if you want to play test cricket, you have to start here. You saw the crowds, Mali. It turned out for Virat Kohli's team game.
Win Ranji Trophy.
Yeah.
Well, Kohli's a rock star, isn't he?
He certainly is.
In
Mali.
India,
Oh,
similar to, I think Dhoni's probably even a bigger rock star with an even bigger following, but they're pretty similar in terms of wherever they go, quite a few other fans follow.
It's massive, man.
It's good. That's what Ranji Trophy even needs as well, you know, to see crowds like that. And, you know, domestic cricket in India almost seems overlooked at times. Not by us, but by the Indians. That's a serious shot, as we said once again. Looking to go straight. The aerial option always available to Raheem Cornwall. Didn't look to overhit. Good cricket stroke, presenting that full face of the bat once again. Have a look at that, Vernon. How good is that? What, one bounce four, did it? Yep. 6 runs, actually, no? 6? Yeah, it was 6.
It was 6.
Yeah. So, Cornwall's first 6 of his innings. Oh, he's pulling out the repertoire here. And it's something we've seen as T10, T20 cricket has really grown in popularity. Is these limited over skills being employed in the red ball format. Just looking to ramp that one. Not sure what you call that cricket show. What would be that one? Dill scoop?
Something.
The big Jim scoop, actually.
Maybe
He needs to trademark his own.
Maybe the Jim scoop.
Yeah, the Jim scoop. The big Jim scoop there. Didn't quite get that one out the middle, but Hamilton's middling almost everything at this stage as well. That one is hammered to extra cover. Full once again. Not quite timed as nicely by Hamilton, but in the gap. Another easy single. Hamilton into the 80s.
Just cruising.
Just 20 away from a 7th first class century here. Ooh, that was timed quite nicely, but straight to the man who's positioned quite deep at mid-wicket there. So when Cornwall is on strike, it seems like the fielders just give themselves 5-10 yards or so. Very much worried about his boundary hitting. Less so maybe about his running between the wickets.
Val Clark in the wars there.
Yeah, he's in high traffic area, especially if he gets too straight here, Lane. Hammered well in front, bisects the two men on the leg side, deep backward square and mid wicket. So another boundary And as we said, Raheem Cornwall racing away, looking dangerous now. And this partnership, 50 of 56 deliveries with that pull stroke. So things looking quite ominous for the West Indies Academy.
Don't know if the lines of bowling short to Cornwall is a good thing, but maybe the academy would know something that we don't know.
For such a big guy, it's a tactic we've seen employed by other teams as well at times to a Raheem Cornwall, but he's a very big guy and you've got to get it higher. These bouncers that they're bowling to Cornwall, just getting about chest height, right in his swinging arc, in his swinging zone. Got to get it a bit higher, aiming for that badge, even at the risk of, being called wide. But they've gone to their trump card here. They've sensed that this partnership is looking to take the game away from them. They've gone to the leading wicket taker in last year's Regional 4-Day Championship, Joshua Bishop. Picked up 4 already in this innings. He's got 4 for 81 of 28. Looking for yet another 5-for. Got 4 4-wicket hauls and 1 5-wicket haul last season. Starts with a wide delivery, but that man down at point will do the work.
So the Leewards just breezing through slightly. Starting overnight, 290 for 6. They have so far scored 37 runs in the morning session, and almost a run a minute or more. 10:26 in Antigua and Barbuda, 9:26 in Jamaica.
So with Cornwall scoring at above 100 now, you see long off and long on employed. Long on quite straight here. Interesting to see if Cornwall still looks to take the aerial option.
He will. He backs himself with the sharp boundaries here, and he's got that power as well. Once he makes proper contact, seems to have a good toothpick in his hand here, because the ball is coming off of his bat sweetly this morning.
Bishop's pace is right here, though. I like this pace very much. So very slow, just causing Cornwall to just wait slightly. He's going to have to generate all the momentum through the ball. There again, very slow through the air. Good start from Bishop.
So he's just slowed things down. Last time a wicket fell was 6 for 276. It was Hayden Walsh. It seems like a long time ago. Score now 327 for 6. Leeward Islands Hurricanes looking to bat once in this encounter.
As we said, still a fair bit of batting to come. Archibald, Louis. So got Pennyfeather.
Archibald has got a first-class 100 at this level in this competition. Louis has shown that he's no slouch to the bat as well, too. In fact, he's got close to over 1,560 runs, a high score of 78, 4 half centuries to back that up.
And he's very plucky. He's a plucky type player. He's a bit of a fighter in terms of he loves the competition. When he gets out there, he really leaves it all out there for his team, be it with the ball or with the bat. So change of bowling, though.
Yeah, we got Palmer on debut. He struggled yesterday. Let's hope that he'll have a better start today.
And he struggled with that run up there as we see him abort his run. Even yesterday, I was over to the side just watching from a different angle, especially when Palmer was in his second spell. And at times, you could just see him chipping through that run up. So the rhythm hasn't been quite there for the young man. Still experienced maybe a bit of nerves, as you said, on debut. Young man from St. Martin. Oh, heard a funny sound there.
I thought it hit the stump.
Yes, almost like he played on
But the bail, I don't think the bail fell.
to the stumps. Could have possibly hit the stumps and the bails didn't fall. I'm not sure. We'll have a look
I
again.
want to feel that way.
Oof.
Looked like it went onto the leg stump, but the bail didn't come off.
Wow. Did make quite a woody sound afterwards as well. We've seen that happen quite a few times in Test cricket with these weighted bails now being used.
Hamilton is very much concerned there with the pace again of Palmer.
So just having a look at Palmer there, he's aborting that follow through a little bit, which just tells me that he's still not feeling very comfortable in that run up. Still a bit tepid with those steps, not really striding through just yet. Not the confidence. Let's have a look here. That one's a lot better.
I think, Mali, in today's cricket, or maybe even in general, for fast bowlers, you need to get a track and field coach to get in so that you could begin to work on your
running mechanics,
your running techniques. Because that is going to help with your alignment. If you're not balanced, how you walk is how you run. And if you don't line yourself up, your stride pattern has to be consistent.
We know how important the run-up is also to the fast bowlers, also to the spinners, but to the fast bowlers in particular in terms of creating that momentum to explode at the crease upon delivery.
And everybody is different in their own approach. I was looking at some videos the other night, Mali, and I was looking at Colin Croft and his whole bustling, and maybe even a Wayne Daniel, and you can look at the comparisons of different fast bowlers from around, but what you look at is the stride pattern as to how they go about their job.
Bit of movement there back in though from Palmer. Also you look at a few modern day players, Jasprit Bumrah springs to mind, basically no run up. Just a hop, a skip and a few steps in. But somehow he's just a bit of a freak.
He gets it down.
Yeah, you can't teach that per se.
Mitchell Stark, you could look at the almost like a 400-meter sprinter.
Very much so. It's a sight to see him running when he's at top form as well. A couple of years ago, Shaheen Shah Afridi comes to mind. Him charging in, exploding at the crease. End of that over from Palmer.
You even look at someone like a Kaiser Rabado. You see that very upright, South African, 400 meters, got that power.
It looks easy with Rabada.
Yeah.
He really does. He glides in and then just lets it go. It never really does look as quick as the speed gun says, does it? But we all know the record and what he's been doing.
And that comes with consistency and his alignment, because you have to keep it simple.
As Harry Joseph as well.
Oh, yeah. Well, perfect.
He's a sight when he's on top form, really bounding in and looks like a sprinter almost. Long distance runner, middle distance runner, let's say. Tall.
So I think for the young fast bowlers, that's something that most teams are going to have to, align themselves with. Get a track coach in, somebody like a McKenny Clark. Here's Cornwall giving himself some room and squeezing it out to the sweeper.
Going through the umpire to deliver is Josh Bishop. Maybe just looking to impart a bit more side spin on these deliveries. It's more torque in the body in terms of getting a bit more side on from this angle. Let's have a look. Oh, just a bit more. As you can see, he's a bit quicker to Jamal Hamilton.
What do you think is his stock ball, Mali?
I know he loves his arm ball. He
does.
Really does love an arm ball, but he sets it up well, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
Especially to a player like Hamilton. Hamilton has got to be cognizant because he loves staying back.
But the thing about him as well is that you got to defend your stumps it comes to. He's
See?
Out caught. Hamilton trying to give himself room. Didn't get close enough to the ball again, Mally. Trying to pull away. And that's something that continues to fight with. You've got to get close to the ball, especially with the leg spinner bowling. Let's look at it, Mally.
Yeah, just a bit of bounce there once again. As you said, just hanging back was Jamal Hamilton. A little slower from Joshua Bishop. He picks up his first 5 of the regional championship, 4-day championship 2025. So he's continuing in that same vein in which he left off last season. Leading from the front with ball in hand, 5 for 83 now, and this partnership ends. Pretty profitable one for the Hurricanes. Have a look at this one again. Just a little slower, tossed up slightly, not really coming forward. In between, the weight going away from the ball, bit of bounce. Good comfortable catch there at first slip. So the 7 wicket goes down, brings Cameron Pennyfeather to the crease. 328 the score, 328 for 7.
And it's important that you get deep, Mali. Had Hamilton's right foot got deep into the crease, he would have made proper contact with that to be able to hit it down to backward point. It was just the hands going. It was the alignment away from the ball really just hampered him.
To be honest, should be 2 guys coming on here with helmets if I was captain out there. Crowding Cameron Pennyfeather. This is a real opportunity. There's 2 deliveries remaining in this over. We saw a double strike yesterday with the score on 128. With Pennyfeather, new batter at the crease. As you said, spring short leg, silly mid-off. Someone has to be in close. I anticipate arm ball here. Oh, well played.
5 wicket haul so far for Joshua Bishop, so he continues. He's sending a serious message. Whether or not he can be able to get into that West Indies test team with a Moti and Warrican around, but at least he's reminding the selectors and he's continuing to put in the work. Bishop.
He's going to be an interesting case for me in the next 12 months or so, in terms of, because he's been at the academy for quite a few seasons now. The end of a successful over for him. Leeward's Hurricanes, 328 for 7.
Also had a stint in New York this year in the MLS T20. So he's been moving around, getting some valuable white ball experience to combine with his red ball skills.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. His development, as I said, over the next 12 months or so, especially with what's considered quite a stacked Barbados lineup. Him going back there. You know, you'll be competing against a Shem Holder, Javid Leacock,
and a Warrican.
Jamel Warrican.
Yeah.
I can anticipate them being the spin twins possibly in the next couple of seasons or so for Barbados, left arm orthodox.
And also with the amount of cricket that is being played, because you might have one season where you maybe just have 7 games, and to be able to share on all those bowlers.
To be fair, he's outperformed his contemporaries, being the highest wicket taker last season.
What do you think will be the mindset here, Mali, of Cornwall as he defends there?
He's just going to continue looking to score as quickly as possible. 36 of 38. Still got to be quite judicious about it, though. He's played quite well. He's looking in very good form. We saw it yesterday as well. There's a couple straight drives down the ground.
And with the Leewards batting lineup, you got Archibald and Louis still in the hut. You could still get another 100, 125 out of Pennyfeather, Louis, Archibald. So as you said, if Cornwall continues in his approach, which he will, because I don't see him looking to change course here at all.
Slip in. Dindial coming into slip. And he's hammered that.
Jeez.
That's probably going to end up in the pool at the Coolidge Athletic Club. Wow. That was a shot and a half from Rakeem Cornwall there. Have a look at this. Not quite there, went with it, and it's probably still traveling now.
Wow.
Oh, the ball's back.
It's
back. His second six takes him into the 40s, 42 of 39. And there was the answer, Vern. You asked what Cornwall was going to do. There it was.
Like he just made his mind up that he was gonna have a go.
Now there are two men back on the leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good test for Palmer. How will he deal with this?
Hammered once
Short,
again.
that's gone.
It's going to be another six.
Yeah, he doesn't have the pace.
Flat, as you said, doesn't have the pace. So it's been a baptism of fire here for young Palmer. Choosing the short option. Once again, just about chest height. Comfortable for a player of Raheem Cornwall's class and size in terms of his height. Not getting it high enough.
I think for Palmer, he's going to have to adjust his length. Short to Cornwall on this ground with that sort of pace on day two. I'd feel better for him maybe trying to bowl wide, get Cornwall to come forward, let him look to hit the ball over cover or at least even down the ground. Just got to pull his length back. All these is learning experiences for the young Palmer who's come a long way.
Back-to-back sixes here.
That's much better.
Better comeback. Just jamming Raheem Cornwall there slightly.
And he did hit the bat. This Palmer's a big, strong lad, man. He hits the bat very, very, very hard.
Yeah, but it's quite a heavy delivery, as they say. It's been a tough morning for him so far. 13 runs coming from this over. Raheem Cornwall just one run away now from a 19th first class half century. Just a 100. It's a little surprised to see that. You'd expect a player of his class to probably have a few more. Hammered by Pennyfeather, and he's away. Did he get it through the gap? He does. So he gets a boundary as well. So Palmer under fire here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. Still one delivery to go. Swung across the line slightly by Pennyfeather, but made good contact. So it's been .6614. One delivery remaining for Palmer. He's coming for a heavy treatment in this over. Finishes a white delivery. So 17 runs coming from that one. 99 overs gone. The Leewards Hurricanes are 3-4-5 for 7.
Yeah. They've really scored at a very rapid rate overnight, remember. Yeah. Hurricanes were 290 for 6, which means that they scored 55 runs this morning for the loss of 1 wicket.
Yeah, and that run rate just creeping up to 3.5 now. See umpire Brathwaite there having a word with, looks like Daniel Durham, in terms of just a bit of refreshments for Raheem Cornwall. I think he's telling him, hey, we've got drinks coming up in about 10 minutes or so.
And also, he's maybe saying to him, you get your dress on.
Oh, as in?
Yeah, as your vest, get your shirt. He quickly apologized. Raheem just wanted a breather, which he got. He's up.
Oh, no. Again, falling away from the delivery once again. Maybe just starting to tire a little bit slightly by Raheem Cornwall. Just a lapse in concentration. Maybe the first time that we've seen it from him in this innings. And no half century here. Joshua Bishop picking up his 6th. Cornwall going for 49 or 41. Once again, short. But look at where he ends up. That momentum almost falling all the way off the crease. Not into the ball. Falling away from it. Good catch by Carlin Bowen Tuckett. You can see big Raheem very disappointed with that indeed. 100 was definitely on the cards for the big man.
So the loss of the 8th wicket for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground on day 2. Jeremiah Louis walks out.
Yeah, and it's Joshua Bishop again leading the way. Just providing these strikes for his team when they're absolutely needed. Once again, slightly slower. Cornwall just having to wait a little bit in the end, falling away. Look at where he ended up. The momentum going away from the ball.
He get deep in his crease, Mally, and he could be able to just punch that ball up in front of him, and he would have been able to get an easy single.
Probably just looked to hit that a little too hard as well. Just lost his shape slightly, as he said. That right foot should be going across to the ball, not falling away, especially with the spin. The left arm orthodox spinning away from the right-hander. He's looking to create room that wasn't necessary in the end. Took the edge.
Just for a moment, there seems to be a mix-up with Pennyfeather and Louis. Louis is now saying to Pennyfeather, I was testing him, we could have got that single. The man at cover was pretty deep.
Louis looking sharp here, showing proactivity on ball one.
Yeah. Louis and them pulling away as well too. So seems to be a tradition, Mali.
Yeah, but at least he really kept his eye on that one, didn't he? That head was still as well, and he looked back to Rakim, shot that head, maybe just fell back. You know, when that head just shudders slightly, that affects the eyes, and in the end took a thin edge. It's a very good catch. Took on the second attempt by Tuckett. That's going to be given.
No, I think it's outside the line of the off stump. Lucky to get away with that.
Oh, I'd love to see that one again, unless he hit it.
Pennyfeather has to be careful because that just came out of the blues. So if you're going to play the switch it, then you got to get low. Ooh, outside the line.
Yeah, maybe just spinning across, missing off stump.
It's got to take your time, got to take your time. I know that's an option.
That one.
It's missing.
It's going against the spin here.
Yeah, missing.
So Pennyfeather not looking most comfortable. Oh.
He tried to switch it.
Oh.
You think it was that close?
Oh.
I hear you.
Oh.
You're not Christopher Wright. So
I'm not Christopher Wright, but that was a lot closer
than the first one.
Oh, yeah. He got low as well.
Just need to watch the ball.
It's a lot better.
Yeah.
Soft hands, and that's what Louis wanted on that first delivery.
Yes.
Sensing these fielders on the offside just on their heels slightly.
Yes. Yeah. Testing them.
Successful over in the end, though. Have a look at this one again. Let's have a look, Vern. Good work this by our producer here, giving us another look. Or maybe.
I think he pitched outside the line of the leg stump. What do you think? Maybe
Not
just
so
a fraction.
sure. Maybe height maybe being the only issue there. Maybe. But it was close. It was very close.
Christopher Wright being put under some pressure there by Joshua Bishop.
He was. I know if I was bowling, I'd be very disappointed to not see the finger go up.
I'd be animated. I'd be beckling for that.
Stuart Broad-like.
Yeah. 12 minutes to go before the first hour. Palmer every now and again pulling down that delivery. Sort of missed his run there. Palmer.
Once again, just really struggling for his rhythm. Conceding 45 now. Actually 49 of 7.1. Really wide delivery.
Yeah, muscle memory. He has to keep reminding himself how you walk is how you run.
Fielder at deep backward point had no chance.
350 comes up for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 351 for 8.
Palmer needs to find something here for his team. That's a good delivery.
He caught Pennyfeather on the crease there.
Yeah,
it was neither forward or back.
Every now and again, he just produces
a Jaffa.
He just shows you a glimpse of his potential, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. Just has to remember, and just always remember. Once he remembers, and it's all about muscle memory, running technique. How you walk is how you run. Just go through that.
I'd love to see him getting a bit closer to these stumps as well. Have a look at him here. just there.
Ooh.
His alignment once again.
And, yeah.
No real pace. At least the Cameron Pennyfeather. He just swats it almost with a horizontal bat straight back down the ground for 4.
355 for 8. Cameron Pennyfeather on debut.
So they've taken a liking to Michael Palmer here.
There's been a lot of chatter. You know, when you happening, you come from St. Kitts and from Nevis, from the islands.
Would have played quite a bit of cricket against him.
Youth cricket as well, too. Lucky to get away with that one.
Just falling away slightly there was Palmer. Just a few mechanical issues to work on, as we said. Quite a young player, still very raw. But the ingredients are there. The ingredients are there. Can this West Indies system maximize players such as Michael Palmer, bring them to full potential?
Only time will tell.
Think of a Jordan Johnson once again. We mentioned him yesterday. Not sure why he isn't in this setup. The West Indies Academy, still 19 years old, a young left-hander from Jamaica. Saw his exploits at the under-19 level. It was him and Joel Andrew, actually, that really burst on the scene through the West Indies under-19 level. I think it was a tour of Sri Lanka a couple of seasons ago. This one's hammered again. But Rivaldo Clark at that deep mid-wicket. Well, not quite. Mavendra Dindyal on that 30-yard circle. No run. The end of Palmer's 8th. He's conceded 53. 101 overs in the books. 355 for 8.
Hamilton, 81 of 154 deliveries. Kareem Agor, 59 from 126. Rakeem Cornwall, 49 from 42. And Kadeem Henry, he scored 48 from 141 balls. Those are the main scores so far. But the man who has done the damage and continues to be able to be a thorn in the bowling throughout the region was the leading bowler last year, and he's demonstrated again that he's on a roll again. Joshua Bishop, he's picked up 6 so far.
Yeah, 6 for 83 of 30, 85 of 31 overs. So he's bowled his fair share. This one's top-edged. Will it be taken? Palmer over his shoulder. He does.
Beautiful catch.
Very good catch in the end. Those catches are quite tricky.
Beautiful
over
catch.
The shoulder, just having to relocate it. And he's caught well in this match. At least he's made 2 valuable contributions in the field. That catch yesterday evening off Gore, and here again off Louis. The 7th wicket now for Joshua Bishop.
He's a natural athlete.
Very much so.
Michael Palmer.
It's easy to let the head drop. You know, he's had a tough debut so far with ball in hand. But he's stayed concentrating when he's been out in the field. This is very interesting to see. Colin Archibald, player with first class 100, coming in at number 11.
Yeah, that's how deep the Leeward Islands Hurricanes bat.
Wow. Not sure what I make of that.
Not sure either. But it's happened. So that's a good thing.
You'd have thought maybe that young Kez would have been thinking, hey, score a first class 100.
I'll be batting before Cameron Pennyfeather.
Yeah, at least.
At least.
At least eyeing that number 8 spot or so, you know, bowling all rounder. Wow.
All good.
But look at that number on his back. That is quite a big 1 on his back, isn't it?
Yeah, to make a statement.
I think he should have just cut that in 2. Make it number 11 for real.
No, but in fact, he should be, unless he forgot his jersey, Colin Archibald should be number 97.
Okay.
Yeah. So
that number is looking a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, unless he borrowed somebody's shirt, he maybe, I don't know. Let me look and see, Mali, what's going on with that. Because who is 1 in the team? I don't think we have a 1 here who's playing.
It's quite a obese looking 1 as well.
Kadeem Henry is number 10. Nice straight bat. Archibald from Nevis, from the Brownhill area. produced so many outstanding cricketers. Colin Bumbo Walwyn and company.
Bumbo. Merlin Leeward.
No, well, Merlin would have been from the Government Road era.
Oh, Government Road. I'm just saying Nevis, you know.
With the Stuart Williams and company.
These division players over the years who have made valuable contributions to Leeward Islands cricket.
Brown Hill is a community that is, was always in the conversations all the time in terms of players over the years.
Who else? Some players from Brown Hill.
Where's
Mickey? Mickey.
Well, Mickey would be from the other side of
side.
Nevis. You've got John Maynard, who would have come from the Gingerland area.
The dentist.
The dentist.
I'm sure he's tuned in here to this game.
He's always glued in.
Good afternoon to you.
They've got some young talent, Malik, coming out there. In the under 15, the Daniels, Wanja Daniel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ron Daniel.
That's from the Brown Hill area.
Brown Hill area as well. Got a whole Shahid Tyson, another young promising. Well, he would have come to the youth levels. But with the advent of not much cricket coming out, local cricket taking place, and that talent is just stifled just for a period of time. So you only see it maybe for 2-3 months rather than the continuous factory that produced so many players.
Yeah, and it's for many a year, especially in the Leewards. It was Antigua and Nevis, really, in terms of that fierce competition. It's where the best games were to be had.
Palmer again. Be looking to get into that wicket column. Are they going to get two here? Or somebody could be in trouble.
Very good running that from Penny Feather. Yeah. He was on it from the jump. Yeah. Called for two quite quickly.
Yeah. Who was that? Was that Joshua Bishop?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. He looked sort of stiff going at that, running for that delivery there.
Yeah, he's done a lot of work.
He maybe didn't think that they were going to run two there, so he was tested.
Well played. Penny Feather 15 or 14, so he's played a nice little cameo here. And he's done that well. He's just look to rotate strike when the ball's been in his area as well. He's hammered it down the ground.
I know you talked about Palmer getting close, Mally, but I think he's fearful because just a while ago, umpire came up maybe to just indicate to him.
Running on the crease? Running on the wicket?
Yeah, well, maybe just, hey, you're getting close, you're getting into the danger area. Archibald is not. Good catch.
Picks up his first.
Good catch by Callum Boyne Tuckett.
So Palmer gets his first wicket here on debut. In the end, going short, gloved by Colin Archibald. He goes for a duck. The Leewards Hurricanes are bowled out for 358. See this again, going short, almost taking the back of the bat. Was a bit too early through that stroke was Colin Archibald. Good catch in the end from Callum Boyne Tuckett. So Palmer picks up his first wicket in first-class cricket. 1 for 56 off 8.3.
And I guess he can write that in his book that he's got Colin Archibald for naught. There'll be some bragging rights there. So the Leewards bowled out at 10:58 here in Antigua and Barbuda.
Bowled out within the first hour on day two.
Within the first hour.
They wouldn't have been anticipating that, the Hurricanes. But it's been the standout of Joshua Bishop, 7 for 85 from his 32 overs. Once again, starting this Regional Championship 2025, the way he left off in 2024, he'll be looking to be right up there amongst the top wicket takers once again this season.
Yeah, so Bishop leads off the West Indies Academy squad. A splendid bowling performance. And even though the Leewards was rapid in scoring this morning,
they lost wickets.
Consistently.
Intervals,
yeah. So we will take a small break, and when we come back, we'll be calling the game for you. 358 all out. Dismissed 102 2.3 overs the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground on day 2 of this West Indies 4-day championship game. All-important game, West Indies Academy. They will start their process in their innings. I'm alongside my colleague here in Terry Laraja. Good morning, Terry. The Leeward Islands bowled over 358 runs, run rate of 3.49. Just to let the folks know, there's 75 overs remaining in the day's play. 481 dot balls, 43 boundaries, 6 sixes. And the man of the day, Jamal Hamilton, top scoring with 81, 154 balls, 229 minutes, 11 fours. Matched by Joshua Bishop, 32 overs, 9 maidens, 85 runs, 7 wickets. Good morning. You're looking very spanking this morning, Terry.
Thank you, Vernon. Good morning, and good morning to all our listeners and viewers. Yes, exciting morning. Still in good cricket being played on day 2 here at Coolidge. But, the West Indies Academy team, they would have been looking to pick up the 4 wickets required in the overnight position of the Hurricanes at 294.6, and I thought they hung in there pretty well. It looked like Rocking Cornwall was going to take the game away from them completely, but they stuck to their tasks, especially Joshua Bishop with the 7 wickets. Excellent effort, and I think the Leewards would have been eyeing 400 at least.
Louis, in his 55th game at this professional setup, which would have started like way back in 2014. And to match this, he's got 149 wickets. From him, he's bowled 1,216.5 overs with 264 maidens during the process. And he'll be looking to get his 150th wicket. He's bowled 2 deliveries so far to Justin Jagasa. He's starting from the CAU Road end, Terry.
Yeah, and he's coming into Jagasa now. That's down the leg side, well taken by Hamilton. But you can see if West Indies Academy can take the momentum into their batting with Justin Jagasa and Akeem August. I thought they hung in there very well this morning, though, Vernon.
3 slips: Cornwall, Walsh, Andrew. Karima Gore at Gully. Got a backward point in Kadeem Henry. Mid-on, mid-off, Archibald, Pennyfeather. Joshua Grant at square leg. Louis. Ooh, he's getting this ball to talk already.
Yeah, he's looking sharp. Even when he came out to bat, he was looking in a very positive mood from ball 1. Good delivery, that one.
A good season for him. Could see him in the conversation
once again.
Get into the West Indies team. Somebody's putting in some work there. Kelvin Pittman. He needs to run. Squeezed away. First run for the academy team. Will it have the legs to go into the boundary? Big save there by Kadeem Henry and Karima Gore after it. Just to retrieve. Lobs a return to Hamilton. I think he might have saved 2 runs there.
Yeah, most definitely a good bit of fielding by both of them in tandem. Restricting the scoring to 2.
Byplay going on with Cornwall. Not Cornwall, Hamilton and O'Geese.
And Jamal's never short of a few words, no?
No, he's never. He's a live wire. Missed out on getting 100 today.
Carry again by Louis.
Be very disappointed.
Completes the first over, so West Indies Academy 2 without loss. Jagasar on 2. And Akeem August yet to face a ball. That's in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes 358 all out. Jamal Hamilton top scoring 81. Kareem Gore 59. Cornwall 49. Kadeem Henry 48.
Talking about players who would have come out of St. Martin and gone on to represent the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. I think you could remember someone like a Sherwin Peters, who also scored 100 in the first part of this competition. So we have a change here, Terry, where Colin Archibald is no longer based on the team sheet of wearing number 97. He's now wearing number 1. So it's got it seems to be a serious statement, Terry.
Was it a big statement, or he forgot to drop his laundry on?
No, I think he's wearing number 1 now. It's changed now that we can see. So he's 1 now, number 1. And let's hope that he can pick up some wickets.
Bang on target, our first ball, but well defended by Auguste. Auguste will be looking for some runs in the West Indies Championship this season. Under 19s West Indies captain. Now left arm of Colin Archibald. 2 slips and a gully. Backward point, cover. Mid off, mid on. Forward, mid wicket. And no ball, and that is dispatched through the mid wicket for 4 runs. So a good looking shot there by Auguste. He picked that up early, was short and wide outside the off stump, and he just played it beautifully through the mid wicket region for 4. So that gets him going. Score goes up to 6 without loss.
I don't know if it's a bug going through the Caribbean, Terry. The amount of no balls that have been bowled, especially on the opening day.
Yeah, it might be just a bit of rust. Another one.
You had 13 in the Guyana Harpy Eagles Barbados Pride game on Leeward's game. And already we got 2 here in the Leeward Islands. So I know Coach Steve Leeward. There's a fine for those no balls as well.
Yeah, 2 in a row by Archibald. He's just asking the umpire how far over. It doesn't really matter how far. He needs to keep some part of his foot behind the line. That's a good delivery. Defended into the offside by Auguste. So it'll be interesting to see how these academy boys go about their business. We're very pleased that they were able to wrap up the Leeward Islands Hurricanes in the first hour of play today for the addition of some 68 runs. As I say, I think Leeward Islands Hurricanes would have been eyeing at least 400. Mood that Captain Rakim Cornwall was in, who's striking the ball very well. But as you were saying, Vernon, very interesting that all batsmen seem to fall away when they're trying to play that cut shot. Not keep over the ball and get their right leg deep into the crease. So they've got more control over the shot. Archibald again into Auguste. And he flashes at that. Doesn't make contact through to Hamilton. So just the 2 slips in the gully for Archibald. A man deep on the backward square leg boundary. Archibald in again to Auguste. And then yet another no ball. Good bit of fielding. There's trouble here. It's going to be run out. Both batsmen ended up at one end. Gus throws his bat in disgust. He ran. Jagassar did not move.
And
The ball,
Shelton Forbes, the man there at mid-on.
brilliant bit of fielding.
Yeah.
It was struck firmly down to mid-on. He dived, picked it up, threw it
And it has to be a cardinal sin that you get run out on a no ball.
on a no ball.
Oh.
The only way you can go out.
Wow.
But both batsmen stranded down the bowler's end. The ball was returned. It missed the stumps, but Jamar Hamilton took it, whipped the bails off. First blood to Leeward Islands Hurricanes.
Total miscommunication.
Absolutely.
Something that the West Indies Academy certainly didn't need at this time.
Not at all. If you just watch the replay here, he hit it beautifully. The full pitch delivery drove it very firmly, but Forbes was very quick to dive, roll, get his balance, throw it back. It was a good return. Almost hit the stumps directly, but Hamilton coming in from his keeping position had no trouble gathering it. Just continued the momentum forward, whipped the bails off, and both batsmen were stranded at the same end.
Almost like Jagasa was ball watching in the process.
Yeah. Very true. He had no intentions of running, that's for sure. So West Indies Academy lose their first wicket. Akeem August, he's gone for 4. Score is 9 for 1, and it brings Captain Teddy Bishop to the crease. In the second over, Archibald into the right-handed Bishop, half a peel. I think he just might have got a little tickle on that one, but a good ball again by Archibald. His line's fine. It's just the no balls that are a problem, but if you can affect a run out on it, you say there'd be no problem. Teddy Bishop, we know the talent he's got. He need to stand up today for his team. The loss of the early wicket, chasing 358. First innings honours. That one peels off the inside edge to the mid-wicket area. No run. Completes Archibald's over. So after 2 overs, West Indies Academy a 9 for 1. But yeah, very cardinal sin almost. Getting run out off a no ball. Lack of communication between the two batsmen. And they ended up both at the non-striker's end. So an easy run out in the end to claim the first wicket, Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And of course it'll be Jeremiah Louis to continue from the northern end. He's bowling to Justin Jagasai. He's got 3 slips of gully, backward point, cover. On the offside, he's into Jagasar now. That's well left. Good ball. He's getting good curry through to keeper Hamilton is Louis. Looks like he's up for the challenge. He's been the leading seam bowler in the West Indies Championship 4-day competition for the last couple of seasons. Because he got a call up to West Indies team that toured England last season. Unfortunately, didn't get to make his debut, but still the experience that's driven through the cover region. Not really timed by Jagasar again. He's looking for 2. Jagasar was coming. Bishop sent him back, quite rightfully so, as the return came into Hamilton right over the stumps by Kadeem Henry. Jagasar moves on to 3, and the score is 10 for 1. just taking guard. They've brought in an extra slip, so done away with the gully. Now that they've got 4 slips now for Bishop. Captain Cornwall on the attack here. As Louis is into Bishop now. That's nicely turned backward of square. And look for the second. No. Just the one there. Hamilton hands on hips as the return comes in, flying over his head.
It came from Forbes. Seems to, he's got a strong arm. Coming out to the Brownhill area. He'll be ranging up to line up to get some mangoes. Just had a smile on his face.
One's worked into the onside by Jagasav, but no run. Attacking the stumps is Louis. Goes with the 4 slips. Eagerly awaiting an edge from one of these batsmen. Good conditions. The pitch seems to be playing a bit quicker than yesterday. It should be a good day for batting. Louis in again to Jagasar, and Jagasar advances and clips him down to fine leg. Forbes does the fielding. They take a single.
Get some acknowledgement from Hamilton. That's what I want.
Yeah. Looks like Big Jim's just limbering up there at first slip. So he's looking to introduce himself into the attack early doors.
$11:28, so maybe might be early time still. Give these guys a good run out. Just getting this ball to induct here, Terry.
Yeah, he's looking sharp as Louis. The over comes to an end. At the end of the over, West Indies Academy 12 for 1 in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes' first innings of 358. Jagasar is on 4, and Captain Bishop, Teddy Bishop that is, he is on 1. It will be Colin Archibald to continue from this commentary box end. Let's see if he can keep his foot behind the line. A couple of no balls in his first over. Of course, one of them led to the fall of the first wicket by the run-out route. That number 1 he's got on his back though, Archibald, he looks like he painted it himself. Though.
It looks that way, right?
Another extravagant one. In he comes to Jagasar, and that one beats him outside the off stump. Good ball, good line. Drew Jagasar into the stroke. There's nothing wrong with his rhythm, his run-up, his approach to the crease on that occasion. Seasoned campaigner Colin Archibald. Been a good cricketer for Leeward Islands.
Also represented the West Indies A team as well, maybe about 3 years ago.
And straight at delivery.
He's one of the student athletes because he did study at UTech in Jamaica, physical education, coming out of the island of Nevis. He's also got some good skills. He's also a model as well too. Got his own agency. So, player with a bright future ahead of him. His life after cricket, as we would say.
Yeah, very important for athletes.
Leewards maybe can get a short leg in there, Terry. I don't know how you feel.
Yeah, well, he's shaping the ball back in. He's attacking the stumps. And he's got the pace to, excuse me, pace to trouble both batsmen. So short leg mightn't be a bad idea, but the mid-wicket fieldsman there has just moved in a couple of paces, but they seem to be reluctant to use the short leg these days. Vernon?
Yeah. For me, I think I'm done in trying to ask for it.
Yeah, and then as we were saying during the test match against Bangladesh, they weren't really short legs, were they? They were about 3 pitches away.
Maybe they have an insurance policy that we don't know about, or a non-insurance policy. So, nobody. There's no more Gus Logies being created.
Not at all.
If I would back us,
Desi Ains.
yeah, we don't see that in the crop of generations. So good morning to Robertson Henry in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, traveling around in the Windwards.
Nicely played by Jagasan. Just pushed that through, and again, a bit of hesitation. A comfortable 2 there. Reached 3/4 of the way to the boundary, but they just hesitated. In the end, they took it comfortably. 14 for 1. Jagasan moves on to 6. And trying to play that one too hard, just caressed it into the offside field. Three slips in a gully, eagerly wait. Left arm over the wicket. Archibald. And beats him again. Big appeal. And he's given him. Caught on the crease. With his straightish delivery. We'll have another look at that.
See that replay there?
Back leg, I think it was. Come back in. That's pretty adjacent.
The stride was not big enough.
So Jagasar goes LBW to Archibald for 6 off the last ball of Archibald's second over. Picks up his first wicket. And the young West Indies Academy boys in early trouble. 14 for 2. You just look at that again. He was attacking the stumps, and he brought that in a pitched on or about off stump, came back with the angle, and he was caught on the crease there, hit his back legs, pretty adjacent. Easy decision for the umpire. So 14 for 2. Jagasar goes for 6. And as I say, West Indies Academy trailing by 344 in early trouble. Rivaldo Clark now joins his captain in Teddy Bishop at the crease. Jeremiah Louis to continue. Going back to 3 slips in a gully for Bishop, and Bishop drives that nicely down the ground for a comfortable 2. Jamal Hamilton is asking why the mid-off is so wide there.
I think he just needs to be straighter.
Yeah, he's going into a more of a extra cover position. Good looking shot there by Bishop. He moves on to 3. It scores 16 for 2. Louis in again to Bishop. It's driven again. This time straight to the extra cover fielder, and there's no run.
Something which I've picked up with Bishop is a tall guy, needs to get that stride out. And just a while ago, you could see the Leewards working on something. He's just comfortable to just be in that zone. That needs to lead with his head on his shoulders, get that stride out, push your body into the ball.
Fuller delivery there by Jeremiah Louis. Yeah, with Bishop, he doesn't really commit to that front foot. He sort of gets a bit lazy, if you like, on that front foot. And there's always a chance to nick him off.
And I think one of the things with him as well, too, is that your alignment, you got to come on your heel. He tends to, if you come on your toe already, Terry, you've already locked your knee, which means that what is going to automatically happen is that your hands are going to go.
Yeah.
If you come on your heel, you have more balance, so you can go forward or back. And so that's why it's important. As a batter, you want to be as balanced as possible at the crease.
Yeah, most definitely. If you come on your toes first, and the as you say, the knee locks and the leg tends to collapse.
If I can get my colleague to just show me the delivery before, Terry, so that I can break it down for you in terms of what I was talking about, because I think it is important even for young players. 16 for 2.
Because he's had that habit for a while now.
And that could be something where the pitches that he practiced on.
True.
You know, and you know, just been there. It's about someone and a coach getting you to drilling you in terms of what you want. Just a while ago in the rehearsal, you just saw him. I think he knows that is a problem and he has to work on. It's all in the mind. So he's almost like a LBW candidate. So if you're playing cricket and you see a Teddy Bishop comes in, and let's look at the replay. You see where his foot is, Terry? He's already locked, right? Because he's on his toes. So he's just playing just right there from the crease, rather than looking to come on the heel so you can rock and you can go backward or forward. You have to be balanced as a batsman. Louis working away. Terry?
Yep, and in and driven again through the cover region, this time by Bishop. He pick up another 2.
Good return there from Kareem Agor, right on the top of the stump. And as a wicketkeeper, you always welcome when you have lovely returns.
Yep, it makes their life a lot easier. So at the end of the Jeremiah Louis over, 18 for 2. Valdo Clark yet to face the delivery. Teddy Bishop is on 5.
I only have a blue one to buy. I'm here putting his you know that.
They call on Archibald to continue. He'll be bowling to Rivaldo Clark. 3 sips and a gully. Backward point. Mid off. Mid on. Square leg. Forward square leg and a wideish fine leg. Archibald into Clark. It's a lovely stroke through the cover region. That'll be 4. Good looking stroke to get off the mark. First ball your face, right up on the toes. Good balance there, Vernon.
Yeah, good head positioning as well too. Look at his right foot. You know, didn't try to overhit the ball. Just played the ball in the gap. And with Valda Clark is one of my favorite players. Somebody who I've always been pushing for. Young man has got such a bright future. He's had some real challenges during his short cricketing career. But he's got massive support from his family.
That one's well left wide of the off stump through to Hamilton, but he's forced a field change already. taken the forward square leg into the cover region.
Jeremiah Louis just switching with Shelton Forbes, gone to mid-off, put Shelton Forbes at mid-on, so he can talk to his colleague, Colin Archibald. He's one of the leaders in this Leeward Islands Hurricanes lineup, Jeremiah Louis. Maybe could one day be potentially maybe a captain as well too.
Ooh. Tickled fine by Clark for another 2.
I think that's Joshua Grant coming around the boundary there. He's got on the pads already. So he looks like he will be the short leg fielder. 3 slips in a gully, backward point, mid-on, mid-off. Kadeem Henry on debut, feeling right there, cover. So good morning to Don Farrell in St. Martin.
Archibald into Clark, and again clipped backward of square. Another comfortable single.
Archibald maybe not comfortable so far. His line since that fielder has been moved from square leg to on the offside. Sometimes you maybe just have to give the bowler that protection, really. Cornwall is asking him to bowl to a 7-2 field. Maybe might have been maybe more comfortable bowling to a 6-3 field.
That's driven firmly, and again well fielded, this time by Jeremiah Louis at mid-off.
Yeah, big save there from Louis. Even though I feel that maybe Louis should be straighter based on Archibald bowling, and maybe bring Kadeem Henry just
around a bit,
to his right. So force him to go through that gap, Teddy Bishop, because he likes to drive that ball. Let him see the cover area. Just bring Louis maybe 5 meters straighter.
Again, that's turned nice and fine. That'll be 4 this time. Just getting inside the line as the ball coming back into him. They strengthened the offside field prior to that delivery. But Clark up to the challenge. The ball come back into him and tickled it fine for 4.
6-3 field. I think once Colin Archibald is bowling, because he's getting the ball to in-duck, you maybe just want the square leg and the fine leg would come around. He might have been able to cut that. Should have been able to cut that one off. Because if he's going to bowl to a 7-2 field, then he means that he has to adjust his length. He has to bowl more fuller.
Right. So 30 for 2, West Indies Academy. Clark is on 11 and Teddy Bishop is on 6. A little bit of a partnership building here. The loss of 2 early wickets. They put on 16 so far. Louis into Bishop, and he tucks that nicely backward of square for a single. And a no ball by Jeremiah Louis this time.
So Louis
so
is also
contagious.
Yeah, he's got the bug as well, the no ball bug.
Of course, in Leeward Islands Hurricanes innings, Michael Palmer on debut. Well, several no balls. I think it was about 9 in the end that he bowled, but it was good to see him drop his head. Cornwall cracked him for a couple of 6s. He played at that.
Yeah, it was caught again in no man's land, caught on the crease there Rivaldo Clark. And Rivaldo Clark is also guilty as well. Like Teddy Bishop, he just hangs the bat there. He doesn't have that forward push into the line of the ball. The higher you go, the more guys are going to work you out. Louis looking for his 150th wicket at the first class level.
Ooh, spot on target there.
Again, Rivaldo Clark looking to whip the ball rather than look to play the ball straight up in front of him. He's just walking across. You look, Terry, he's just walking across his crease. See, almost late on that.
Yeah.
That's a delivery that he needs to get forward. He needs to get out onto his front foot. Bat and pad close together. Gotta have that forward press, especially with Louis swinging the ball.
Yeah, definitely. Almost a leading edge that time. Played that one better, let it come to him. Soft hands, it's out to a backward point, but there's no run. 32 for 2.
Quite period of play here. 32 for 2 is over number 7. Good line again by Louis. Just needs to just keep attacking that stump. I think both batsmen are LBW candidates. You just have to be patient. You just have to bowl the ball between wicket and wicket.
Yeah, they both tend to play from the crease. They don't really commit into the shot.
That's right. Even though not right out, you could see him making an effort, Rivaldo Clark. So there was some improvement in trying to get out there. Louis just needs to get him to play more. It's a new ball. Gotta make him play.
Yeah, and we were saying yesterday, Vernon, and I think that's where West Indies Academy struggled a bit. They didn't make the Hurricanes batsmen play at enough deliveries. Louis into Clark again. No one again, too wide. Let's go through to the keeper to complete the over. So we've had 7 overs. West Indies Academy in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes 358, 32 for 2. So they put on 18 so far, and in good time as Rivaldo Clark and Teddy Bishop. The loss of a couple of early wickets. Good conditions here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. Good conditions for batting today. The pitch is playing very well, very true.
Just for the folks who have maybe just joined us, Leeward Islands bowled over 358, 102.3 overs, 481 dot balls, with 43 boundaries and 6 sixes at 10:58 this morning. Bowled inside the first hour. Jamal Hamilton top scoring with 81 from 154 balls, 229 minutes, 11 boundaries. Rakeem Cornwall 49, 64 minutes, 42 balls, 6 fours and 3 sixes.
Archie bowled it in again. That one's let go by Bishop.
The man of the day in the bowling department for the West Indies Academy, their senior pro, Joshua Bishop, 32 overs, 9 maidens, 85 runs, 7 wickets. And you'd have to match that up to his bowling performance as the leading wicket taker last season in the 4-day competition.
bowled exceptionally well from the beginning yesterday. Took the first 4 wickets to 4.
When you match up the contribution of Joshua Bishop last season from 7 matches, 14 innings, 323.4 overs, 843 runs, 42 wickets. And already he's gone better this season already, Terry. Last season he was 6 for 96. This season he started 7 for 85.
Yeah, excellent performance and great consistency shown by the young Joshua Bishop. Left arm orthodox. Keeps banging that door down for West Indies selection. Of course, you've got 2 in there at the moment with Gudakesh Moti and Jamal Warrican. It's still good competition. You never know what's around the corner. It was interesting to hear how Warrican spoke of his time in Pakistan, and you could see, if you were following the series, that he worked out the conditions a lot quicker than the other 2. Defended on the onside and there's no run. He worked out the conditions a lot quicker than Moti and Kevin Sinclair.
Well, I think they all have similar styles.
Right, but he was saying that because his experience bowling with the red ball in red ball cricket, giving it more time rather than just darting it in like they tend to do with if you're playing in the white ball format. But the same can be said for Joshua. That's stroked nicely into the cover region. They take a single to Bishop.
But if you look at the alignment of when a Warrican is bowling, Warrican arms tends to drop very quickly on you. Even in regional cricket, you realize how he's demonstrated. He might be a fantastic bowler, but he will get folks out.
Right. Yeah.
Because of his variations.
True.
And
his consistency.
He's been around for some time as well, to Warrican.
Definitely. So
if you pay attention.
So it was interesting that's basically exactly what he was saying. These variations and be consistent with his action.
In fact, under the professional setup, he's got like 239 wickets from 59 games in this professional setup, which would have started like in 2014. Jamal Warrican, Nikita Miller 217, Imran Khan from Trinidad and Tobago, he's got 274. Rakeem Cornwall has got 317. Vasami Permaul 366. Damian Jacobs, who also played for the Leeward Islands, 175. Brian Charles, he's on the French too. He's somebody that they're going to be looking at this season. He's got 150 wickets as well. Surprisingly enough there, Raymond Reefer's kind of up there with some wickets as well, 232. Moti, 133. So in the wicket columns, and I'm just talking about from the professional setup from 2014, which has been introduced by Cricket West Indies. These are some of the leading wicket takers.
We've got a ball and change.
I think this will be the first time you've seen Cameron Pennyfeather, right?
Correct.
He's a big lad. He's considered to be, I would consider him to be a batting all-rounder. Most batting, bowling all-rounder. I would classify him in that area. But he's a guy that can hustle you on. Sort of reminds me of a Ezra Powell and a Tonito Willett in that bracket.
He started off strongly here, bang on target.
His mom, I know, would be glued to the television. So to his dad, he's got a good family support. Cameron Pennyfeather. Matt Pennies is one of the top businesses in St. Kitts and Nevis.
Oh, got him, I think. Huge appeal, and the finger goes up. Bishop's gone.
I don't know what he's waiting for.
Yeah,
In fact,
he's standing there.
he's still waiting. The umpire's giving him out.
That's not a good sign. You have to walk, son. But the third delivery just got a niggle through. Hamilton was convinced. He threw the ball sky high in celebration. They were all up for it.
That's a Jaffa.
Beautiful delivery. Just left him at the right stage, right line, right length.
I think he got one of the
He's
faintest edges. He doesn't
still
feel
complaining.
that. Yeah, he doesn't feel like he nicked it.
You have to go, though.
Let's look at the replay
Teddy.
again, Terry. Let's see if we can. Let's look at this, Terry. Let's find out what's happening. He's batting off of his squeeze.
Oh, it might have been a bit of daylight.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
But
the
the
umpire
umpire says
The umpire was convinced.
33 for 3, and that spells trouble for West Indies Academy. To lose 3 leading up to lunch in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes of 358.
He's still looking back, Teddy Bishop.
Yeah, he's disgusted, that's for sure.
But that's
But
the name
that's
of cricket.
yeah.
You know, sometimes you get them, sometimes you don't get them.
That's right.
And at that point in time, umpire Gregory Brathwaite ruled that he was out caught behind.
Yes, and of course we are not under the DRS here or anything, so he's complaining to nobody. The umpire says you're out, you have to walk, son.
Of course he's complaining to somebody. He's talking to God.
Well, yeah. Well, even God said, hey.
He's talking to God.
It brings Carlton Bowen Tucker to the crease. And again, spot on target is Cameron Pennyfeather. 33 for 3.
I don't understand you, Terry. You can't say. How can you say that, Terry? Really, I can't believe that you said that, Terry. Colin Boyne Tuckett. He would have played some 7 matches last year, 61 byes, 15 catches, 1 stumping, a total of 16 dismissals.
Yeah, his keeping is excellent, but his batting's improved, though.
He has 378 runs with a high score of 76 not out.
And
played.
that's nicely turned into the mid-wicket region, taking himself going. Brought in a short extra cover that's parallel with the pitch. Right on the edge of the pitch for Pennyfeather.
It was interesting. And Tevin Imler had a conversation last year, and he was asked who some of the players, young players that he saw during the tournament that he was impressed about, and he rated Colin Boyne Tuckett. I don't like this field.
No, it's too easy.
He's bowling in swingers, so you have to give him that protection. You can't overcompensate the field, Rakim.
Yeah, too easy to just knock it into the leg side.
Got to give him a 6-3 field.
So another 2 to Clark. He moves to 13. Colin Bowen Tuckett is on 1. And West Indies Academy 36 for 3. And it looks like we're going to see spin for the first time in the Academy innings. Hayden Walsh Jr. will replace Colin Archibald from the commentary box end.
I found that kind of strange, especially with 2 young. I would have given Archibald
Another
one
one.
more.
Yeah.
I mean, he's on a roll here right now.
I guess let's just see if any turn in this pitch. There certainly was in the Leeward Islands first innings, but just leading into the luncheon break. Come a bit overcast here at Coolidge Cricket Ground, but still ideal conditions. We've had 7 wickets falling in the day's play so far, Vernon. 7 for, what's that, 68, 7 for 100 or so.
You got the start here now of Hayden Walsh, who...
You got your short leg too.
Maybe
You'd be happy with that, Vernon. Tossed up, driven firmly straight to Louis at mid-off, and there's no run. It's a slip, short leg, backward point, short extra cover.
last season, Terry played some 4 matches, only had 6 wickets. Bowled some 74 overs, 8 maidens, 6 wickets. So he's been named as the vice captain in this game, which means that a lot of responsibility will be on his shoulder. Colin Archibald last season, he picked up some 12 wickets. And Jeremiah Louis, last season from 7 matches, he picked up 30 wickets.
Yeah, he's Hayden's red ball bowling is just tapered off a bit compared to his white ball bowling, but in 34 matches, 69 wickets at 37.9. He'd be looking to improve on that. And again, they bought another short extra cover that's just about on the edge of the pitch. And that's turned past the short leg, but can't beat Archibald at mid-on.
I think when you have a wrist spinner, Terry, it has to be an investment. There are some days that he's going to go for a lot. There are going to be some days he's going to go for a lot, but he's going to get wickets. And sometimes, you know, in Hayden Walsh coming back to the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, I don't think he's been managed properly by some of the captains based on the field placing. I can see Raheem Cornwall earlier clock has put in some protection for him, because every now and again the spinner tends to drag one of those deliveries down.
Exactly. Yeah, the hardest art in the game. So as you say, Bernard, that you need that repetition. You need to be playing. You need to be bowling.
So he started with a maiden, and at lunch, the West Indies Academy, they are 36 for 3 at lunch, and they'll feel very, very, very disappointed. Teddy Bishop, as he walks across, he's still fuming about that decision, and he maybe wants to have a few words maybe with Jamal Hamilton to say, listen, I didn't play that ball. But that is history. 36 for 3. Rivaldo Clark is on 13 not out, and Carlin Boyne Tuckett is on 1 not out.
Yes, and they trail by 322 after dismissing the Leeward Islands in the first hour of play today on day 2 here at Coolidge for 358 in their first innings. So the West Indies Academy trail by 322. Lunch on day 2, 36 for 3. And we'll be back in around 35 minutes with all the action from the second session on day 2.
Yeah.
2024, the year of Amir Django. 500 runs in the first class season, most runs at this year's Super 50. Now he finds himself sitting here in St. Kitts ahead of the One Day International Series. Amir, this must be special. What makes it special to wear that emblem?
It's everything I've dreamed of. Obviously, growing up, the only reason I started playing cricket was watching West Indies cricket. So a dream come true, and I just can't wait to get going.
Take me back to your past. Growing up in Trinidad, who did you idolize? You're obviously left-handed. There's a very great left-handed to come from Trinidad and the West Indies. Who are some of the key figures in inspiring Amir Django?
Obviously, definitely the great Brian Lara. I remember I have some pictures at home growing up, just going to watch Brian Lara batting in nets at the Oval. I always used to go watch him on matches that he played. And obviously, as my career went on growing up, I absolutely idolized Kumar Sangakkara and Quinton de Kock, two special players that I have kind of replicated my game to, being a wicketkeeper batsman. But yeah, definitely at the top is Brian Lara.
And there it is. We got another 100 for Brian Lara.
Let's go back a bit. St. Kitts was actually a special place for you. Tell us why it's a special place.
Obviously, I started my career, my first class career playing for CCC, then Trinidad and Tobago, and then actually got contracted to Leeward Islands for a couple of years. So St. Kitts was my home for 2 years, for 2 seasons, and I think that's when my game drastically changed. I think I understood work ethic better. Working with Stuart Williams as our head coach, he really made me understand batsmanship and explaining batting to me more and understanding my game as well.
And when I look back at your career, right, 9 years ago you played your first professional game. You've been in a West Indies under 19 setup with guys that in this team, Casey Carty, Al Zari. What do you remember about those days?
Just having a lot of fun with them, to be honest. Obviously it was a special group of players. Those guys went on to win the World Cup. But yeah, funny enough, obviously playing for Leeward Islands, me and Casey, we have such a close relationship along with Al Zari as well. So being in this setup with these guys from under 19 level and meeting them here now, it's truly special.
Did the disappointment of not being in that final squad for that 2016 World Cup help drive you when you reflect?
Definitely. Obviously there's always disappointments along the path of being a professional sportsman. But obviously missing out on that World Cup, yeah, it did hurt a lot. But having said that, going to university and meeting up with Frederica, who's even a coach here now, it's really special because he's the one who saw me and got me into the CCC setup, and that carried on my district career and actually took my cricket to another level as well.
And let's talk now about this year, 2024, because life's changed for you. First of all, start of the year, as we said, maiden first class 100. Not only was it 100, a double 100.
There it is. That's his double 100. Amir Django pulling this one in front of square, past that man at mid-wicket, celebrates out there in the middle, takes his helmet off. Proud moment for the young man from Fatima College.
And then, of course, maiden list day 100 in this year's Super 50. What changed?
To be honest, there was just a big hunger for me. That really clicked in my mind. I was reaching a stage in my career now, 27 years old. I want to take my career to another level. And obviously, I didn't want to just be a first-class player, just a regional player. I want to be an international player. I want to represent West Indies. And the only way I could have done that was putting numbers on the board. I think before that first double century that I scored, I had like 490s in first-class cricket. And that was the change right there. I know I had to get that 100 mark, and luckily I did. And it went on to Super 50 as well. I know that once I have 2 good back-to-back tournaments, it'll put me in good stead to play for West Indies. So lucky enough I did that, and it's just about hard work, preparation.
I saw some pictures and remember watching live when you got that maiden list day 100. Tell us about the emotion you felt.
Really special, man. Obviously, I think a couple of games before I scored 96 against Leewards. Pretty disappointed with that. But obviously, everything in sports and in cricket is learning. And obviously, from scoring that 96, I knew when I reached in that position again that I would have made it count. So obviously, against Guyana, top bowling lineup as well. It wasn't the easiest of starts for me in that inning as well. Had some tough periods, but I fought through it. And lucky enough, I did get that century. But having that monkey off the back is a special feeling.
Let's talk about that crest. Now you're in the West Indies shirt. When you got the call, where were you?
I was actually not about to shower. I saw a strange number calling me, to be honest, and when I answered the call, then I saw the display picture, and I saw it was Darren Sammy, and then he told me that I was selected, and he saw me batting at the list level, and he was really impressed. And I think that after that, I just ran straight to my parents' room, and I told them the news, and it was such a special moment for us, and something I'll remember for the rest of my life, because this is just a dream come true for me.
I was just going to ask you, who was the first person you told when you got the news? What role has your parents played in your life?
They supported me throughout everything, and I owe everything to them, to be honest, my parents, because they're the ones who saw me through all the hard times and keep supporting me throughout.
Now, completely away from the cricket field, this man has another side to him. That is the social media side. He's one of the very few cricketers I know who have taken social media seriously.
Hey guys, so this is the day in the life of a professional cricketer during the month of Ramadan.
Before I even get into any detail, why? Why do you think social media is important?
To be honest with you, I think that it's branding, you know. Obviously, when you go out in public and being a public figure, playing cricket as a professional sport, people know you. So I think as though I use my social media to just actually show the public how I really am. And yeah, that's really it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy TikTok. I enjoy using Instagram as well. So yeah, it's all about just knowing, letting the public know how I really am as a person.
Roti.
Up
One.
top.
Oh, Roti can be one,
What do you mean?
Why you mad or?
Dog.
Polari. 7 or 6?
7.
7. Alright, there's your number 16. Wait, it's on your head. No more.
Chinese.
Is that sort of a good release to have fun off the cricket field and also help the bonding of the team?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, I think that's my role as well, not only just being a wicketkeeper batsman on the team, but always bringing that positivity, bringing that vibe to the team. And I think adding that to my teammates, and they really enjoy it as well. They open up, they're always open to it.
Which video stands out? Which one do you absolutely love? You always watch back a few times.
I think with the Red Force team, I did the lock screen. I wanted everyone to see how the wallpaper of the guys are on the phone. So I think that's the favorite one.
I saw that actually. That was fantastic.
Alright, what's your lock screen there? Jayden, what's your lock screen? Oh wow.
What do you want to learn the most being around an international setup for the first time?
I want to learn the most how to be consistent, to be honest, at this level. Obviously, to have a really good example in Sheikh Hope here, probably the best ODI cricket in the region, if not internationally as well. So I think having him around, I'll absolutely absorb all the information that I can get from him, batting-wise, keeping-wise as well. It's a brilliant role model to have in the team as well for me. So yeah, just to learn how to be a consistent player at this level.
Saw you batting, I think with KC as well, in the net on the first day of the tour. What was the intensity like?
It was crazy, to be honest. Looking up Jaden Seals as Harry Joseph running down at you at full speed. I'm always up for the challenge. I really enjoy it. But yeah, that was a crazy experience, but I really, really enjoy it. And obviously at this level, that's the norm now. So just about getting accustomed to it and enjoying every moment.
I heard they had a few words to say as well. Jaden, I know you're very close to. So how does that friendship evolve in the net and then almost go back to being friends outside of it?
It's crazy, man, because me and Jaden, we're really close off the field. But as soon as we step on the field with each other, we're always at it. It's always a battle. It's really good though because we test each other at a high intensity, and that's what you want in training, obviously. So it's really good.
Who wins more of the battles, you or him?
I'll say me, for sure.
When you look back on your career, maybe 10, 15 years, how would you like it to be remembered?
I'd like to be one of the best batsmen to come out of the region, to be honest. Obviously, it's a dream come true being at this level, but at the same time, I just want to keep taking my legacy more and more. This is just the beginning for me.
Why do you believe you can do it?
Because I feel as though I have that self-belief now. I think looking back, as you said, 10 years ago, the self-belief probably wasn't there as well. But as I said, like, something just clicked to me, and I just have that hunger now to go to the highest level, which I am now, but it's about dominating as well. So I firmly believe that I can do that. All about preparation, all about putting in the hard work, and as well as being a humble person as well.
The journey began in Trinidad, it stopped here in St. Kitts, went back to Trinidad, and look at life. Full circle, we're right back here at Warner Park. Amir, all the best. We're excited to see what you can produce and enjoy it.
Thank you very much, man. Appreciate it.
Cheers.
Deep expressions. He's got it. Dirty. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
This is the only cricket club I've ever represented. I started here 13, so I was in second year high school. As a young teenager, I was made to feel very welcome by some of the old stalwarts of my time. We're here, Alan Ray, Jackie Hendricks, so Jeffrey Dujon, Maurice Foster, just to name a couple. It's a club that had a rich sort of history of producing cricketers, but they really made a young teenager feel really welcome, and that was it really. Well, the first thing that you became very much aware of were the two boards that were in the bar, and one had the batting and bowling averages for the club going back to the 1930s. There were three boards. One had the international representatives, and one had the international representatives who were captains. After, 25 years, 30 years at the club, to have ticked all those boxes, I think, and the memories that came with it, mean a lot. There was a rich mix of sort of generations here, and all of them really made me feel welcome and were very helpful over different periods in my career. And then just what the facility represented, it was the international ground, and over time I just became very familiar with it. Every blade of grass, I knew the wicket inside out. The atmosphere here, even before these stands were built, was something that I was very much aware of, and it became part of the whole experience. A full house was just very loud, as any Caribbean full house can be. And I grew up experiencing the big crowds, even at regional level, to be honest. And the occasional club game, when Kingston played Michael Holding's Melbourne or Lawrence Rose, Kensington, you would see more people than you get for Test cricket now. And international games, it was fantastic. The noise, it was a little bit intimidating for those who didn't know it. But it was home for us, or for me anyway, and I thrived on it. I loved, you knew who the people were, what sort of instruments they were bringing on the day, and just the whole atmosphere. Having the Jamaican crowd come to support cricket was great as a youngster. I guess the first Test match here would have been, that I played, would have been against England.
Jimmy Adams, of course, is the local boy. He's a Jamaican. He looks pretty solid, though, doesn't he? Once again, it's another West Indian batsman who set out his stall to get onto the front foot wherever possible.
It was a really good occasion for me. You got performances in. I only got in because Hooper was injured, which was sort of like the story behind my first 9 or 10 Test matches. So thanks, Carl, I appreciate it. It was very late the night before the game that Hooper said he wasn't going to make it. So maybe that helped to control some of the nerves.
Oh, that's a glorious stroke as well. All timing from Jimmy Adams, so he gets into the act as well. And this crowd at Sabina Park is alive.
It was a good wicket, good batting wicket. We had a really good informed batting lineup. All left-handers, Arthurton, Lara, myself.
And he's got it.
He's got it this time. Murray's out of the blocks, and an excellent and invaluable 50 for Jimmy Adams and the West Indies.
You do it in front of your home crowd, to lift your bat for a Test 50 here, it was really, really special. I managed to get a 90-something. Disappointed I didn't get 100, but really happy to have gotten a score.
Well,
This is the time when if you're Jimmy Adams at the non-striker's end, your heart's in your mouth for a couple of balls, while Courtney Walsh has all the pressure. If you get out, you really have let your partner down.
Oh, that's close too. And out, yes! Steve Buckner confirms that Courtney Walsh has gone. It's the last West Indies wicket to fall. Jimmy Adams will have to trudge his way off this field. Satisfied he's done a fantastic job for the West Indies.
I hadn't played a test for 2 years. So, you know, in those days, the competition for places was really, really tough. So whenever you got the opportunity, you wanted to just keep reminding the selectors, you know, if there's a slot available, give it to me and don't pass it on to other guys who were, to be fair to them, Roland Hall, Shave, all of them were scoring runs. So it was important from that point of view to get runs as well. Would have been better if I got 100, but yeah, I'll take the 90. It could have been worse, you know.
You hadn't scored a test century up until then, but you went straight from Jamaica and you did get that first test 100.
Yeah, I got it in the second test in Guyana. Batted with Shiv for a good while in that. I think that was Shiv's first test match. And for me, it was good to finally get that load off my shoulders. You know, I knew what it felt like to wait a lot of years for the first class 100, and yeah, you'd been knocking around, you still weren't too sure about your spot in the team. So to get that 100, I was thinking, oh, well, even if Hooper came back, maybe there might be a place for both of us, which was significant for me.
He's never made a test 100, that's the key. He'll learn to relax. If he makes one, his second one will come easier.
That's it this time. Full toss from Salisbury. Adams puts it away. The first thing he acknowledges are his teammates in the dressing room. And a brilliant moment for Jimmy Adams. His first Test match 100, and it couldn't be more well deserved.
Let's fast forward some years now. You came back to Sabina in 1999 against a powerful Australia team. That turned out to be an historic victory. Talk to us about that match.
Well, first of all, context. We got skittled for 50 in Trinidad. Lara's neck is on the chopping block with the selectors on the board, and yeah, things weren't as great as they could have been. And I remember walking to the wicket, and the usual chit chat with me and Brian. We've been batted together for years, and so Pedro Collins had just got hit in his nuts, and he retired hurt, and it was in the morning, so we probably had maybe 80 overs left, and we literally just started counting down overs. So at the end of the over, Brian would say, right, Jimmy, we've got 79 left. And I would say, okay, we've got 62 left. I guess the underlying theme for both of us, you know, we're going into lunch, we've got 2 of us to lunch, and we just kept going. And I think both of us by then were old enough to realize when momentum was shifting. And yeah, pretty much between lunch and tea, we knew, we kept saying, you know, if we are here in 8 overs time, we'd have really taken this game away, and we kept going and we kept going.
No ball, smacked down to the long on boundary for 4 runs.
Lovely shot. Found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. Nice placement. And they'll come back 4-3. Good 15 for Jimmy Adams, a claim for him now on his home ground here at Sabina Park.
Lovely shot, beautifully played by Lara.
He's hoisted up, down towards Lawan, into the mound stand. That'll go for another 4. Brian Lara in full flow, moves into the 90s.
What Brian did was special, to be honest. I don't think anybody can understand or appreciate the kind of pressure he was under, just generally going into that series, first of all, and then that game. Selfishly, to have gotten the bird's eye view of the innings at the other end was just the best seat in the house. I mean, I've seen Brian play some magnificent innings, right? But some of them, I didn't spend as much time with him in the middle as I did on that one. So to have been 22 yards or 20 yards away and sort of been a part of it.
150 not out. Well played by the West Indian captain.
It was a huge day for West Indies cricket. We desperately needed something coming off the South Africa series and then that first test loss in Trinidad. So Yeah, I mean, the greatness of a brand, what can I say? And yeah, to be there and then to get that view of the innings was superb.
There it is. He's whipped it past mid-on, and Matthew Elliott's got to beat a lot of people helping him field the ball. So the umpire will give him 4 runs.
The 200 for where we and he was at that point in time, that week, he had momentum going to Barbados. He had nothing coming into Jamaica. And for anybody under that kind of strain to produce what he produced in the way in which he did it, like, he just dominated and from the whole day. And yeah, you're at the next end, I'll take the crumbs off the table, I'll be fine, you know what I mean? But it was great. It was great week for us here, and yeah, the crowd here was unbelievable as well. We always talk about the crowd at Sabina Park, but it was a full Sabina Park, and it just, you couldn't get away from the atmosphere that the crowd created here. It's fantastic. Coming back to Sabina Park a year after that as captain was very special for many reasons. One, to captain the West Indies obviously was a great honour for me, but to get the chance to do it here at home, where I'd learned the game at Sabina Park, which was my own club, and you literally could pick out hundreds of faces in the crowd that you knew personally going back many years. And I remember batting, friends of mine saying, Jimmy, you must have set some world record to bat 3 days for 100.
He's got it. Barely. Jimmy Adams finally gets 100. It's been a long, epic struggle for the West Indies captain.
Yeah, it was just getting a test 100 as captain at home at your club ground. Yeah, I had some champagne after the game. To me, it doesn't get much better than that. Courtney Walsh breaking a world record in the same game.
Message being sent to Courtney Walsh there. Patience does it, Cuddy. Of course, he can't afford to be too patient. Only 2 wickets left.
It was getting to a point where I needed to take him off. And I was like, Courtney, and he kept saying, one more skip, one more. And it was starting to drag on. I was like, listen, I might have to make a call here. I was the most relieved person when he got it, because I was thinking people were going to say, Jimmy, you're captaining this thing just for your friend and all the rest of it.
You can tell how keen he is just to finish off this innings, to get this wicket. Take on, that's it. Courtney Andrew Walsh is now Test cricket's leading wicket taker. The West Indians surround him on the field.
There's this picture of Wavell Hines like hugging Courtney or almost lifting Courtney off the ground. And Wavell is a generation behind me, but yet Courtney had literally raised all of us, right? His mum had looked after us. If there were nights when we didn't have food or we were struggling, if we needed kit, he would bring kit back for the lads. And there was so much love for him.
There is no more admired cricketer in the game today than Courtney Walsh.
You can see what Courtney meant even to that young generation. Some of them from Jamaica, some of them weren't, but he's always had that effect on people because he's a giver, and he gives of himself, and he loves people, and yeah, it was just it was great feeling, and great to be involved in it as well. So much happened in that game. But that's why we play sport, isn't it? You carry those memories for life. I mean, if I was young enough, I'd be playing now, but it's why we play sport.
West Indies captain Jimmy Adams, who himself will remember this day for a long time for his personal achievement early in the day in scoring his 6th Test 100.
That week would still be one of the highlights of my career, with all that happened while we were here that week against Zimbabwe.
End of it, all over. West Indies have won by 35 runs. Zimbabwe are all out for 63. And Jimmy Adams, in his first Test match as West Indies captain, has led his team, which has pulled off a quite astonishing victory.
The funniest moments here at Sabina Park, Franklin Rose getting upset in a first-class game, kicking a chair and breaking his toe, couldn't bowl for the rest of the game. It was like really rosy. Like, you know, in a Jamaica team where stuff like that, you don't get away with it. Lashed out this great kick, the chair went flying, and then in 2-2s we see the foot in a cast. And at Test level, I can't go into detail, but let's just say, funny, Curtly Ambrose, enough said.
As we embark on the 2025 edition of the West Indies Championship, I want to extend my best wishes to all the teams, players and support staff as they prepare for what promises to be an exciting and competitive season. This year holds special significance as we celebrate 60 years since the West Indies Championship was first held, then known as the Shell Shield. Over the past 6 decades, the tournament has been the bedrock of cricket development in our region, producing legends who have graced the international stage and inspired countless fans. It continues to serve as a crucial platform in our pathway for the growth of first-class cricketers and for building resilience and refining skills for the international arena. The 2025 championship introduces several innovative elements aimed at enriching the experience for players and fans alike. From the use of Kookaburra balls and the inclusion of pink ball day-night fixtures to the reintroduction of first innings points in drawn matches, we are committed to broadening the challenges faced by our players. These measures are designed to simulate the diverse conditions they will encounter on the international stage, building their adaptability and mental toughness, considering the ultimate quest to improve the standard of our Test cricket. The teams will once again battle for the prestigious Head the Week's trophy with the added incentive of an attractive prize purse of US $250,000 for the champions and US $100,000 for the runners-up. The 2025 West Indies Championship also precedes an 8-team series at home against South Africa and the start of a new World Test Championship cycle with a home series against Australia. We are thrilled about the continued participation of the West Indies Academy and the combined campuses and colleges, which reinforces our commitment to expanding opportunities for the emerging talent and the student athletes respectively. This tournament is a celebration of the passion, talent and legacy of West Indies cricket. As the championship takes place across 7 host countries, I encourage fans to come out and support their teams or tune into the live streaming on the Windies Cricket YouTube channel. Your energy and encouragement means everything to the players and contribute to the vibrant spirit of West Indies cricket. So, may this season be filled with thrilling performances, new milestones, and the discovery of future stars. The West Indies Championship, where legends are made.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Coolidge Cricket Ground, home of Cricket West Indies. It's the luncheon interval session and we have play just about to resume. The West Indies Academy trailing by 322 runs. I'm Vernon A. Springer. My team today as part of the 360 production crew is Mali Richards and Terry Laraja. 36 for 3, 10 overs been bowled. Just to give you an update in terms of what happening around the region. Jamaica 337 all out. Jermaine Blackwood scoring 109. His third at this level in the professional setup. No, just giving a round up, Mali. In under the professional setup. Under the professional setup from 2014 to now. Windward Islands in a bit of a trouble, 55 for 2. Terry, we're back with the action here. Louis looking to get his 150th wicket at this level. The first class arena. This competition under the professional setup and the franchise level would have started way back in 2014. Good afternoon, Terry.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. See what we can make of this second session. If the West Indies Academy need to buckle down here and try and form a partnership.
I think this partnership is also going to be vital. Moving forward.
Glides nicely down to the third man area. Picked up just inside the rope. 2 more to Clark. He's looked very positive since he's come to the crease.
Ghana, Happy Eagles at lunch. They were 92 for 1. Did indicate that Windward Islands, and Terry, you were talking about the women's team who won out last evening.
Yeah, they rolled over Bangladesh quite comfortably. 201 for 6 they got off their 20 overs on the Warner Park pitch. Kiana Joseph. Again, that's peeled off the outside edge, but all the way along the ground, and this time it will reach the rope down the third man area. So 4 more to Clark. He moves on to 19. And the score is 38 for 3.
Yeah, so...
No, 42, sorry. 42 for 3.
Getting ahead of yourself, Terry.
Getting behind.
Ghana.
Compliments, though. Kudos to the scoreboard attendants. Hard work, that, Vernon, standing out in the blazing sun all day.
Ghana putting up a real action-packed 92 for 1. Tej Ryan Chandapal is on 31. Raymond Perez is on 20. Barbados, that's a massive score. 346 all out.
Yeah, 346 in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They were all out on the first day yesterday. Yeah, so West Indies women won that match convincingly, and unassailable 2-0 lead in the 3-match series. The final T20 will be played on Friday evening, again in St. Kitts.
But we got to seriously address the concerns of women's cricket in the Caribbean. A lot of work based on what we saw coming out of the under-19s in the World Cup. I think we need a caravan. We need to get our best coaches around and really come up with a comprehensive plan for the women's cricket. I'm still in favor, Terry, of us not maybe having, maybe get the 60 best women between the ages of 15 to maybe 35 in a franchise setup around the region. Maybe put them on a pilot program for at least 2 years.
Yeah, well, you'd suggest that something needs to be done. The under-19s only winning 1 match, and that was against the hosts, Malaysia, who failed to chalk up a victory. in that under-19s World Cup. However, though, Shane Dates, the West Indies women's head coach, seems to be using his contacts, though, how he sent Antigua and Barbuda's own Shanisha Hector and a few others to Tasmania for her coaching and playing with a bit of experience. But as you say, the grassroots level, you need to go around, identify the talent. Although there's was it 10 of them, 10 or 12 of them, I think, inducted into the West Indies Academy here at Coolidge. They're not living here as these their male counterparts are, but a lot more training going on, or coaching going on in their own various territories.
So we have Colin Archibald starting after lunch. Cornwall opting for an all-pace attack.
Yeah, just the one over for Hayden Walsh Jr. before the break, for the luncheon break. Back to the seamers straight up after. Leeward's be looking to drive home the initiative here. 44 for 3 and reply to 358 that Leeward's put on the board. Ooh. Got that through all the way to the fence. Again, outer portion of the bats, but all the way along the ground.
Why are we bowling? Kind of just looking at the field placing. I'm trying to figure out.
Shifted. Or Hamilton wants it shifted.
I don't know. I think we just have to be patient enough. I find Penny Feather at short extra cover. I'm not too maybe in favor of that. I think the ball is going to peel off and it really would go into that area, anywhere between the gully and backward point area.
Yeah, there's a big gap between the third slip and the backward point. So you might be better off having that short extra cover in the gully, as you suggested, Vernon.
I think Cornwall is sensing that if his team can pick up Rivaldo Clark and Callum Boyne Tuckett, it now exposes Joshua Bishop and company to come in. So already got three of the top players, including the captain Teddy Bishop and company. If he could maybe Callum Boyne Tuckett, he scored easily some important runs last season, and he knows that if he can pick up him along with Rivaldo Clark, he's in the conversation.
Yeah, most definitely. Big partnership required between these two.
Just rehearsing there and looking at that shot played by Callum Boyne Tuckett. That ball seemed to have hustled him. You can just get a replay there. Just have a little breakdown there.
Yeah, come on to him a bit quicker than he thought.
Only that too. I don't think he was balanced at the crease. That right foot was just planted. Didn't go back and across deep enough into the crease to punch the ball. And he's got to be careful because just a while ago, Archibald is trying to turn him around, square him up, even how he played that delivery there. It's has to hold his shape and make sure that he doesn't get nicked off. Cornwall or Walsh, Hamilton pick him up.
Yeah, they just split the slips fielders, so they've gone back to 2 slips in the gully. Archibald round the wickets. End of the over. 48-4-3. What's the follow on these days? Still 150?
I think so.
So they'll be looking at 208.
Yeah, I have to maybe go to the playing conditions. I think it just might be.
Yeah. I haven't heard it being changed.
I think they're maybe not thinking about that right now. They're thinking that they're going to compete. Colin Bowen Tuckett can get a big score here, big 100.
I wasn't thinking of them, though, Vernon. I was thinking of Rakim.
You were?
Mm.
Okay.
Jeremiah Louis from the northern end, 2 slips in a gully.
Searching for his 150th wicket. Yeah, no ball. So the bug seemed to have also caught Louis.
Yeah, I think that's his second for the day.
You mean his third?
Third. Advancing there, though, Clark played it nicely into the mid-wicket area for a single.
It's a balanced field. This is trying to get somebody to bowl to a 7-2 field. Louis is in ducking the ball. You got to give him protection. And I think that sometimes we just have to be patient.
Driven nicely, but well fielded in his follow-through by Louis. 50 up for West Indies Academy. 50 for 3 in the 13th over. Valdo Clark's moved on to 22 off the 20 deliveries he's faced, and Colin Bowen Tuckett is on 5. Looking to resurrect this West Indies Academy innings. Louis in again to Bowen Tuckett. Played up on the offside to mid-off, no run. Louis just searching for his 150th, but just keeping a good line and length at the moment. Trying to bring a couple of slips fielders into play. It's well watched. Wider delivery outside off stump. Shoulders, arms does Bowen Tuckett. Lets it through to the keeper, no run. To show some discipline, some patience here. The young academy boys try and grind it out. Bowen Tuckett waits for Jeremiah Louis. Full pitch delivery, driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. So 3 wickets to fall, a terrible mix-up with Justin Jagasan and Akeem August. They both ended up at the bowler's end. August was run out. Off a no ball. That's a peach of a delivery there by Jeremiah Louis. A bounce lifted, flashed past the outside edge of Bowen Tuckett, and he survives. A carry once again through to keeper Jamar Hamilton.
.50 for the academy, coming off some 77 balls, 60 minutes, 5 fours, in over 12.1 as compared to the Leeward Islands, 71 balls, 54 minutes, 8 fours, 9.2 overs.
Punch to backward point, and they sneak a single, and another no ball.
It's going to be the 6th and the 4th to Jeremiah Louis. 6 for the day. We get to see the positioning of that last shot there played by Colin Bowen Tuckett. Look to see if he used the depth of the crease.
Rivaldo Clark now waits for Louis. And defended to end the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy in reply to Leeward Islands Hurricanes 358. 52 for 3 with Rivaldo Clark on 22. Colin Bowen Tuckett on 6.
Yeah, it's the West Indies Championship. It's a 4-day starting off the 2025 regional campaign. $250,000 at stake for the winner. And the last time a franchise collected that check, it was Guyana. They seem to have a knack as to how to win the 4-day championship. But it did go down to the final round of matches in 2024. Will it be the same in 2025?
Archibald continues, flashing outside off stump. There's Bowen Tuckett, no edge though. Continuing around the wicket to the right-handed batsman. The ball to angle in.
So remind you, in case you've just tuned in, whether via the social media, viewing us or listening via the radio, Leeward Islands bowler for 358. Which means that there are some 75 overs remaining in the day's play.
Got a chat out there by Leeward Islands Hurricanes players to drive home this initiative. A good ball by Archibald, but well played by Bowen Tuckett. Been some good cricket though, Vernon, over the last day and a bit. The West Indies Academy boys just need to keep their concentration levels up.
The only thing missing is that we didn't see a century.
No,
Jermaine Blackwood making well, we've always had 50s. We know we've got to convert those half centuries into big hundreds. That's, sometimes I wonder if these guys love to bat. Gotta spend some time at the crease. See, even when Colin Bowen Tuckett has just rehearsed the shot there, Terry, he just, his right foot just went across and not back. Gotta get in the depth of the crease so you can be able to assess the length of the delivery. Most people will tell you that they're moving their right foot, the right foot moves across. You know? Early days yet. This partnership is going to be a very important partnership for the West Indies Academy. 19 from 34. And you'll have to consider these two in the middle order of the Academy as seniors. Maiden over by Colin Archibald. 1 for 26 from his 6. Some 14 overs bowled with 52 for 3 on the card.
Yes, there's very little movement on Bowen Tuckett's back leg or right leg there.
Leeward Islands in a bit of a tangle. They're 68 for 4.
That's cracked through the mid-wicket region.
In fact, he advanced in Rivaldo Clark.
Yep, picked that one up early.
Gotta have a balanced feel. I know you want to have, fashionable fields, and you want to bowl 7-2, but you gotta look at the bowlers that are around you. Give them some protection. Louis gets the ball to induck. You gotta give him that sort of protection. Now this is a more balanced field for Jeremiah Louis. It's better.
He's looking good though, Clark, but yeah, now that it's a 6-3 field.
Ghana Happy Eagles, 98 for 1. They trail by some 248 in that contest. 4 matches, 4 first class, 4-day matches, red ball cricket taking place in the Caribbean. He's an LBW candidate.
I think he must have got an edge on that one.
That's what Louis has to do. He has to bowl the ball straight.
Yeah, with the extra fielder on the onside is allowing him to do that now.
You can just look at it, Terry. See, his right foot not going anywhere. It's just there. You gotta get deep. Gotta get back and across. And it's kind of confusing me. As batsmen, you gotta be balanced at the crease.
Yeah, caught right on the crease that time. Cut back sharp. Delivery by Louis. Again, right up there, but defended by Clark.
Jim, a different value this. Penny ticket? 7 penny? Take me his straight drive anytime you mean on. Fuck.
Jamal Hamilton, top scoring for the Leeward Islands. 81, 154 balls, 229 minutes. 11 fours. Missed out and scoring a big 100. Just too easy. Somebody's sleeping there. Can't get a single there. Callum Boyne reacted late. And I just think that the angles, the cover fielder has to be to his right, Terry.
Mm-hmm.
Look like Joshua Grant. He was more going to his left, really. Needs to go on his stronger side so he can react. Run in. If that was Atherton, you'd be in trouble. You'd be run out.
If it was out, it'd only be out, yeah.
I'm asking you. Anything within those areas there, and it was amazing when you saw Atherton and Logie and those guys in and Roger Harper.
Mm-hmm.
The areas that they covered was just massive. Anything within that 20-meter radius, 10 or 15 on their left or right, it belongs to them.
Definitely.
And you're in trouble.
A little bit. Yeah, right there.
Hamilton just adjusting
but
Dean Henry to come closer into the eye line of the batsman. Probing over once again by Jeremiah Louis.
Yeah, trying to get Callum Boyne Tuckett to fall over. Yes, that's why they would have placed that fielder right there.
No, they did cover a huge amount of real estate.
And it was
had
to
the
do with
anticipation also.
Yeah, that's what it was. Because you have to know the areas. I mean, even these days, Jerry, one of the things which I find the spin bowlers are bowling, and they're not feeling to their own bowling.
Right.
It's just like they expect the mid-on and the mid-off. In the days of Derek Parry and Lance Gibbs and Roger Harper and those great spinners for the West Indies, they'd run you out. I mean, even people like Gishard and Parry in those times, even Willett.
Right.
You play the ball in a particular area, those guys are going to run you out. Or they're going to stop the ball. I heard many stories. Sometimes when you listen to Sir Clive Lloyd, if new spinners came through on the region, those guys would hit the ball back to you ferociously to see if you can catch. You wanted to damage your fingers.
Right.
So many spinners during that time, their hands, they got their fingers broken.
Right, true, yeah. Come back like a train.
Those guys would hit it back ferociously at you.
Deliberately.
So it either had to stick or it's going to drop.
Stick or break. But now it's like they're in shock. If the ball comes back to them, they're not anticipating, they're not waiting for it at all.
And it's happening at all levels, Terry. Under 15, under 17, under 19. It's just like a bad habit. And I think it has to do with the culture of the coaches. Because the coaches have to instill that discipline that, hey, you're a fielder, stop the ball.
Right, yeah.
I think it's some of the training methods that we're seeing now. I've seen players come out to field now and they've got on gloves. You couldn't have on gloves with Ralston Otto, the late Ralston Otto as coach. You got to catch the ball. Even looking at some of them youngsters, sometimes they look like they don't enjoy fielding.
Very true.
Yeah,
that nice single.
That man has to be, that cover has to be, got to get the alignments right, the angles. Teddy Bishop is also having an issue. I see Raheem Cornwall also trying to work the scenario out. Cameron Pennyfeather, where he is, he's not going to stop a single, so he needs to get in closer, maybe even get up into that area.
Yeah, he's rather deep there, the cover region. But also with the spinners these days, they don't get back to the stumps to receive a return.
They stand in front of the stumps and then try to pass the ball
flick
on.
it. Yeah.
I know that the fundamentals of the game remain the same, right?
Right. Okay.
Get over the stumps.
Exactly.
It remains the same. Yeah, you got to show me the data where you're supposed to stand in front of the stump. This has been a good spell here from Colin Archibald. Just needs to be able to now have the craft and the skill to be able to bring that delivery back in, to give both Clark and Tuckett, to let them know that, listen, I can bring this one back. It's just holding its own, because he's a natural left-hander. But he has to produce that magical ball now that he can get the ball to induct into the right-handers. And that's a lot of skill that he has to put in the work in the off-season. Almost looked like he tried there, but it just held its own.
Interesting, though, and a good over again by Colin Archibald. 60 for 3, West Indies Academy at the end of the over. Interesting, though, Vernon, that he picked up the wicket coming over the wicket to the right hand. I picked it up. LBW wanted to duck back in to Justin Jagasar. But since lunch, he's persisted with left arm round the wicket to the two right-handers. And as you say, it's just holding its own. He's bowling well, but it's just holding its own, allowing the batsman to leave a lot of deliveries.
I'm looking here at the last year's performance. Daniel Durham is not started this game for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. And from 7 matches last year, he bowled 239.5 overs, 66 maidens, 588 runs, and he had 29 wickets. Now, if he's not in this bowling lineup now with Alzari Joseph due to come back, it means that there's going to be pressure on a couple of players by the time the big guns come back.
Definitely. Most definitely. I was surprised he's not in the starting 11 for this first match here at Coolidge. He was on fire last year, but very, very well. It's a lot of bounce, the height, from his height.
The Leewards, instead of going for Kadeem Henry, who can bowl off spin and also who can bowl leg spin, they've gone for Hayden Walsh, who is the vice captain in this team. Well, we know of Cornwall's exploits. Cornwall last season would have picked up some 32 wickets, 235 overs, 53 maidens, 690 runs. The best of 6 for 61. It's going to be important to see what sort of ploy Cornwall comes up with, because Pennyfeather, he's continuing where Louis left off from the CIU road end. And you got Walsh, you got, by the body language, I could see maybe Walsh maybe coming from the media center in here, which means that Cornwall at some point in time is going to have to bowl. Which end is going to be critical? He's out caught. And Pennyfeather strikes again, loose shot.
He'd be disappointed.
By Rivaldo Clark.
Yeah.
That is a nothing delivery.
Short wide outside off stump, slashed at it, and all he could do was tickle it through to the safe hands of Jamar Hamilton, but no footwork again.
See what I'm talking about, Terry?
Yep.
He's off balance, right?
Almost reaching for it.
Yeah, but because the right foot got to come
Doesn't
across.
move.
Now, if his right foot had got deep, Terry, he'd have been able to play an uppercut with that delivery, and the ball would have gone over third man for 4.
Yep.
But he was away from the ball, which means that his alignment of his eyes, he was never in position.
No, he just saw a short wide delivery and thought, here's my chance, but not in control whatsoever.
Batting is balance, and the players have to be balanced at the crease. There are just some fundamentals about batting. You got to be as comfortable. You got to pick up the alignment of the ball. You got to see the ball. It's not a T20 game. It's cricket. So you have to apply the basics.
So Mahendra Dindal walks to the crease to join Carlenbaugh and Tuckett. West Indies Academy losing their fourth, 61 for 4 now. And Cameron Pennyfeather in his second over has got the figures of 2 for 4. He'll be disappointed with that, Clark. Or he should be disappointed because he was looking good. He got a start. And West Indies Academy would have been looking at him to build their innings around the loss of the early wickets. But not to be. And now Pennyfeather's got his tail up. Bringing in an extra slip by the look of it, taking out the mid-wicket.
Louis gets a promotion.
2 slips, 2 gullies now for Dinya. Down the leg side, great take there by Jamar Hamilton.
Now that's the overcompensation for moving Louis from that short mid-wicket area. You know, Cornwall is now forcing him now to bowl to a 7-2 field. If you're getting the ball to in swing, and you need that protection. You need that
extra fielder on the on.
Yeah, just to be able to just stay there within. Hayden Walsh maybe just indicating that to Raheem. Cornwall has got other ideas.
Oh, driven off the inner portion of the bat.
Get that man. Just put that man right in there. Maybe even, if that's the situation, take out Joshua Grant and put him over in that side if you maybe want to have 2 slips and 2 gullies. Colin Boyne Tuckett is on 7.
Wrapped on the punt, but going down leg, and I'll take a leg by. Interesting though, 2 slips, 2 gullies. They're obviously during the practice match between these two teams saw something in Dinyal. But I'm not sure I like the gaps though, Vern.
Well, that game was played at Ball Beef in Liberta. We're now playing at Coolidge. And the ball tends to nip around here at Coolidge. So if it tends to nip around at Coolidge, it means that you just need some protection for the bowler. Because if you don't get that sort of protection, then you're going to overcompensate yourself by trying something different. Cameron Pennyfeather is an in-swing bowler. So you want to give him that protection.
Right, yeah.
Not like we in England, so you're going to have the ball darting around so that you can come up with a 7-2 feel. You know, our bowlers in the Caribbean are maybe sometimes just not that consistent and patient enough. Archibald is back. But at least you can see Denhall trying to get forward.
That was a better stride forward, yeah. He came
There's
in, met the
big,
ball well.
There's a bigger approach there. You could see him as compared to, you know, his other counterparts who are hanging around. So technically, I like this from the young man. I like his approach.
Archibald maintaining it around the wicket. 2 slips in the gully, backward point. Oh, it beats him, beats everybody. Cut back a long way, that one.
And if Hamilton didn't get there, then you know that did a whole lot.
Did a whole lot, and he's signaling 4 runs.
It would have been a magnificent catch if he'd come up with that.
Absolutely.
I think that cut him all in half. Did he play that, or that came off the pad?
I thought it come off the pad, but I didn't see a signal from the umpire.
The umpire, he signaled runs, but
runs.
that to me looked like leg buys, but I'm not in the position of Christopher Scott, so I'll keep quiet.
So 66 for 4, Dinyal's off the mark with a boundary. Oh, and again, he almost chopped that one back on. So after taking a good stride to the first delivery, the next 2 have beaten him all ends up.
Yeah, but it's also it's going to be a worry, Terry, for any batsman. If you're a right-hander, again, the movement from Dinyal is he's not getting deep. You see, he's practicing. His right foot is really, he's just comfortable to where he is. You have to get deep. You technically have to defend that castle. He's rehearsing. You see where the bat is coming from, Terry?
Right.
It's almost like coming from over first slip.
Yep.
He's looking at it again on the non-striker's end as he's rehearsing. Colin Tuckett. Nice straight bat.
Yeah,
he would have faced Archibald a number of times in Nevis. They would have gone into fierce competitions in the nets, in games, like situations, preparation for Nevis as well. Something makes Colin Archibald feel that, listen, I just think that I can prize him out. Pressure here on the West Indies Academy team.
Shot.
Beautiful shot. Found the gap. Colin Boyne Tuckett. Good stride. Didn't overhit it and just stroked it along the carpet for 4.
Beautiful shot. Fuller delivery that by Archibald, and he just let it come to him. Played it beautifully. He's a fighter though.
He's a good cricketer.
Tuckett, yeah.
He's a good cricketer. He's an investment at West Indies from the under-19 level. He was the Leeward Islands winning captain that won the 4-day, the 3-day competition under-19. So he's got some leadership qualities as well, Colin Boyne Tuckett.
He moves on to 11, and the score 71 for 4.
They've just lost wickets. 1 for 9, 2 for 14, 3 for 33, 4 for 61. And they've not been able to string any partnerships at all so far. And every time it looks as if they're getting a partnership, they've lost a wicket. Rivaldo Clark will be very disappointed when he looks back at the replay at the end of the day in terms of how he got out.
Yeah, most definitely. Not in control of the shot of ball that he could have very, very easily left alone. It was very wide outside the off stump, but his eyes lit up. Bit of extra bounce, caught the top edge, straight through to Hamilton. And that was all she wrote.
Antigua and Barbuda mourning the loss of Lionel Errol Samuel, one of the top golfers in the Oasis and the region. He's been laid to rest today here in Antigua and Barbuda. So the golfing fraternity, the sporting fraternity on a whole in Antigua and Barbuda, will be turning out for that funeral. Taking place in the St. Peter's area in Parham Town. Born on the September 23rd, 1941, and passed away on December 23rd, 2024. And even at his, during that time, Terry still was an active golfer.
Okay, that's good effort.
Life is just really a journey, and as they would say, cricket is life.
Life is cricket. Penny feather. Good line, good length. Probing that corridor of uncertainty there, but Daniel forward in defence.
When you're talking about life, Terry, you never stop learning, because life never stops teaching you. And so it is going to be very important for the modern day cricketers to be able to understand the game. Talk to some players who would have been there, done it. Go have some conversations with them. Find out how you can be able to adapt your game, change your mindset, your preparation. There's so much cricket around these days. And as you know, Mali always says, sometimes with the amount of cricket, can you keep up? Do you keep up, Terry?
Exactly. Well, with what I want to watch, yeah.
Inside edge, yeah.
Yeah, bottom edge of the bat, and it's going to roll into the fine leg boundary for another fortuitous boundary for Daniel. He'll take them all.
Yeah, he's having a little torrid time here. Having a conversation with Colin Boyne Tuckett. I think he might be making his first class debut as well too. Just needed to check that out just to make sure.
Daniel, you mean?
Yeah.
I think he's played a couple, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, we'll check it out. That's why we have Google.
That's in the air, but well over cover. Rolling out towards the boundary. Picked up now, and the batsmen take a comfortable 2. So Daniel moves into double figures. He goes on to 11, and the score is 77 for 4.
Yeah, so I was right. He is making his debut.
His debut? Okay.
Yeah, he's just 20 years old. They got quite a number of debutants on this West Indies Academy team as well too. Is it time for the Raheem Cornwall?
Looks so. So Hayden Walsh Jr. just got the 1 over before the luncheon interval, and now it's the captain himself, Big Jim. This will be interesting.
I would have maybe gone back for, I would have given Colin one more.
Yeah, well, especially the last over that Archibald bowled. He had Daniel in the spot of bother, but nevertheless, it's Cornwall played up to mid-on. There's no run. 77 for 4. Colombo and Tuckett is on strike. He's on 11. Daniel has joined him on 11. And that's lifted out into the mid-wicket region. Fielder on the boundary, looks like Forbes. Restricts the scoring to just 1, so 78 for 4.
Jagasa, also one of the players making his first class debut, played a couple of list A games, but he made his debut as well too in this game, first class debut. Justin Jagasa, 20 years of age too, quite a young man.
Yeah, some young ones around.
He's from Trinidad and Tobago, bright future ahead of him. I think I first would have seen Jagasa when they had the preparation of the under 19 here. I think they had a lot of players here. Marley and myself, Terry, you remember we would have covered that?
Yeah, that's correct.
That's where we saw the likes of Rivaldo Clark and so many players, McKinney, Nathan Edwards, Jaden Carmichael, Onaji Amory. Yeah, they all came through in that period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Rakeem Cornwall's first over has yielded a couple. Score in the meantime goes up to 80 for 4 of 20 overs.
Yeah, they've maintained a nice run rate of around about 4 and over. It's just the wickets falling pretty regularly here for the West Indies Academy. It's going to be Cameron Pennyfeather to continue from northern end. Bowling to Colombo and Tuckett with 2 slips and a gully. And he comes now to Tuckett. That's well watched, one left outside the off stump, through to the keeper, no run.
It's hitting the deck very, very, very hard.
Got a nice approach to the crease too.
Yeah, very athletic. It's really a went to the system, was played a little bit of cricket in Canada as well too. He's also got some Canadian citizenship with him.
And he seems to be in good rhythm today. He's one of the bowlers that hasn't overstepped.
Yeah. It's just quite amazing. He understands the assignment, Cameron Pennyfeather. He would have batted out there and he knows that, listen, if you come and you bowl wicket to wicket, these
big jams.
West Indies Academy batsmen, they are LBW candidates. They don't stride out, they just, walk across their crease. You just got to get the ball to nip away. Induck.
On ball.
It's forcing Tuckett.
At least he's making the batsman play almost every delivery, which is what you want. I think that's where West Indies Academy might want to have a look at their effort in Leeward Island's first innings, and I don't think they'll made the Leeward Islands batsmen play enough. It's well left. This Pennyfeather, though, he reminds me a bit of the way he's approached to the crease, and the rhythm that he displays reminds me a bit of Vasbert Drake's. Vernon.
Coming to you, Terry. Calling a big name there. Head coach of the Barbados Pride.
Mm-hmm. He's played that with some force through the mid-wicket area. Big chase for Kadeem Henry. Does well. Flicks it back. And good running. We'll see Bowen Tuckett pick up 3 to complete the over. So at the end of the over, West Indies Academy are 83 for 4. Bowen Tuckett is on 16 and Dinyal is on 12.
Still a young man, Colin Bowen Tuckett. 20 years of age. So I almost can say his cricketing career's just really started. But on debut last season, 2023. This is his 12th first-class game. Colin Bowen Tuckett, before this, 463 runs with 2 half-centuries. So he's prepared to put in the work. Cornwall, Terry.
This is the danger. Cornwall gets into his work. Short leg slip in place.
Staying very low to the ball, Colin Bowen Tuckett. Just would like to see him just kill that ball in front of him, like a Victor Eddy.
Mm-hmm.
He's still going hard. If you're playing the spin, if you're defending, you're defending. Nice use of the feet there.
Yeah, goes out to square leg region for a single. That's what you like to see, though. At least the attempt of using their feet to the spinners.
With Cornwall bowling such a heavy ball, you want to be able to kill the ball in front of you. Again, Dinal is still looking to go hard. Played it along the turf. Joel Andrew. Like he didn't want to dirty up his Leeward Island flannels. He's trying to be a nice fancy boy there. Jamal Hamilton just reminding him, come on, we got a laundry. Dead ball signal because
just
Hamilton bringing up Louis into the mid-on area. Yeah. When he gets there, Terry, I'd just like to see him just kill the ball. Just stop it with his top and right in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful shot.
Gone for that.
Beautiful shot. He didn't complete the shot there. He just sort of chipped it. He could have gone through. He got there. That's nice use of the feet. He just needs to finish that and dispatch that. Put the pressure back on Cornwall.
Yep.
We have a water break.
He got there very nicely with a good use of the feet. Over Louis at mid-on, so he's gone on to 19. At the end of the over, 87 for 4.
But I like this intent from Colin Bowen Tuckett to Cornwall. He's not showing that he's not going to hang around. He's going to use his feet, and that's a good sign of the progression.
Pennyfeather will continue, and they've gone back to 2 slips and 2 gullies for Dinyal down the leg side.
Daniel Durham has just come on for Jeremiah Louis, who's maybe just gone to get a change of shirt, a change of boot, something. I'm glad I'm not a selector for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes going forward for the next 6 games.
Most definitely, with the caliber of player coming back into the squad.
Really glad that I'm not a selector.
It's a good shot through the mid-wicket region by Daniel. Chase on again for Henry.
Gotta give him the support. You need 6-3 feel. This 7-2 feel, Rakim. Gotta give him that support.
He's listening this time, though. He's taken out one of the gullies. Looks like Andrew. Putting him into the mid-wicket region. So 2 slips, gully, backward point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. And that's in the air. Should be easy catch there for the mid-off fieldsman. Looks like Forbes. And another wicket to Pennyfeather. He's rolling through this academy team. He picked up his 3rd. Daniel goes. Poor shot. Threw the ball too early. Tried to hit it back over the bowler's head. It got high on the bat and simply lobbed to Forbes there in the mid-off position. West Indies Academy lose their 5th with just 89 on the board. Daniel goes for 15.
And the water break comes at a
opportune time to reassess things.
Joshua Bishop walking out to join Colin Boyne Tuckett. Back with the cricket action after the first water break. And Joshua Bishop, who's played some 14 first-class games, is quite capable. 467 runs to date. High score of 102, not out against Ireland. We witnessed that. Marley Richards and myself, in fact, we called that. He teed off. He's got 68 first-class wickets already, with the best figures so far of 7 for 85, 32.9, 32 overs, 9 maidens. And now he will have to come and put his hand up with the bat for the West Indies Academy here, but he's capable.
Just a resumption after the break. It's going to be Penny Feather once again. Bowls quite a heavy delivery. He's got a fantastic rhythmical style to his bowling. Played a few lofty cricket strokes as well. Lusty blows in that Leeward Islands Hurricanes first innings. Showing himself to be quite a valuable all-round cricketer. He's got 3 for 15 here.
Well, I can tell you one thing. Joshua Bishop is not going to hang around.
No, he's not. He's coming at number 7. We've seen his batting, as you was just saying, Vernon, just improve over the last few seasons. Saw his maiden first class 100 here.
Penny Feather, 3 for 15. He's into his 5th.
Thing here for Penny Feather is if he can just pick up a couple more wickets in a maiden 5 for. It's the end of that over. 89 for 5, the West Indies Academy. Just saying the few senior members of this Leeward Islands Hurricanes setup due to come back in next week. Penny Feather, 3 for 15. He's trying to make sure he's not one of these guys that possibly could get left out. And all you can do is putting performances. So far, he's done so. Even if he was to get left out next week, at least he showed what a valuable performer he can possibly be. Definitely he'll be around this setup for another few years at least.
Casey Carty, Justin Graves, and Mikael Louis due to join this Leeward Islands Hurricanes for a big game. It's a clash of the giants against the Jamaica Scorpions at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. Last time that those two teams met, Jermaine Blackwood got 100.
He got 100 today as well, didn't he? So
yes.
He's in good form. It's important that we have players like Blackwood, though, still playing in the regional 4. They have a lot of experience. They impart upon the younger members of the setup.
Here is Callum Boyne Tuckett just helping a loose delivery by Cornwall into the deep backward square leg boundary for 4. Cornwall kicking the dust because he knew he was poorly badly lined delivery.
Yeah, good shot that from young Bowen Tuckett. His batting as well has improved over the last couple of seasons as well.
Scoring over 300 runs last season.
Still just 20 years old.
Yeah, that's the importance. A young man. Like you heard the name for so long that you'll be like, he's been around, been there.
He hasn't yet picked up a first-class century, but he's got 2 first-class half-centuries, averaging just below 30 in his 11 first-class matches. Pretty decent start to a wicket-keeper batsman's career, I'd say. Once again, just hanging back to Rakeem Cornwall, this time accessing the offside. So his second boundary of the over, and he's looking to put big Rakeem under pressure here.
Playing with intent.
That's what you want to see.
And he got deep into the crease, that's what we was talking about, and stayed very close in picking up the line of the ball. And that way he was able to play the ball as late as possible to the backward point area.
They really sped away across this lightning quick outfield.
And he's shown already, Mali, that he's going to use his feet once Cornwall flights the delivery.
Something you don't see too much of from West Indian batters anymore in terms of tackling spin. Versus Pakistan recently, it was the lower order batters of Moti and Jamel Warrikan and Kamar Roach who actually were showing the way in which to tackle these off spinners on spinning tracks. Moti in particular looking to use his feet. Look, every inch the batsman on that tour. Also shows the value of just being cricketers as opposed to being pigeonholed into a particular role. Who would have thought that number 8, 9 and 10 would have led in terms of the run scoring in that series? It happened in 2 test matches. They led from the front in terms of the runs and the wickets.
I think that is something that shows you of how players have to look at their mindset, how they approach the cricket game. It doesn't matter the context. You can't just say, well, they've picked Mali Richards as a bowler.
Exactly.
You have to see yourself as a overall cricketer.
Yeah, the game is called cricket, not just batting or bowling. It's something I think that we lose sight of a lot of in the Caribbean in terms of looking for multi-dimensional cricketers that can really contribute in more than one aspect of the game.
And there are 3 facets to the game: batting, bowling, fielding. And so when you go into a selection area, there could be a toss-up between, can this player field, can this player not field that well? All of those areas you have to look at. Oh, he's having a tough time, Ali. Pennyfeather is not going to be an easy bowler for Joshua Bishop. And he's very slippery, so he's going to have to be on his money here, Joshua Bishop.
Yeah, quite skiddy. Once again there from Bishop, as we see that one just bouncing on the way through. Doesn't get the most bounce as Cameron Pennyfeather, but he pulls a heavy delivery. His accuracy is quite good. Accurate in length as well. Probably just doing a bit too much, that one.
Yeah, and that really hit him hard, Mali.
That darted back off the seam. That really did.
That rushed him.
Player like Cameron Pennyfeather can be quite awkward to play against, as we see here once again.
Yeah.
But his length is right on the money. Just on or about that off stump. If he gets any movement away or even back in, as we saw there. He's already picked up 3 for 15. 5 for on the cards for him here.
Yeah, he looks that way. And he's gunning for it. 97 for 5, and Cornwall is giving him the support.
Only into his 6th over as well.
Big save there by Jamal Hamilton. And the thing about him is that because his center of gravity, Hamilton, that's what makes him so athletic behind the stumps.
Something we've been very critical of our wicketkeeper in the last couple of years or so, Joshua De Silva, his movement behind the crease, just how he moves, his reflexes even against the spinners.
Got to be like a jack in the box once you're a wicketkeeper.
Yeah. That, as you said, that low center of gravity.
Another maiden over there from Cameron Pennyfeather. He's enjoying the spell, Mali.
He definitely is.
So it's good to see the debutants coming in for the Leeward Islands, because this is the future. And with the amount of cricket being played, it means that the Leeward Islands are now a formidable team, and you're going to have a Graves, a Louis, a Carty, a Joseph, and company going off. It is important for these young players coming through like Pennyfeather and Forbes and company to be able to come and hold their own.
It's all about depth of talent, really, as you said. Maybe these players will come and go. They'll be here for quite a bit in this regional 4-day championship. No real test cricket for the West Indies for a few months.
That's true.
Yeah.
So that's okay. But
Yeah.
we also got white ball cricket, so we got to be careful.
Yes. So, yeah, there'll be a bit of movement in and out. So far, Leewards have looked like they've got good strength in depth.
Well, strength in depth to the point that Daniel Durham is not playing.
Yeah, he's not. He's been the leading spinner for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes also in the last two regional Super 50s.
Yeah.
It's really been a standout in that aspect.
So that's encouraging signs ahead there when you see that.
Was in the Netherlands setup as well.
Yes, he was.
Daniel Durham.
He did get an opportunity last season.
Yeah.
29 wickets from 239.5 overs. Durham. And was up there with the conversations in terms of being looked at. I think I remember when going to one of the press conferences and somebody asked Darren Sammy, the white ball coach, about Durham. Says, yeah, he was having a look at him as well. Ooh. What did that?
A real dicey decision there. Late decision from Bowen Tuckett to leave that one.
Yeah. Maybe it was Will.
Not sure if it bounced over the stumps. Just close to that off stump there.
That's the good thing about being a keeper, right, Mali?
Yeah, I mean...
you understand length.
Understand bounce, understand angles.
Yeah, that's a good thing about being a wicket keeper.
He's staying quite low here.
He is.
Bowen Tuckett. Almost crouching.
Which you have to when playing spin. And you were a master of that, Mali. You played spin very, very, very well.
Big stride there from the young man. Not a maiden over this. So West Indies Academy under pressure, being put under pressure by the Leewards Hurricanes bowlers. The end of 26. Still a fair way behind that Leeward Islands Hurricanes first innings total of 358 and 97 for 5.
Well, I can tell you, Cornwall is not getting... In fact, they've pulled Cameron Penny further.
I was just going to say, I mean, if I was him, it would really take something to get that ball out of my hand at this stage.
I was about to say that to Mali. I was just about to, and I looked up and I saw that it changed him.
But they've tended, in the way they've used their pace bowlers today, it's been short and sharp, hasn't it?
Yeah, but Penny Feather is...
He's in a lovely rhythm.
He's in a rhythm. Based on how he tangled up Joshua Bishop,
yeah, I'll have another
more.
go at him, definitely. But Jeremiah Louis, he's going to do this pretty much a lot of the same things here. Similar penny feather to penny feather in the style of bowling. It's going to be generally full in length. Look to just hit the seam.
When you got 3 wickets, you're looking to get 5.
Oh, on debut as well.
You want that. You're
Especially
hungry.
with the big guns coming back. Oh, he's nicked off, has he?
Not out. Don't think he played that. Don't think he played that. There was really no lot of... There was a sound, but no deviation.
Raheem is absolutely besides himself with that decision. Another wide delivery. Looked like he missed it, to be fair.
Yeah, in fair. I think based on what happened with Teddy Bishop, he did miss that one. So it's even Stevens. we don't need to even have a debate about that. He missed that by a mile. Hamilton is still going at him and says, you nicked that. Let me look at Joey Louis' body language. Let's look at it.
It seems like he missed it by a long way.
Yeah, there was no deviation. He would have really sped off. Hamilton would have had to catch it here if he got an edge onto it.
Once again, just caught in the crease.
Yeah, simply because you know why, right, Mali? He's pensive now as to where to go.
Just that seam movement. Yeah. Especially back into him is causing Bishop a few problems. Still yet to get off the mark.
Yeah. So already faced 11 deliveries, going on his 12th. And
it's been quite a few plays and misses.
A lot of appeals as well too. LBW caught behind. Beautiful shot. Still can't get any runs. But that's a good sign. That's okay. At least the most important thing, he's there.
Yeah, he's really sweating on something full here that he can launch into. Is Bishop. Maybe now for Louis just to test.
Test him?
Yeah, just test out the middle of the pitch a little bit.
And see how he'll respond?
Yeah, see how he responds. It's a tactic in which we've seen teams employ against Josh Bishop. He's really looking for anything full here. Just to push him back slightly. Jeremiah Louis, very experienced, highly skilled as well. Can he find something? Bishop yet to get off the mark. 2 deliveries remaining. He's gone short up, but not short enough. Didn't quite get it up high enough. Bit of a nothing ball that from Jeremiah Louis. And it's a no ball as well. Poor delivery that. We just said could probably test out the middle of the pitch. Didn't quite get up high enough. He was swung away quite easily. So to add injury to insult, he'll have to bowl that delivery once again. That one was in the air for a while. Looked like Forbes
thought he had a chance.
Yeah, at first he stood there. Thought he was going to carry straight to him, but cleared him by quite a bit there in that mid-off position. Once again, Bishop looking to take the aerial route.
I don't know why you went and whispered in Jeremiah Louis' ear to try and bowl a short ball.
Yeah, but that wasn't a real short one, was it? There's a nothing shot. I'm talking about a real short ball. We don't see that too much, and maybe this is an area of the game as well, as you think players can always improve. It's an area in which I think maybe even a Jeremiah Louis can improve. What's going to stop top batters from just camping on that front foot all the time, you know? You got to have something to just push them back every now and again.
That's why you had somebody like Eldin Baptist who always had you. In fact, I wouldn't even go as far as Eldin Baptist. I'm talking about somebody like a Jensen Joseph who would let you have it.
You're never really sure about, you know? Especially, you know, he'll be there, and then there's something will just come out the blue.
Out of the blue.
Extra pace, bounce.
Even Quinton Boatswain, you know, we had Boatswain along for some point in time. Big, strong Quinton Boatswain.
Very similar in that manner.
Yeah, he'd just be ambling up all the time, and then all of a sudden you get one. He lives in England.
He was in Durham for a little bit.
Yeah.
He was in the Durham setup, Durham County Cricket.
Yeah.
It's a funny, not funny place, but quite far for a Monstratton there, up there in Durham. After Durham is Scotland. Different country.
You've got another young man.
Well, it feels like the end of the world when you're up there sometimes.
Got another young man out of Munster. I know you haven't really seen yet, Jamwell KB.
No.
He's playing in the leagues in England too. He's a proper all-rounder. Somebody could be in trouble here. No, he's off here. Forbes again being tested, but that's a big boundary out there. So you have to get around there and then be able to get it in.
He's got a very athletic build as well, doesn't he, Shelton Forbes?
Lovely athlete. He's got a powerful arm as well too.
We saw the bit of fielding that he would have done earlier to effect that run out.
Yeah.
Once again, just making a contribution in the field.
Yeah.
He's a batsman.
Yes.
You know, looked pretty good on debut.
Got to be able to field. You ever faced lesser Irish, Mali?
Montstratton.
Yes. He was, just as you were talking about there, you couldn't be thinking about just be looking
Just
to push
plopping
it,
on that front foot all the time. You've got to have something to just push back these batters. Especially with Jeremiah Louis out still holding international ambitions. Things could be so different, You just think sometimes luck comes into this.
Yeah. It's all about that.
Just getting injured at the wrong time.
Yeah.
On a tour of England that would have really suited his style of bowling.
And he's been unfortunate, Mali, because even when the opportunity came up for him to go to Australia in terms of the replacement, he still didn't get that look in.
It was Marquino Minley.
Again, that he missed out again in the opportune time.
Who ended up pulling up in that same test match.
And the same test match as well.
Unfortunate.
But Louis has worked hard. 30 wickets last season. He was in the conversation again. Jeremiah Louis, 179.3 overs, 30 maidens, 30 wickets, 597 runs there. So, on these tracks that we have in the Caribbean, who we have coming this year, Mali? Pakistan and who?
Australia.
I wonder what sort of tracks we're going to prepare. We already know where the test matches are going. Don't think we have the luxury like Pakistan where they're going to tell you that they're going to prepare some spin-friendly tracks.
And that's where they made a mistake, to be fair. Why would they do that? Like,
I
couldn't understand it, to be fair. It looked like a good decision after the first test, didn't it? Now he's nicked off, hasn't he?
Yes. And again, just as Mali said, there was no feet movement at all. Congratulations are in order for Jeremiah Louis. His 150th first-class wicket during this period of time here, playing as a professional cricketer in the Caribbean. That is well-deserved, young man.
Yeah, just rewards for all the hard work young Louis has done over the years. Remember him as a young tearaway quick. He's actually really worked on his action over the years. He's turned into quite a valuable performer for the Leewards. Josh Bishop, he has to go.
And he would know, Mali, after the water break, that is a poor shot.
Yeah, poor shot, but he's been flirting with danger throughout this innings, hasn't he? We've seen that shot quite a few times. Not really giving himself the best chance here on the CCG pitch.
That's why I felt that Pennyfeather was saying to himself, listen, I think I can knock over Joshua Bishop.
But it was Jeremiah Louis who ends up knocking him over in the end. 106 for 6 now. The West Indies Academy in real trouble here on day 2.
Palmer comes out, and he too is a proper cricketer. He's got so much talent. Leewards, in a couple of years' time, Mali. Be interesting to see the Leewards in 2 years' time, their white ball squad with all of these youngsters coming through.
As if a few of them develop in the way that we hope. Saw young Nathan Edward actually going through his paces.
He's increasing.
Looks like he's just put on a yard or two of pace as well.
He's got stronger as well too.
Yeah.
He's got stronger.
Someone who's been around that Leeward setup as well. Young man. He's got a bit of experience as well, playing in that PJL, actually, the Pakistan Junior League.
He also played in the Abu Dhabi T10.
Abu Dhabi T10. So
in fact, he's one of the students Bravo and Pollard tell me that they're seriously investing in. So I could see him being around for some time.
He's got good all-round skills.
Yeah. In fact, it's amazing, Mali, because Jeremiah Louis made his debut for the Leeward Islands against Trinidad and Tobago in 2014. To be exact, against Trinidad and Tobago in Bastia, St. Kitts. That seems like a very long time ago.
Yeah, it's been 10 years.
Yeah, been 10 years.
10 years of toil, 10 years of hard work.
He's come to the ranks, Jeremiah Louis, from under 13 right up to the West Indies A-team level. And Mali said it came at a point in time, just got injured. Maybe might have just made his test debut in England. Would have been a big moment for Leewards and for St. Kitts. Both Louis brothers would have been playing in that special team, but it was not to be. Now, what are they doing? Trying to set up Palmer here?
Got two men back. Penny Feather there in front of square on the boundary, and a wide, fine leg. Archibald. He's gone for the bluff.
Yeah, he did.
Wide, full delivery. Just catching Palmer.
He did.
Slightly on that back foot. It was a late decision to come forward. Have a look here. Look.
Yeah. And Callum Boyne took it, recognizing a lot of chatter behind, comes down very quickly. In fact, Mali, the last, not 2024, but maybe 2023 when the Leeward Islands had a tournament, Palmer scored 100 for St. Martin during that Leeward Islands tournament as a batter. Ooh, oh gosh, that bent him right up.
Yeah, he's getting a taste of
his own medicine.
No, of professional cricket here. It's been a baptism of fire for him. We saw what he was like with the ball, and here with the bat once again. So he's coming to grips with what's required at the first class level.
108 for 6. And you know, it's amazing, Mali, because when you look at St. Martin, they've just got one ground. They play all their cricket there, all age, masters. Everything just takes place at the card number ground.
Tape ball,
everything. That one ground. And the chairman, Imran Maksood, for years now, he's been trying to just get a piece of land somewhere else that he could be able to invest in, get a facility. But yet still, they continue to still unearth some players. Colin Hamer, Sherwin Peters. You remember Sherwin? You would have played with Sherwin Peters, Mali?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Beautiful athletic ability from the young man. Again, demonstrated there, Cameron Pennyfeather.
Sherwin Peters, a.k.a. Feta.
Yeah. Colin Hamer.
Colin Hamer as well.
Yeah.
Good pal of mine, good leg spinner.
Good leg spinner.
Fantastic competitor.
Akeem Charles.
Morlan LeBlanc.
Morlan LeBlanc.
I remember even the current West Indies coach, Darren Sammy, taking part, playing for St. Martin in the Leeward Islands on Super 50.
That's true.
Down in St. Martin.
And then, you know, the days of the Nagica Super 50, you know,
those are some days, man.
That was just a spectacle of going to St. Martin, you know.
For the semis and finals.
The semis and finals.
Yep. And the crowds that would come out.
The crowds that came out to look at cricket.
The crowds that came out basically to see Antigua lose.
It was an experience.
It was.
Yeah, it really was an experience.
It really was. We used to enjoy the atmosphere there.
Oh, well, Antigua always lifted their game, really, during that period of time. Gavin Tong and company.
Bit high, that one.
Yeah. But there was some competitive games played during that period of time. Real competitive, high intensity. And it was tension all the way.
Definitely. There's time there where the Antigua team was quite dominant as well in terms of winning the championships. Every year it probably get a bit closer and closer, but Antigua would still just sneak through. 7 championships in a row.
Yeah. I think he would have had the likes of people like Dave Joseph, would have Earl Waldron and company. Yeah, so many good players that came through in the period of time there.
A lot of it is maybe even the current generation. I'm not sure Dave Joseph and that would have played Nagico that much.
Maybe the latter part.
Nagico tournament wasn't even a thing just yet, was it?
Yeah. Check it out, you see. Yeah, check it.
Remember how the tournament was formatted? 4 days.
4 days.
It's a Leeward Islands tournament, so it's not Nagico. It's 3-day tournament, and then the 4 day on the weekend, and then the 1 day on the weekend. Yeah. It was I think Nagico was a little later. They probably would have just missed or played the first couple editions.
Maybe first couple editions.
It's a generation of Austin Richards and
like it would have come Sylvester Joseph, and the likes coming Joe. You look at somebody like a Gavin Tong, you know, I think sometimes when we have to write the history books, Gavin Tongue has to be one of the players that you got to be able to be talked about. You know, when we're talking about test players, sometimes people don't even remember that Gavin played a test.
Yeah, he did. Played a test in Australia.
Against Australia. Louis bungs away. Squeezed away in the offside, but Colin Boyne took it. And just for a moment, Louis was looking back as if he just didn't feel comfortable at all. Umpire saying to him, "Hey, listen, please don't get into my area."
Umpire Gregory Brathwaite. And that square leg is Christopher Wright. The two men in charge.
And Donald Sheckles on debut.
Yeah, Don Shecks.
Yeah, his first class debut. He's been touted. Yeah, they're really screening and looking at him closely. Yeah, they're testing Palmer here, Marley.
They are. That one, no real pace on that one from Louis. Just seemed to stop slightly. Palmer just needs to give himself an opportunity. Not worry too much about the run scoring at this stage.
And the chatter behind.
And the chatter and the like.
Because with Hamilton behind...
Yeah, it's a different experience.
Trust me, he's not he's not going to give you an easy time. Oh, that's a beauty.
Wow.
That's a beauty. Whew. Can we see that again?
I'm definitely going to see that one again.
Look where Palmer's right foot is, Mali. Outside the line of the leg stump of the ball. Have to get deep into the crease and defend the castle.
Basically just playing down the wrong line of the delivery. It's not so much that the ball did a whole lot. As you said, just not necessarily covering that off stump in the way you'd expect.
He's intimidated here.
And once again, he's just defending a bit wide once again. Those trigger movements.
Colin Boyne calls him again. He says, listen, just relax.
Let's have a look at his triggers here. Not really going anywhere. In fact, that back foot of his goes towards the leg stump.
Most modern day players, that's what we see now, Mali.
Staying leg side of it.
And staying leg side of the ball.
But you still consider Steve Smith a modern day player? Because
he's got 10,000 runs.
Yeah, he gets his whole body in the way. He gets his whole body in line there. Even if it looks a bit awkward or ungainly.
Everything is lined up.
Everything is lined up. Better.
Sweet. Good balance there. Good composure too. Good cricket shot there in general.
And with that technique of his, as you said, just staying a bit leg side, even when the ball's a bit straight, it's more in his area. It's just when it's outside that off stump, that front foot doesn't go towards the line of the ball.
It's got a solid bottom hand, right hand coming into play. Windward Islands fighting back, 133 for 6. They trail by 204 runs there, so they're in some trouble there. John and Demba at the crease.
Yeah, just struggling a bit with the bat. You'd expect a little bit of that, especially with Athens and Cavem Hodge not playing in this match. That strength in depth, maybe not quite there for the Windwards just yet.
Sonny Lambert's just going 20, so something that they're going to have to look at going ahead. But you know what is strange, Mali? Outside of Athens and Cavem Hodge, really not seeing a lot of young batsmen coming out to the Windward Islands as consistent as you would like. Somebody's coming off the field. Who is it?
Looks like Go.
Karima?
Yeah. If you're going off a bit of a bathroom break.
Everybody's making sure that they give Daniel Durham a chance to get a run out.
Substitute fielder, Daniel Durham.
Yeah. Kevlin Guyana, 142 for 3. They trail by 204 runs. Kevlin Anderson is on 9. Savory is on 6. Perez scored 46. Nandu 36. And Tejaman Chandapal, he scored 40.
I'd love to see another man on the offside here for Cornwall as well. Especially with Palmer on strike.
Well, I would have put a silly point right in front of Palmer because he's a little pensive really in coming forward. Sort of looked like he was falling over there, overbalancing. He was told to stay low to the ball. Kenny has to be balanced at the crease.
It's something you see a lot in regional cricket in the Caribbean. Not enough pressure being put on these front foot defenses, especially by the spinners in terms of the field placement.
Trinidad and Tobago, 385 for 2 Mali. Jason Mohammed, 111. Jahid Ghuli, 120. Not out. Mohammed among the runs again as usual.
This season I heard, was it Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board official saying that Jason Mohammed has earned the right to say when he decides to stop playing cricket professionally.
There was a big talk about him not being part of the setup, but God bless that they have him, because last season he scored 443 runs. Jason Mohammed with 2 centuries.
I remember Darren Ganga in particular. He was quite vociferous in terms of not believing that a Jason Mohammed should still be offered a contract by the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. And
yes,
yeah, there's a massive fallout in Trinidad cricket.
Wow.
Because of it.
Wow.
Not sure if you remember that, just about a year ago.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. You almost for a moment, if you didn't know any better, Mali, you thought that it was a race comment when you heard that there in terms of the racial terms that were being used for some particular reason. Couldn't understand that. And it comes down to what you were talking about, Mali. The region is so small that we just need to use all of our human resources. It irks me, Mali, when I see that we have somebody like a Eileen Baptist who every day is just on the golf course and not even part of helping Leeward Islands or even Antigua's cricket in terms of it. That irks me all the time.
And I think sometimes we're very guilty of looking too far forward. So we always say, oh, this guy's one for the future. This guy's one for the future. Look at another one. He's one for the future. But who are the guys that are for the now? That's the question that we need to ask as well. A future that will never come. We need guys for the present as well, in my opinion. And I think in the West Indies, with the cricket being at the level it is, we can't afford to disqualify guys because of age and things like that. It has to just come down simply to performances.
But and you see the word performance that you're mentioning, Mali? If I want Mali, which is his spot, I need to go and perform.
Outperforming.
Yeah,
Simple.
Yeah, nobody gives you nothing handout.
No, not because
there seems to be an entitlement where, somebody just says, oh, well, you're young and we're just giving you an opportunity.
I mean, when I broke a record at 19, it wasn't like if, Stuart Williams and those type of players were thinking, hey, let's just give up our spot to a young fella. Hell no. You had to go and try and fight to get into the squad, right? So that's what it was about.
Yeah, there seems to be a level of entitlement where we are not allowing the players to work hard to get
to earn it enough for me.
Yeah.
Earn it, really.
We just give them.
They're young.
Let's give them an opportunity. Well, Mali Richards was young. What happened?
While not preparing them for that level as well. Doesn't really work.
Beautiful shot by Colin Boyne Tuckett. Archibald now switched to the CIU road end here.
He's on 31 from 70. Maybe a West Indies Academy. He's actually running out of partners quickly.
I think after Palmer, I think that could be it.
Well,
no. We got Ewan Lane.
Still got Yogi to come, man.
Yes.
Swings a long handle.
Oh, yes. And he could light up the park here, Yogi.
He'll look to take on Raheem, that's for sure. Especially with that slug sweep.
Tuckett has just looked a different player. Just punched that up to Shelton Forbes, who's on debut, who lobbed it to Kadeem Henry, who's also on debut. The Leeward Islands joined this professional setup, Mali, would have used close to about maybe 62 players. 62 players would have made their debuts for the Leeward Island Hurricanes from respective countries.
In over the span of time?
Over the span of time.
Wow.
Amir Django and Kuma Bonner. You remember even somebody like a Mervyn Matthew, who also played during the time. So many persons would have come through.
I think just previously or just prior to the professional franchise setup coming into the Caribbean, remember the Leewards in particular having a high turnover year. That in terms of maybe would have used 30 players or so in a season.
Was that the year with the had some strike or something? Well, did you?
I think that was the year when England A were taking part in our regional 4-day championship. A lot of players used.
Going through the setup, Mali, because you were right. Steve Leeward did come out, didn't play a lot under the professional setup. In fact, I think when I check his stats, Steve Leeward, he might have only played 6 games, if so much.
If that, yeah. Steve's career was towards the back end.
Yeah. Showing Peters would have played some 14 games from St. Martin. Wasn't a bad player, I think he would be one of the first players to score 100 during that period of time as well. Here's Cameron Pennyfeather rolling over one. He's got to amble to go for another one there. And in the end, they're going to come back. They get 3. Yeah, but
young pup ain't happy with that, for sure.
Yeah, so too was Archibald as well.
Yeah, not the best effort that from Cameron Pennyfeather.
I think he would have hurt himself when he did fell, and he was trying to indicate that took a pounding just before he went. He's now showing what happened, but they're not Chama Hamilton is saying no. You got
not accepting that.
Not accepting
That's
that.
not acceptable, to be honest. On debut, especially after misfeeling, you got to get up and chase a bit harder. It's the end of that, though. As you said, Archibald was not pleased whatsoever.
Peters would have scored 458 runs, Mali. Had a century. Orlando Peters also, he came into the reckoning. He scored 100 in the first initial part of that competition. But I'll tell you who scored a lot of runs as well, Mali. Devon Thomas.
Definitely.
He 2,392 runs with 400s. And also bear in mind, Mali, that there was a break from Devon from the Leeward Islands Hurricanes because he went and played for the Jamaica Scorpions for about a couple of seasons.
Yeah.
When he came back to the Leewards.
When he came back to the Leewards, he was the best player in 4-day cricket. Yeah. Hands down. He was the best batter.
And he came back.
He really was taking on bowlers. I remember he scored, I think it was 90 odd against Barbados. In Barbados, was it at Kensington Oval?
Yeah.
Off about 70 deliveries.
But I'll tell you something, Mali. The first time I saw Brandon King was at Warner Park in St. Kitts. He scored 192. I was on commentary. And Devon Thomas came also in that innings. And you know, Leewards, Cornwall and Hamilton chatting up Devon Thomas, and oh my gosh, I don't know if that irked them up that they're there, but trust me, they really belted that Leeward attack there on that small ground.
As in Devon was playing for Jamaica at the time.
Yeah.
Actually, just, met up with him for a little bit recently when I was in Jamaica. It was good to see him. Oh, he's taken. Good catch that. Good sharp stuff from Archibald. Maybe just showing Cameron Pennyfeather the way there. And you can see them having a few words to Cameron Pennyfeather, just letting him know that's the effort that's required.
Now, after all this hard work, Callum Boyne Tuckett trying to get fancy, leaning edge, and an excellent catch taken by an athlete, super athlete in Colin Archibald. The time is 2:24, and Callum Boyne Tuckett just almost on the stroke of tea. Just losing a wicket. Academy in trouble, 116 for 7.
Yeah, it was a pretty good innings from the young man, but as we said, it was just running out of partners. Maybe just a bit of extra bounce there. Not quite getting on top of that one. It was a pretty simple catch in the end by Archibald. Had to dive forward, but took it quite comfortably. The Academy has 7 down now. Colin Bowen Tuckett goes for 34.
And our friend Ewan Lane walks out
with the score at 116 for 7.
Let's find out what's going to happen after.
You can see Yogi Lane. He's going to take Raheem on here. He's got, it's the end of that over. So I'll be looking forward to Cornwall v Lane, hopefully pretty soon. Quite a popular guy amongst the other players as well.
Yeah.
Johan Lane.
And the relationship between the West Indies Academy and the Leeward Islands Hurricane is really high intensity. I mean, the couple of days that they hung around in Liberta, you almost thought it was one team. I think that ground could be developed, Mali, into a first-class ground. And I'm calling.
That's always been the intention, I think.
Yeah,
from
I'm calling
Kenneth
through the
Benjamin.
authorities to be able to make an effort and really develop that.
Oh, lined him up.
Oh, he didn't know anything about that.
Once again, Palmer.
Playing down the wrong line.
Yes, that's something he's going to have to definitely work on in terms of his alignment and just knowing where that off stump is. Just seemed to play down the wrong line. Let's have a look here again. Where does that foot go? Once again, leg side-ish. Ends up in the right position. That's where he should have been in the first place. But that's something the young man will learn. It's been a tough debut so far for him. Well, he goes the 8th wicket down now. Score still on 116. And this West Indies Academy team doesn't bat as deep as the Leewards.
Well, I'll tell you something. In the practice game played out at Liberta, it was these two, McKinney Clark and Ewan Lane, who changed the whole partnership context in that game.
And a game I missed, actually.
Yeah.
Didn't see much of that.
Coming back to Palmer's dismissal, he can't be batting leg stump because automatically he looked like he just took a leg stump guard there because he just completely lost the line of the ball.
Well, he thinks he's on middle, really, or like two leg in between middle and leg.
Yeah.
But then that trigger movement probably feels like he's getting across the stumps, but he's not. He's going leg side. He's not covering the stumps. It's all right when the ball's a bit straight or maybe down that leg side. He clips it away, but really struggled with anything just on the stumps, on that off stump and outside.
Here goes Archibald, 2 for 40. Bungs away to McKinney Clark. He's driving up to Shelton Forbes at mid-off. He's going to play some shots. He can bat as well to McKinney Clark.
So as you were saying, they're going to need a partnership maybe similar to what you would have seen out in Liberta.
Yeah. It was a good outing. I'll tell you something, Mali. I'd have loved to see Cricket West Indies find some funds and have a 2-round competition with this tournament, especially the 4-day competition.
14 matches.
Not possible?
Yeah, it could be. It happened before, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, maybe not necessarily 14.
What you would have had, a playoff?
I think it wasn't quite as many teams.
Yeah.
So I think it was 6 teams.
Yeah.
Playing 2 rounds of matches.
And they did have a final, right?
Yes.
Yes, there was a final. So maybe we could model that off where you could get the top 4 teams going into a semi-final and then into a final, really, just to increase some awareness and some intensity, and also to give some exposure to some other players as well too, so that they can get a feel as to what the real competition is like in the big times.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the day-night matches as well. To be fair, I wonder what that's going to be like.
Oh my gosh!
With the big ball.
Somebody's going to swing that ball around, Harry.
Definitely.
That's going to be crazy.
I think the Leewards would have played in the first day-night match here in West Indian cricket history.
Yeah.
Quite a few years ago.
It was a long time ago.
Leewards versus Windwards at the Darren Sammy International Stadium. It was called Beausejour back then.
You look around, you see one of the grounds in the Caribbean having a name of a cricketer, following in the footsteps of your dad. There's a big talk, there's a big push. Most people feel that Providence Stadium in Guyana really should be named the Clive Lloyd stand, but nobody seems to be budging. And there's no name at all, no cricketing icon name on the Providence Stadium. Not even in the stand, just Providence Stadium. With all that talent that has come out of Guyana, Rohan Kanai, late Ron Y. Fredericks,
Alvin Kalitcharan,
Lance Gibbs,
Ramnaresawan.
In terms of having even Joseph Redspur, media center.
Sir Carl.
Sir Carl Hooper. Oh, my. I can go on and on. Leon Johnson. Somebody might tell you he might not be up there. Oh, yes, you've got to mention Sir Colin Croft. Driven through the offside for 4.
On the up there from Clark.
Lovely shot.
Sweet bit of timing. Oh, it was Lane, actually. We told you, Yogi Lane.
Your good friend.
Does swing a long handle. Look at that.
Ooh.
He enjoyed that, didn't he?
Yeah, and he's got long levers as well, too. That was really exhibited and demonstrated. Unlike Barbados, Mali, where you tend to see a level of respect for some of the former players. Reverend West Hall, Sir Garfield Sobers, Gordon Greenidge, Desmond Haynes, Joel Garner, the Malcolm Marshall. I don't think you've seen that in Guyana as much as you would like. And that is something that's a talking point for the authorities to pay attention to. There's also another worry because the government of St. Kitts and Nevis promised to name one of the stands in Warner Park after Michael Louis.
Yeah, I remember them talking about that.
Yeah,
when we were
that
just
has
down
not
there.
happened. That has not happened as yet.
Apparently, it's in Parliament, or it hasn't gone through the necessary channels just yet. I don't know how it works. For me, really, you just slap a sign on the thing and have a ceremony.
That's all you have to do.
What are we doing?
That's all you have to do. And not only that, they've just missed the moment because last year Michael Louis played for the St. Kitts Nevis Patriots.
Yeah, I mean,
and the amount of coverage you could have if you had that ceremony taking place during the CPL, the tourism impact, economic benefits of St. Kitts and Nevis going to the next level just by having that name being unveiled.
And it would have been a full 360 moment for Michael Louis as well. Jeez. If you think about what he would have gone through previously, he's had his issues, maybe off the field. That one issue in the CPL, you'd have thought maybe he would never come back. But then he's come back with a vengeance, hasn't he?
Of course.
A missed opportunity there by the authorities.
Lovely shot, Mali. Offline delivery again by Cornwall. Just drifting down the onside. And McKenny Clark playing a lovely shot.
Yeah, lovely sweep shot there. Getting outside the line.
Yeah. Textbook style.
Just helping it.
We talk about sports tourism, Mali. I don't know if we really understand sports tourism.
Yeah, that's a big point. Massive, massive point in terms of, especially with the weather available to us 350 days a year.
Don't know if we understand it. 127 for 8.
Sports tourism should be right up there with regular tourism, to be honest. A warm weather venue could be a real base for teams looking to do pre-season and the like.
Just saw over 25 athletes, Mali, from Athletics Canada, training in Grenada.
This one's peeled off the outside edge. Should be easy too.
Something which started in St. Kitts and Nevis, where you had the athletes from Athletics Canada used to come down and train at the Kim Collins Athletic Stadium. I mean, that is something we saw Rai Benjamin just bring down his entire crew here in December in Antigua and Barbuda. That caused that was a big momentum. All the pictures taking recreation time. What is to be done in Antigua and Barbuda.
And that's fantastic for Rai in terms of making that contribution. The son of Winston Benjamin. This one's gone high. Has he picked out Louis? I think he has. He's caught. So Clark goes. Cornwall picks up his second. And they're falling like a pack of cards here on day 2, the West Indies Academy. 9 wickets down now. 129 on the board.
And in trouble. Looks like they will be bowled out before tea.
Definitely. Looking that way. So you said what? We've got 5 minutes or so?
Just about 5. But the amazing thing, Mali?
May take the extra half hour.
Just maybe. The amazing thing. Sometimes, and this is what I'm talking about, Mali, in terms of egos and some of our administrators and some of our coaches in the region. Now, Rai Benjamin and his coaching staff and his team, they came to Antigua and Barbuda to train. And yet still, there was players, young athletes from Antigua and Barbuda were invited up to Yasco. And for some particular reason, they were told by their coaches not to go. How is that possible? You're talking about an Olympic athlete who is
not only an Olympic gold medalist.
He's come with his coach, you know what I mean, to pass on something.
To impart something. Yeah. And I think that's the next stage of where we need to get to, especially in this part of the Caribbean, you know, the Jamaicas, the Trinidads. You know, you see what St. Lucia's done. Saw what Dominica did. So I think we're just a bit behind here in terms of Ray Benjamin. Yes, he's a son of Winston Benjamin. He has the Antiguan blood and whatever. But at the end of the day, that gold medal was won for the United States. It wasn't won for Antigua and Barbuda. So we need to be able to get our athletes to that level.
To that next level.
Yeah, definitely. Not wait for a former son of the soil to come back and necessarily impart those things on the next generation. I've got a particular gripe with the Athletics Association here in the Caribbean, though. And not only in the Caribbean, I mean here in Antigua. Johan Lane's just hit in the nether regions there in a bit of trouble.
Yeah. But you would really have to give some credit to the Olympic Committee's Billy Doctorov in Dominica, who is the president of the National Olympic Committee in Dominica, Thea Lafan. The first time I saw her, Mali, was in the Carifta Games. And that was like a long time ago. I can remember her first event. She placed last. Now she's an Olympic champion today.
Whereas here in Antigua, we've got 4 athletes who actually qualified for a junior world championships. And through no fault of their own, they weren't able to take part.
And they made the qualifying standard?
Yes, because of the administration not meeting a deadline. For me, that's criminal. The president is still in position. That says everything you need to know about how we manage and run sports here in Antigua. Because for me, that alone is a sackable offense. Not only is it sackable, it's borderline criminal.
But outside of that as well, Mali, the club structure of our athletic programs in the Caribbean is in dire trouble. Because our administrators are the ones who are just controlling everything.
Yeah, we love administrators here, though. We tend to love administrators a bit more than we love athletes, which is crazy to me. Every time I open a newspaper, it's what an administrator is saying, and it's their picture. And we know so much more about the administrators than we know about the athletes themselves.
If you're wondering what's happening, we have a small break taking place here as Mr. Blades is getting some treatment. I think they might as well take tea. What do you think, Marley?
Don't know.
Yeah, they're now looking at the time right now, Mr. Wright and Bradwett. I think this is going to take them up to tea. Let them go off and get some treatment.
But then with just the 1 wicket to take, would they take the extra half an hour?
I don't know.
And have a later tea?
Cornwall looks like he's inclined to go off as well. Is he ready? Okay. Looks like he's made it. I don't know if he was maybe trying to make sure that this is indeed the last over.
Maybe just a bit of gamesmanship going on from Lane. So already struck 1 lusty blow through that offside. Can tell he's someone who really enjoys his batting, doesn't he?
The Fizzer is having a race. Who's going to win? Okay. She touches the rope? No. Even Steven. Okay, so we're back with the action, Mali. 129 for 9. Let's see what the comeback will be. If there will be one.
Lane once again, he's staying a bit leg side of these deliveries. Well, you would expect. You would expect that after what just happened.
I was about to ask you that. Do you fault him?
In fact, not wanting to get in line there.
I'm going to ask you, do you fault him?
Not at all.
You can't fault him here at all. They trail by 229 runs. This is day 2 of the West Indies 4-day championship. Sponsored by Cricket West Indies, 250,000 US at stake for the winner. Well played. Even though he's staying leg side of the ball, he's keeping his bat face nice and straight, and he just opened the face there and steered that down to the backward point area.
Played the number 11 of his first delivery.
Played.
In fact, Yogi Lane averages 22 with the bat in first-class cricket in his 11 matches. He's got the same amount of half-centuries as Carlin Bowen Tuckett, 2. He's got a best of 63. So I think he's someone who can really take his batting seriously.
He could be effective.
Yeah, definitely develop into a genuine, a bowling all-rounder.
Guyana Happy Eagles 175 for 3. Barbados Pride, they scored 346. So Guyana trailing by 171 runs. That's a game on there at Providence Stadium in Guyana.
Oh, that's close. Close. Oh. 2 sounds.
No, he's going down. Maybe going down. If he doesn't signal leg byes, oh yeah.
He does signal leg byes, so
okay.
In his opinion, just go sneaking down the leg side there. We'll have a look at it.
Gregory Brathwaite.
Once again, getting across the stumps. Yeah, that one just sneaking down the leg side. Good decision in the end.
Windward Islands in trouble, Mali. 150 for 8. The trail by 187. Sweet. Got a couple of runs here. Trinidad and Tobago, 403 for 3.
How are talking about that urgency? Hey.
Jason Mohammed, 115 not out. Jai Gooley scored 121 not out. Yannick Karaya is just coming as well, too. So Trinidad, they've got a strong batting lineup there. Carrie Pear, Brian Charles, Tian Webster, Justin Manick, Joshua James. So the combined campuses and colleges, they're coming in for a beating as we speak. Final over? Or they've taken the extra half an hour? Which one?
Well, we've gone past
the
official tea time of 2:40.
So maybe they have decided to take it?
With 9 wickets down. Just looking to bowl the academy out. Still no silly mid-off, sorry, but still got the short leg in. Blades, he's got a best of 22 not out with the bat. First class cricket. So not a complete bunny.
They trail by 228 runs, the West Indies Academy, but right now it's not by how much they trail, it's by how much they can get.
That one's really slow from Cornwall.
Well, Blades is not interested.
Not at all.
Yeah, maybe Cornwall just has to toss it a little higher. Let's see what's going to happen.
Long on field here and goes. Not quite all the way back on the boundary.
Wee.
It's about 10 yards in.
Just has to get one rip and bounce. And go straight to Joshua Grant there at short leg.
Why not leg slip as well?
Maybe. I was about to say that too.
Batman Penny Feather there on the 45 could come in.
Well, or you could maybe just pull the man out there from who's just automatically, who's that? Colin Archibald, he can go to leg slip.
He's there for a reason though, with the long on back on the boundary.
Yeah. Joel Andrew
doesn't want to just give him an easy single down the ground, so he's there stopping that. And even if it's a little aerial, he's there for the catch as well, as we saw in the previous over.
So they have taken the half an hour, and they'll be looking to maybe just wrap this innings up, and then maybe take a knock again and put some more pressure on the academy team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they do.
I don't think they have a choice. They wouldn't want to bat last on this.
If they bat again. I mean, if they go in with a lead at 200, surely.
They wouldn't want to bat last on this.
I don't think they'd bat again. That's what I'm saying. They'd bat just once.
Let's hope so. Teddy Bishop and company might have other ideas.
137 for 9. And even if they were to bat again, it would really take the West Indies Academy scoring 400?
400 to win.
To give them, 200 plus or so to chase. That would be a serious comeback in this match.
Certainly will be. So, Walsh, who started from the media center and has now been given an opportunity from the CIU road end. His first over was a maiden. Let's see what Hayden Walsh can come up with. Yogalini's got so much time. It was a press forward and then he came back and played it nicely out to Kareem Agor, a backward point.
I think Johan Lane's comp should be Jason Holder in terms of what he could potentially be. This one's hammered. That's going to be 6 runs.
That's gone.
We said he swings a long handle, doesn't he?
He does.
He said those long levers coming into play. Anything in his area, he's going to look to take it downtown.
Hayden just has to go a little wider. Anything between middle and off, he's really going to pick that up.
His strike rate in first-class cricket is 90. Johan Lane. 89.38 to be exact.
143 for 9. We have a game on here. Lane is 11.
Just looking at it here, just to my mind, that has to be one of the highest strike rates in first-class cricket. Especially for someone like Yogi Lane. Striking at 90. So he's someone, as you said, who loves to... He's got 16 sixes so far in 11 matches.
Very high proportion of boundaries, Mali, in this game overall. 58 to date and 7 sixes. Lane enjoys hitting the ball, hitting a long ball.
Yeah, and with this outfield as quick as it's been, we'll see quite a few more.
Didn't know anything about that one. As a ripper. So Hayden Walsh's second over has yielded a couple.
Good start from him.
Yeah, he's gone for 7.
He's bowling at good pace and he's landing the ball consistently. It's always an area in which you really look to gauge Hayden Walsh in terms of just how he's letting them go. Confidence looks good as well.
Also has to do with the management, the coaching structure of helping not only Hayden Walsh but the other young spinners around to develop. Who's our next match-winning spinner that's going to come and win us a test match or win us a ODI game? You know, we got to be patient. Sometimes when Hayden Walsh plays for the West Indies, we expect to have a miracle. But in life, everything doesn't happen the same way. He's going to maybe save 20, 30 runs in the field. And he might not get that amount of wickets, but it's what he brings to the team.
Yeah, and that's something I've been speaking about even over the last few months. In cricket, especially with our fielders and the like, there aren't many quantifiable stats, are there? You know, you can't necessarily put a figure on the impact that a fielder is making per se.
The video analysts, they would have that data, Mali. But
yeah, but I mean,
when we go to the game, you can see that.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the NBA, the NFL, and the stats that go along with it. You know, plus minus. You know, when a player is having a positive effect on the game, all those stats are provided. Yeah, I told you about that slug sweep. Has he picked him out, though? He has. Good catch by Forbes in the end.
Beautiful
the toe
catch
of the bat.
Yeah. Lovely catch by Shelton Forbes. He's a wonderful athlete. Forbes. He came off of the deep backward square leg boundary there and took a very good cricket catch.
You know what's so good about that catch as well? What you would see a lot of players do would end up diving in the end. He took it quite low, but had a very solid base. Watched it all the way in. West Indies Academy bowled out for 145. Cornwall picking up 3 for 33. Academy still 213 runs behind.
No, not good at all, Matty.
And if I'm the West Indies, if I'm the Leeward Islands Hurricanes here, I'm bowling again. I'm putting them right back in. Not worrying about batting last on this pitch. Pitch is good for batting, really. Don't see it deteriorating as much as we would have seen it in the past. We've had quite a lot of rain. You saw how dark it was on day one as well. This pitch is going to hold together. It's going to last for 4 days or even more. So good performance from the Hurricanes.
Cornwall ending with 3 for 33 from 10.3 overs. And anytime soon, we'll find out whether the Leeward Islands will be batting again or whether the West Indies Academy will have to go through their paces. And it looks like they'll have to go through their paces because the Leewards look like they'll be batting again. But we'll find out. Welcome back here at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, the home of Cricket West Indies. After an extended tea break, the West Indies Academy, who trailed by 213 runs over the Leeward Islands, who scored 358 all out. Academy bowled out for 145 or 39.3 overs, 15 fours and 1 6. They batted for 176 minutes, 182 dot balls during the innings. Leading run score, Colin Boyne Tuckett, 34 from 80 balls, 104 minutes with 4 fours. And Rivaldo Clark, 29 from 34 balls, 59 minutes, 4 fours. The main wicket taker for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Got Cameron Pennyfeather on debut for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 3 wickets. Raheem Cornwall, the captain, 10.3 overs, 2 maidens, 33 runs, 3 wickets. Colin Archibald with 10 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 2 wickets. And Jeremiah Louis picking up 150 first-class wickets, 11 overs, no maidens, 43 runs, 1 wicket. To complement it all, and their 50 came off 77 balls, 60 minutes, 5 fours, 12.1 overs. They're 167 balls, 122 minutes with 12 fours, 26.5 overs. Good afternoon, Terry. You're starting today.
Good afternoon, Vernon, and good afternoon to all our viewers and listeners. Yes, start the final session of the day. Blades take up the bowling as the Leeward Islands Hurricanes decided against sending West Indies Academy back into bat.
Pretty strange decision.
Force the follow-on, very strange. I mean, these days it doesn't seem to matter how far you're ahead on first innings, Vernon. They don't seem to like to bowl back to back.
The Academy only batted 39.3 overs, so when you look at the context of the game, Cameron Pennyfeather is in and ready to go. Cornwall, 10.3 overs, but in the meantime, the Academy is starting with 3 slips of Blades, 3 slips of Gully, mid-on, mid-off, cover. And they've got this wide, deep point. Don't know why, but you will tell me, Terry.
Comes into play now as Grant knocks that into the cover region for a single. So they're away in their second innings. The lead is 214 runs, but I thought ideal time. They didn't spend that long in the field. Just the 39.5 overs bowled by the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, so they would have still been relatively fresh. And
maybe from our advantage point here, they may be not so fresh.
Maybe. This is the first game of the season, so maybe they would like a bit more batting practice also. Ball by Blades through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Ghana Happy Eagles, they're 184 for 3. So, in reply to Barbados Pride score of 346 all out. So that's motoring up to be a big game. Over in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we see that Windward Islands are 164 for 8 in reply to the Jamaica Scorpions, 337 all out. And at the Brian Lara Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago, after that Blades delivery, Trinidad and Tobago, they're piling on the pressure there. 420 for 3.
Wow.
Yeah, Jason Mohammed is on 123 not out. Yannick Karai is on 18, so they're looking to make a statement there against the combined campuses and colleges, and this is a T. 118 without loss after 118 overs.
Mm-hmm.
And this is after, wow, it's going to be a long day for the combined campuses and colleges.
Nicely turned by Kadeem Henry into the onside, and it's gone all the way to the square leg boundary, so he's off the mark with a boundary. Moves on to 4, and the score is 5 without loss. So yes, Despite a 213-run first innings lead for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes, they decided not to enforce the follow-on. They'll come out in the final session on day 2 here at Coolidge Cricket Ground to commence their second innings with the bat. Left arm Jediah Blades over the wicket to Kadeem Henry. That one just goes through shoulders, arms, does Kadeem Henry to complete the first over. So after 1 over the Leeward Islands Hurricanes' second innings, they're 5 without loss with Henry on 4 and Joshua Grant on 1. Gives them an overall lead of 218. So dominating proceedings here are the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. They started this morning on 290 for 6. And they advanced to 358. Bowled out in the first hour of play this morning. Unfortunately for the West Indies Academy, they folded for just 145 in their first innings. Which gave the Leeward Islands Hurricanes the lead of 213. And as I say, they didn't enforce the follow-on. They decided to bat again. 5 without loss, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings. It'll be Johan Lane to take up the attack from the northern end of the ground. He'll be bowling to Joshua Grant. 2 slips and a gully. Deep backward point. Extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket and fine leg for the tall right-arm fast bowler, Johan Lane. Turns now running into Joshua Grant. Ball's left alone outside the off stump, well taken by Bowen Tuckett. Bowen Tuckett was the highest scorer of the West Indies Academy first innings, 34. Not much to write home about for the young Academy boys. In comes Lane again to Grant, and Grant is pulling this upper sleeve towards Miron, who collects it on the second bounce. He showed in the first innings, did Grant, that he doesn't mind going for his shots. Tends to hang on the back foot. Lane in again to Grant. To this delivery, back on a crossing defence, punching it up to mid-on. There's no run. Score remains on 5 without loss. Leeward Islands' second innings. It's an overall lead of 218 runs. It's bright, sunny conditions here at the moment, which have prevailed for the duration of the match so far. Still some 34 overs remaining in the day's play. And that sounds like an edge. He's nicked him off. And to drive that one wide of the off stump on about 5th stump line, catches the edge. Lane gets the first strike for the West Indies Academy as Grant has gone, caught behind by Bowen Tuckett. Just reached for that one, went through with the shot, took the edge. Grant has gone for 1, so Leeward Islands lose their first wicket in the second over. A 5 for 1. Going to be disappointed with that. He got into the 30s in the first innings. We're just watching the replay again. It just bounced a bit on him. He went for the full off drive, but caught the edge. So 5 for 1, 218 is the lead for Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Shelton Forbes on debut. Pretty solid in the first innings for his 22. He now joins Kadeem Henry, who's also on debut. He's taking guard as Forbes as Johan Lane immediately comes around the wicket to the left-handed Forbes. 2 slips and a gully awaiting as Lane approaches. Solid in defence is Forbes to see out a successful over there for Johan Lane. So he picks up his first wicket of the Leeward Hurricanes' second innings. The wicket maiden. And at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 5 for 1. The lead overall of 218. They're able to dismiss the West Indies Academy for 145 in response to Leeward's first innings of 358. Failed to put partnerships together, did the young West Indies Academy boys. And they're facing an uphill battle to stay in the match. Wide outside the off stump by Jediah Blades. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Blades is operating with 2 slips, a gully, a deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg just in front of the umpire, and a fine leg. There's Blades from the commentary box end here at Coolidge, runs into Kadeem Henry, a fuller delivery, kept out by Henry up to mid-off. Teddy Bishop does the fielding and there's no run. Yeah, so quite a few overs still remaining in the day, some 33, 34 overs left in the day. Doing some overtime tonight by the looks of things. The ground's still bathed in sunshine. Blades is changing his attack. He's coming around the wicket to the right-handed Henry. Approaches the crease now. And Henry just shoulders arms, lets it go through to the keeper. No run. It'll be interesting to see the loss of the early wicket, batting a second time. How Leeward Islands batsmen approach this. They have a figure in mind of how far they want to be in front. Well, if West Indies Academy can bowl them out, they started to make inroads. It is very surprising that they didn't enforce the follow-on. As we say, only 39.3 overs bowled in the West Indies Academy first innings. Very, very strong, healthy lead of 213 runs. Could quite easily sent them back in and had them 4 or 5 down tonight in their second innings, but Leeward Islands, under the leadership of Rakim Cornwall, decided against it. Decided to let his team, Leeward Islands Hurricanes, go in and bat for a second time. We've already lost the wicket of Joshua Grant, caught behind by Bowen Tuckett for 1 off the bowling of Johan Lane. Go 5 for 1 in their second innings. Blades in again to Kadeem Henry. And that stroked nicely, but straight to mid-off. No run, so maiden over there. 2 maiden overs in a row. One by Blades. The score remains 5 for 1. Ideal start though, Vernon, for West Indies Academy in this second innings of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. Of course, they put on 70 odd, Grant and Henry in the first innings. This lane into Forbes, turns it into the mid-wicket region, can't beat the field, no run.
An opportunity knocks on your door. You have to sometimes grasp it with both hands. Shelton Forbes gets another opportunity in his young first-class career to demonstrate that he belongs here with all of the sacrifices and the support that he would have received from a number of various persons starting in the Brownhill area, right around Nevis. He's here.
He looked quite good for his 22 in the first innings, Vernon.
Might have stunned a lot of people. And that's always a worry. When you are unknown, nobody know much about you. You just burst onto the scene. By the time they look, you're in the conversation taking place. Massive score by Australia, Terry. 654 for 6. That has to be a beating.
Yeah, and I saw Sri Lanka in reply of 40 odd for 3 or something.
44 for 3. A big double 100 by Usman Khawaja. 232, 352 balls, 16 fours and 1 6. But but the man who was on debut, Josh Inglis, 102, and Stephen Smith, 141, joining the 10,000 club. And that club is a very big club. Have you ever followed it, Terry?
Not particularly, but there are a few there now, aren't there? Sangakkara, Border, Lara, Tendulkar.
I'm glad that you don't follow it because you're calling those names like you know them.
Well,
you got Tendulkar, 15,921 runs. He leads the way. Followed by Ricky Pontin, Jack Callis, Wal Dravid, Joe Root, who is still active, 12,972 runs. Alistair Cook, retired. Kumasanja Carl. Brian Charles Lara, the Prince, 11,953. Shivnaran Chandapal, the legend. We're talking about names in Ghana on the stand. 11,867 runs. Maheli Jawarden, 11,814. Adam Border. Steve Waugh, Sunil Gavaskar. Sunil Gavaskar, the maestro. Eunice Khan. And then you have Steve Smith getting into that big hunch, that big club. So for West Indies to have two, not bad at all, Terry.
Not bad at all. Full-blooded drive by Henry again, but straight to mid-off. Talking about names and naming things, I was reading that Barbados are putting in a petition for a traffic roundabout to be named in honour of Craig Brathwaite for the historic leading the West Indies to a historic victory in Pakistan.
And he's on his way to play 100 test matches, or something that he always dreamed of.
Boy, 2 tests away from that.
Yeah, and get that in the Caribbean here. And despite the resilience, and he's been one of the sacrificial lambs when it comes in terms of cricket for the West Indies.
Mm-hmm.
He's been dedicated himself to test cricket, mainly first-class cricket. I mean, if you look at his Craig Brathwaite score here in the region, from the time this professional setup has started, he played some 44 matches, 3,464 runs with a high score of 276, 1,200s and 11 50s at an average of 49.49. I think he's got the best average. Devon Smith would have played some 59 games from the Windward Islands, 4,814 runs, high score of 199, 1,500s and 20 half centuries. He had an average of 49.12. Seemed like a long time ago since Devon Smith quit the scene.
True.
Jason Mohammed is another one who's still scoring runs. At this level, he's now has 11 centuries, including the century here before this series, 3,093 runs. Leon Johnson, one of the most successful captains coming out of Ghana. 56 matches, 3,022 runs, high score of 189 not out, 400s and 18 half centuries. Another man who I thought had a hard deal and got a rough time, Vijay Singh from the Ghana Jaguars, 49 matches, 2,794, high score of 150, scored 600s and 14 half centuries. Get back to the real cricket action here.
Quick single there to mid-off, but well taken by Henry. But Leon Johnson only 400s. I thought he scored more than that.
In the professional setup.
Right. I was worried, wasn't he, when he came into the West Indies team, where he was batting. The position he was batting in didn't really help him. And they did away with him.
You expected something else different, Terry? I don't understand.
I think he did. I think he expected the captaincy, didn't he, at one stage?
Yeah, but he was really easily, potentially one of the best leaders that you would have had. But sometimes, the luck of the draw sometimes just don't go with you sometimes.
True. So I was interested in hearing what Marley Richards had to say yesterday when he was saying that he was talking about Alzari Joseph, what a great cricketing brain he's got. He's looking at leaders around the region, future West Indies captains. He'd have to be a shoo-in, Vernon, if you ask my opinion. future West Indies Test captain. Back to the action here. The players are just really going through the motions though at the moment. 6 for 1. Leeward Islands in their second innings. Kadeem Henry on strike. He's on 5, facing lane. Tries to whip that through mid-wicket. Doesn't make contact. And there's no run. Still some 30 overs remaining in the day's play. The light holds, which has been nice and fine weather here so far during this match. Again, good delivery, well left by Kadeem Henry. Foul just 2 runs short of what would have been his maiden first-class half-century in the first innings. On debut, of course, these two out in the middle for the Leeward Islands Hurricanes. And that's an excellent Yorker there by Johan Lane, but Henry digs down on it just in time to keep it out. He's definitely the pick of the seam bowlers for the West Indies Academy. Good success over the last couple of seasons. Tall, lanky right armour. Gets up some good pace. Oh, and that one, well-directed bouncer. Henry watched all the way though, swayed out the way at the last minute through to Bowen Tuckett. It's good bowling though by Lane. Testing Henry's batsmanship.
Working up some steam here.
Pounding in again to Henry, and that one does make contact. Down to fine leg just for a single. Another well pitched up delivery, went for the Yorker again. It's indicating to the umpire coming around the wicket to the left-handed Forbes. 7 for 1 is the score. Pushed up to the mid-wicket region and no run to complete the over. So we've had 6 overs of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes second innings. The score is 7 for 1. Just having a look at the field placings again, we were a bit critical of Teddy Bishop, captain the West Indies Academy in the first innings, especially when they were applying the pressure when Joshua Bishop took two wickets in 2 balls. Had the Leewards 120 odd for 4 in that first innings. But just here now, he's basically got the basic feel. He's trying to defend as many runs as he can because he's so far behind the 8 ball. Just with the early strike as Blades is in to Henry, who's defending back up the pitch to the bowler. Just with the early strike, Vernon, you might want to put extra slip in there or somebody round the bat just to give the batsman something more to think about, try and pick up a few more wickets.
You just don't want to have folks in a position of just having
nothingness.
Yeah,
Yes.
you got to work out your scenarios in terms of how you're going to get wickets. The academy, if they want to come back into this game, they're going to have to bowl out the Leeward Islands for a very, very, very cheap score in the second innings, which means they have to figure out how they're going to get 10 wickets and then give themselves enough room, whether it be a day and a half or 2 days, to get whatever is posted. The lead is 220 as we speak right now.
Yeah, exactly. With such a huge first innings deficit, you want to say, all right, let's see how we go. Let's try and bowl them out for 100. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. You haven't lost anything. You're already so far behind. Or it could work and give yourself a bit of a chance. That's come off the edge. It rolled all the way along the carpet into the rope. Third man, 4-4 for Kadeem Henry. So he moves on to 10. Score goes up to 11 for 1. At the moment, they're a bit flat, of course, because they wouldn't be happy about the way they batted in the first innings. They're basically just trying to keep a lid on things. Blades into Henry again and again. Peels off the outer portion of the bat, but this time straight to gully. Interesting to see where the first slip's standing. He's standing more or less in a second slip position, and that's thrashed through the covers into the boundary for 4 by Kadeem Henry. Pitched up by Blades, but he had the width, through the hands through it. Lovely shot through the covers. 4 more. Yeah, he's only using 2 slips as Blades, but he's got them well spaced, and more or less like a second and fourth slip. There's a big gap between the keeper and the first slip. Henry moves on to 14, the score 15 for 1, the lead 228.
And climbing.
And climbing. That's turned into the onside backward a square, but fielder comes round, does the fielding. No run to complete the over, so at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes are 15 for 1. Kadeem Henry is on 14, and Shelton Forbes is yet to score. Also, by not enforcing the follow-on burn, it gives the young academy boys a chance, as you were saying, to force their way back into the match if possible. At least it still gives them something to play for, but at the moment the body language suggests that it's the opposite going on. Lane around the wicket to the left-handed Forbes, defends that into the gully region. They think about a single. It was never on.
A lot of the chatter seems to be lost from the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, most definitely. Be a long period of play and then a long day tomorrow if they don't make inroads. Again, Forbes wants to turn that through the mid-wicket region. It can't beat Teddy Bishop in that field in position, so he's still on naught. Faced some 11 deliveries so far. Obviously, in no hurry. Got all the time in the world to set himself up for a big score here. Driven firmly, but straight to mid-off that delivery. Full pitch by Johan Lane.
He knows that he has a glorious opportunity here of cementing himself a spot in this team, especially with competition for places around.
Most definitely. Likes of Mikhail Louis, Justin Graves, Casey Carty, in and around that top middle order for Leewards to return. So both these players, both these batsmen in Shelton Forbes and Kadeem Henry, got a great opportunity. Joshua Grant had a great opportunity too, but tickled one through to the keeper for just one. Another full delivery by Lane, and this one pierces the offside field, so Forbes is off the mark with a couple. Score moves up to 15 for 1. Correction, 17 for 1. Henry's on 14. Forbes on 2. Lane bustling in again from the northern end, and that one is steered nicely down to third man for a single to complete the over. So at the end of the over, Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings, 18 for 1. Kadeem Henry on 14 and Shelton Forbes on 3.
But Teddy Bishop has to be thinking about looking to his strike bowler. Some 8 overs bowled by the seamers. Nothing much to shout about, and maybe the time has come for Joshua Bishop. Joshua Bishop would have bowled some 32 overs, 9 maidens, 85 runs, 7 wickets. His best bowling figures in first-class cricket. And to match that, he's only just now, it's just like his 14th first-class game. So he's got 68 wickets already. And here he comes.
And he's got ball in hand.
It's going to be left arm around to the left-hander.
Yep, from the commentary box end. He's replacing Jediah Blades.
He's taking a middle stump guard here. Pretty interesting. So let me just have a close look at him. He's contented to just play the ball off of his back foot here, Shelton Forbes, and he works it nicely into the square leg area and picks up a single.
Yeah, well played by Forbes. Plenty of gaps out there to just knock it and take the single. Be happy with that. It's the one slip. Short, straightish, extra cover or short mid-off. It's turned nicely by Kadeem Henry. Back with a square for an easy 2.
Hope that the Leeward Islands would invest in a Kadeem Henry at the top of the over, at the top of the order with Mikhail Louis, because I think what he brings is some versatility as a four-dimensional player, Terry. He's a wicketkeeper. He can bowl leg spin. He can bowl off spin. And he's a proper fielder. I just hope that they would invest in him. He should be one for the future.
Some turn and bounce there by Joshua Bishop once again. Yeah, and he looked good in that first innings. He'd be disappointed that he fell too short of his 50, but it was a good, competent knock.
He certainly looks more assertive in terms of his front foot play. The way he's pushing onto that front foot, he's leading with his head on his shoulders. He looks a lot more balanced at the crease. It's just his execution now to find the gaps. Plays for Pigott Sports Club in the local competition. Scored a number of runs and took a lot of wickets for them as well. In fact, started at the Leeward Islands under 19 level.
But just the way he played Bishop in that in Bishop's first over, just the way he was looking to come forward. I think in that first innings, a few of those Leeward Islands batsmen were playing back too much to Bishop, especially with these arm ball.
And nothing wrong in playing back, Terry.
As long as you got it covered.
You just have to defend your stumps.
Right.
You got to defend the castle, and that to me is
where they're falling down.
Is the major concern for me. You know, in terms of guys staying leg side of the ball. If you're staying leg side of the ball, it means that you have lost the line of the ball.
Double change as Michael Palmer has replaced Johan Lane from the northern end. Let's hope, for Palmer's sake, that he's ironed out his run-up. He doesn't have the no-ball problems that he did in the first innings. Or was it 10, Barno?
Somewhere around there.
Yeah.
9-10. 9-10, Jack. He's going to be a good cricketer. He's going to be around for a long time. Make sure you pencil in that name, Michael Palmer. Be it white ball, be it red ball cricket. He's destructive.
Yeah, he looks the goods.
Played
good pace, hits the pitch hard, hits the bat hard.
Played for New Wintrops. He had to leave from St. Martin to come and play some red ball cricket. Still looking at that last under-19 team, Terry. Couldn't understand how he didn't get into that team. Nobody can tell me that those youth selectors really understand cricket sometimes.
St. Martin have produced a few over the last couple of seasons, though.
For some reason, some Teddy Bishop got caught napping there.
That's what I say about Teddy Bishop. He sort of, I don't know, gets a bit lackadaisical sometimes in his batting and in the field.
When he's on the go, he's on the go. He just needs to work that out, that movement, of that stride. He has to get that stride in. The stride is to get forward. You saw what happened when he made his ODI debut in Australia. He was just caught on the crease. There, you at that level, once the ball is coming from high, it's going to come down, which means that you got to be peeping. You got to be looking through there. You got to be leading with your head and your shoulders to be able to make sure that you have the transfer of weight onto your front foot, not on your toe, on your heel.
And they chipped that all the way to fine leg, but bounced a couple of times before it got there.
Could do with some vitamin C right now, boy. In here is beginning to get like Connecticut or London. Might have to ask Mali to send me my maroon blazer out there. Terry is an Australian. He's a customer of the weather, so he's not bothered, Mali.
Peel, but going down too high. They take a leg by. I'm allergic to cold weather.
You are?
Yes, most definitely. Cold weather and rain. If it's below a certain temperature or if it's pouring rain, Terry Laraji does not leave the house. Thank you, Marley. Talk about the days in Melbourne, though, Vernon. You could wake up in the morning and it's 35, 40 degrees, and by 2 o'clock in the afternoon it's 10, 12 degrees.
That sounds like England weather.
Melbourne very much like London.
Experienced so much things. Yorkshire, stayed in the Yorkshire area, and I wasn't too pretty either. Don't talk about Scotland.
Nothing in the British Isles is too pretty.
No, they got some wonderful places in England. You can't say that, Terry.
I didn't say anything. I just said nothing's too pretty.
It just depends on where you're staying, you know.
True. And who you're staying with.
Australia wasn't bad at all for me either. I had some good experiences in Australia as well. Played inside the line of that one. And that's what I'm saying, Terry. I don't mind if you're going to stay on your back foot, then you have to get deep. Got to get deep and look to work the ball. Your hands, your wrists, you have to break your wrists. So nothing is wrong with how Shelton Forbes is shaping up.
No, he's looked good. He's looked solid.
But if I was
even in the first inning.
But if I was Bishop, I'd have somebody in his ear. I'd have somebody at short leg. I'd have somebody on silly point. He's on debut. He's nervous. He's looking, as we say, survival outside the line when the legs jump. And he missed out on that too.
Yeah,
he really
was short enough.
Put that. He was trying to hit that just a little bit too hard.
But I hear you, Vernon. But when Bishop's bowling, doesn't matter who's batting, you want somebody in his ear.
Well, what he's extracting, you want to be able to keep that pressure up. I'm saying he's a trump bowler. Teddy Bishop has to understand you're looking to get wickets. You want to apply pressure. How does one apply pressure? You apply pressure because most West Indian batsmen are not comfortable with somebody, a spinner, bowling the ball and getting the ball to go both ways. They struggle. They don't want to come forward. They want to maybe stay on their back foot. So mix it up. We've seen, Terry, that when players leave from this level and they go to the West Indies level, you see what happens. You see how they buckle under the pressure. Right? So you just need to just look and learn from that and figure out how best you could be able to adapt that as well. So it's not a free rein where, everybody just comes in and they just stroll through and they just go about their business. No, you apply pressure. You want to put some pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, which is why I was saying earlier. It's a good...
Somebody in trouble.
Good to... Poor throw.
Yeah.
He was struggling all right, Henry, but he's back for the second. But that's what I was saying earlier, though, Vernon. You don't come out with the attitude. They need wickets to get anywhere near, back in this match. Set yourself a target. They're not going to score more than 100. I'm set to field accordingly. They go past 100, they don't take the wickets, so you've lost absolutely nothing because you were miles away to begin with. But just going through the motions like this, where there's plenty of opportunities to score, you just got the basic field, and you're basically waiting for either Leeward Islands to get out or declare.
Well, the thing about it is that you first must believe
that you can. Yeah.
So the mindset has to be set by the backroom staff that we're going to dismiss Leewards on our home ground for under 100.
Right.
And so that must be demonstrated by the team when they go on the field of play. If their body language is just like, well, we're just going to go to the motion, they're going to be
in further trouble.
Yeah. But you never know. It could totally have a total transformation or a turnaround. We hope that they will have a turnaround sooner rather than later. Or else they could be steering 400 plus
exactly
to win this game. He's getting this ball to Jack back. He certainly looked good in the second innings. He's got some pace. He's a big, strong young man. He's 20 years old.
But not every big, strong young man has pace.
You think so?
Hey, look at Big Jazz.
There's a difference in ordinary, friendly, medium pacers as compared to somebody who's going to bowl a heavy ball. That's another conversation in another day, Terry.
But my friend Vasbert Drakes, otherwise known as Cameron Pennyfeather, he picked up 3, Vernon. Bowling his little medium pacers.
He's more than a medium pacer. He's a handful. He bowls almost the same heavy ball as...
Yeah, I was watching him from the side.
As Palmer as well, too. He's got good athletic ability. Somebody that I think that they can work with. He's got good skills. He's a natural athlete.
Very smooth in his approach.
And he can develop. He could be somebody that can be developed. And he's a proper batsman. He understands batting. Played. Top hand control there. Just used the pace. Didn't try to, turn it nicely into fine leg area.
But I think I noticed something about Palmer in this second innings. He's coming in on a slight angle. Maybe that is to help his approach, his rhythm to the crease.
His strike pattern is more consistent in this spell for sure. Can say to you. I think you need to get some vitamin C.
I was just standing up stretching my legs. Is that all right?
Since you're afraid of the rain and the cold weather.
I take my vitamin C on a regular basis.
It's not the same as getting the actual sun itself.
No, not at all. That's vitamin D, though, isn't it?
Are you going fishing later?
No, I don't fish.
You don't?
No.
Oh, gosh.
I leave that to the experts.
You do? Is there an expert in fishing?
I don't know. It's potluck, isn't it?
You just taught me something.
Well, what describes a good fisherman? I mean, they come back with a chuckload one time, and they come back with nothing in it.
Anybody can fish.
Right, well,
it's
there
just
you
that
go.
there's some people that are out there for hours and you just don't catch anything at all.
Exactly.
But it's good for your meditation anyhow.
It must be good for something.
And it's good for your peace of mind, releases all the stress. Remember, folks, go walk in 30 minutes a day. Now, you see, I don't like that sort of approach there from Kadeem Henry. He just walked across the crease. Get deep into your crease and look to find the gap. Just don't be contented to just be blocking Bishop. You got to move it around. See, he's just there. You got to look to rotate the strike. The left-hand, right-hand combination. Get to offset Bishop. Get his rhythm off, his line off. Just don't allow him to be bowling to you. You got to find a way to get some runs. Now that delivery, look to just work that into the square leg area and get a single, get deep and work it. Work him around. See, the foot just goes across. It doesn't go deep. He just going across the crease rather than
hands
back.
following the ball.
Get back and look to punch the ball. The depth of the crease is also very important.
Almost the leading edge of that last delivery.
Maiden over.
29 for 1. you're just joining us, Leeward Islands Hurricanes were bowled out this morning inside the first hour for 358 in their first innings. West Indies Academy replied with 145, which gave Leeward Islands Hurricanes a lead of 213 on first innings. They decided not to enforce the follow-on, batting a second time, Leeward Islands Hurricanes 29 for 1. It's an overall lead of 242. He's moved to 20 though, Vernon. See how he's coming in on a bit more of an angle. And that seemingly has helped with his no ball problem.
I'm not too worried early yet about him. What I'm just concerned is that he will get stronger, and he now has to develop his craft to a point now that he works on that run-up, the consistency in his run-up, the aggression of hitting the crease, hitting the straps. Landing foot is going to be key, is going to be area. And also his strong wrists behind the ball. That is going to... Oh, that's a beauty.
That was a good ball.
It was. And he was going across the left-hander too. It had good shape. I think now and again, you know, it's always that worry when you're coming over the wicket to the left-hander. It's always a worrying sign. Palmer from the CIU road in. Terry.
Yeah, and it's nice to see him staying over the wicket to the left-hander, though.
And not just staying over the wicket, but landing the ball in some consistent areas. Look as if he would have learned a thing or two from looking at Cameron Pennyfeather in terms of the areas where he was landing the ball. Because he certainly come back out in the second innings and looked a complete different bowler. Terry Adams must be smiling.
Boy, excellent. Good ball in this. That's what I thought as soon as I saw him start on the angle there, in the wrist position.
And the best that the world would have seen was a real fighter, late Malcolm Marshall. Never say die attitude. Always kept coming. Quiet period of play here. Leewards would have done their job by dismissing the academy for 145 all out. No ball. First, this will be the first for this spell?
Yep. First for Palmer in the second innings.
Academy needs something spectacular. The one wicket of Joshua Grant, they need more than Joshua Grant. They maybe need to pick up these two. A bowl.
Good over, though.
Yeah, very, very good over.
30 for 1, Leeward Islands at the end of the over. The pitchers are playing extremely well, I believe.
Not you believe, it's a good cricket wicket.
Yes, it's so hard to believe that 15 wickets are falling in the day. You'd think it was minefield.
A lot of runs have been scored as well, too.
True. Good rate.
One team made 358.
Yeah, the other team made 145.
So not bad for a cricket game.
Mm-mm. Two slips now for Bishop, or a slip and a gully.
Mid on and mid off. Mid wicket, cover, backward point. Deep backward square, sweeper on the offside. And
he went for that.
Does.
4 runs.
Into the vacant mid wicket area. He gets a boundary. That one had some loop on it. So it was there. A good cricket shot
Good
by
shot, though. Yeah.
Kadim Henry. Umpire Donald Shekels passing in front of our commentary booth. Just went to inform the teams. He's going to have to do a lot of bowling, Joshua Bishop, this season. Just like last season as well.
Bowling. Shorter, trying to repeat the shot, more or less. Pull him this time through mid-wicket, and it's clean bowling. Another one to Joshua Bishop. Kadim Henry goes for 24. Leeward Islands Hurricanes lose their second wicket. 34 for 2. Oh, it's just a wild swipe, that one.
Is it not advisable to just get back and across and punch
nudge
the ball down the ground and get the same single? Come on, your movement, you get deep into the crease and you punch the ball down the ground. You're making the cricket so hard, man.
Yeah, it rushed onto him.
Batting can't be that hard, Terry.
No,
it cannot.
Not unless you make it hard for yourself. Anyway, 34 for 2, the lead 247. As Kareem Gore strides to the crease to join Shelton Forbes, who's on 7. Joshua Bishop picks up his 8th wicket for the match.
Left arm round.
Splendid performance by him.
My concern is how the batsmen are getting out. I mean, why are people still hitting your stumps? You have to defend your castle. Come on. Have to. We've got to look to defend. One, the players are not watching the ball long enough. You have to watch the ball long enough. In a team where there's competition for places, when you get the opportunity, you got to make sure that you cement it and you set the bar high.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed. Kadim Henry was just the wrong shot to the wrong ball. But a successful over completed by Joshua Bishop. He has bowled 4 overs now. We've taken 1 for 8. 8 wickets in the match. Leeward Islands Hurricanes in their second innings, 34 for 2. Overall lead of 247. Michael Palmer to continue from the northern end. It's got the one slip and a gully for Shelton Forbes, who's on 7. It's defended into the offside. He thinks about a signal that single that's not on. Palmer in again to Forbes. Forbes is knocking that up to mid-off.
Much better line here from Palmer. So the target you think Leewards might be looking to set the academy?
247, I presume, 400.
You need so much?
I don't think they need to be batting, but flick through mid-wicket into the boundary for 4. Cries to catch it, but no fieldsman in that area.
Well, you do have a fieldsman, but he's over the fence.
4 more to Forbes. He moves on to 11, 38 for 2. Lead over 250 now. Hit firmly but straight to mid-off, no run. That may have been why he didn't enforce the follow-on though, just to give these guys that have come in to the playing 11 another opportunity to either cement their place or keep their name in the selectors' heads. Before Carty, why are you looking at me like that for? Before Carty and Graves, we could come back. I mean, but why else would you bat again?
You know, you're really my comrade. You sound like a real politician. I love your statement.
I don't. I'm not into politics.
No, you don't have to be into politics. All of us are. You think a politician has to be? You think we not being into politics means that we have to have our face on a billboard to be a politician?
No, not at all. I
Okay.
said to a politician one time who was running for a particular seat. I said, I'm not into. You invited me to help out on the day of the election or whatever. I said I'm not into politics. He said neither am I. I said, so what are you doing running?
He told you that?
He did.
Oh my gosh! You need to send that. You need to send that politician to me. Let me know. Let me see who he is. I can't wait to see him.
38 for 2. 251 the lead.
Well, he did lose. And that's the only thing that Terry didn't tell us. With an answer like that.
Oh, he lost all right.
You can't. He couldn't win the election, Maddie.
No.
He could have never won that election. If he won that election, I want to have an exclusive interview with him on how he did that. Now, I think Joshua Bishop would want to get Rivaldo Clark just on the practice area. Normally when Kareem Agor comes in, especially at the start of his innings, he tends to play the ball. He's not balanced. He tends to play the ball in the air, just around into the short extra cover mid-off area. Maybe just get Rivaldo Clark to just come more to his right on the practice area.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe even bring in the sweeper. Can afford to do that. Just try that. Yeah, that's just too easy.
Yeah, it is too easy. And that sweeper's been out there and he's only fielded one delivery.
Well, at least you remember that he fielded one delivery. That was magnificent.
Well, hopefully he remembers them.
At least you're better than the politician. I don't know if he knew how many votes he was going to get when he was talking to you. Some people are just some figureheads, Terry.
Yes, most definitely. Mouthpieces.
Yeah. Gatekeepers who are blocking progress. They just continue to apprise themselves in the position all the time. You know, when you look around sometimes, you know, Mali and my discussion, we were talking about sports administrators. They've been there for 70 years. If you don't even look sharp, maybe 80.
Yep, true. That slug swept for...
Palmer.
Oh, well done with these boots.
Palmer is an athlete.
He's a footballer as well.
He's going to get around there. Powerful throw right over the top to Callum Boyne Tuckett. Something like that you have to applaud. Good work by Michael Palmer.
But
continues to demonstrate that, you know, even though he maybe might not have batted well, he might not have bowled well, that he makes a contribution in the field. Fielders in the close in a circle caught napping. Well,
time for a drink. Marley and yourself were talking about sports tourism, and Marley and I were saying off air that I don't think any territory in the region has really grasped the concept of it and, you know, what it can do for a country.
You see, the people who are talking about sports tourism, for them it's a travel, it's a trip. It's not about bringing business to the Caribbean.
There you go.
So we'll take a break, and when you come back we'll hear the voice of Mallory Richards. Welcome back. We're getting ready to head into the final hours play here at Coolidge. It's now 4:24 in the afternoon. So good afternoon to Molly Richards.
Good afternoon, Vernon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's going to be Palmer to continue from the CIU road end. We saw him just make a slight adjustment from what we saw in the first innings in terms of his run-up, especially to the left-hander, just coming in for more of a angular run. But now to the right-hander. She seems to have reverted back. He's still trying to get quite close to the stumps though, so that's an adjustment that he's made from the first innings into the second innings. Was predominantly wider of the crease. He's looking to angle the ball back in, but he has made a concerted effort to get a bit closer. And so far, 4.1 overs for 11 runs. As you said, Vernon, it's almost like a completely different bowler.
.43 for 2. The lead is 256. Mali himself, a former captain. Love to ask him what he thought about the Leeward's position to bat again.
Well, with 200 and something runs, 200 and odd runs or so ahead. For me personally, they only bowled 39 overs. To be way ahead of the game, I would have definitely gone back out and looked to put pressure right back on that West Indies Academy batting lineup. Especially with the way in which skipper Cornwall would have used his seamers.
And bearing in mind, Cornwall,
short, sharp spells as well.
Cornwall only bowled 10.3 overs, 2 maidens, 33 runs, 3 wickets. Just to so.
Hayden Walsh only bowled a couple overs.
Just bowled 2 overs.
He still had Kadeem Henry.
Now to support your point, Louis bowled 10, Archibald 10, and Pennyfeather 6. So that's 26 overs between them.
And they all would have bowled those overs in multiple spells. So it didn't really take too much out of the Leeward Islands Hurricanes pacers per se. Looked like Cameron Pennyfeather definitely had a few more overs up his sleeve. Was pulled out of the attack a little prematurely for me. No big deal in the end. Just losing that one is Palmer.
I mean, like when you look and you see Callum Boyne took it 34 and Rivaldo Clark 29. Those were the main contributors in the West Indies Academy innings. Nothing much to shout about. Could have really put some pressure back on there, on the young team.
Definitely. A few soft dismissals there as well for the West Indies Academy.
Teddy Bishop will feel very unlucky. But that's cricket. Some days are like that.
I'd like to see Palmer just revert back to what he was doing earlier to the left-hander in terms of just coming in from a slightly different angle.
To the right-hander as well?
Yeah, I want to see him try it to the right-hander.
Just mix up his variations.
Yeah, and mix up his areas on the crease.
And the angles.
Yeah, and seemed to be building up a nice rhythm.
Yeah.
When he was...
He certainly looks a lot better. His alignment, everything. Catch! A beautiful catch! What a catch by Callum Boyne Tuckett! A loose shot by Kareem Gore. No feet movement, just the hands going. And as Mali was talking about it, he's still standing there. But that was a poor shot selection by Kareem Gore.
Yeah, not the best shot, but Palmer absolutely over the moon with that wicket. His second wicket in first-class cricket on debut. Big wicket in the context of things. The Hurricanes are the lead at 256. They've lost their third wicket here in the second innings, a 42 for 3. A wicket apiece for Palmer, Bishop, and for Yogi Lane, as we see that shot again. Poor shot selection from Kareem Gore. Played quite nicely in that first innings. But that wicket will bring to the crease Joel Andrew. Was dismissed for a golden duck in that first innings. So we'll be on a king pair here. as you can see. Yogi Lane in particular letting him know about that.
So too is Joshua Bishop as well. It's about mind games right now. And he now has to look at the game awareness situation. A lot of pressure on this 18-year-old. The expectation is high.
It's actually Joshua Bishop who would have dismissed him in the first innings. An absolute peach of a delivery. Just catching him on the crease, breaching his defenses. And at that stage of the match, West Indies Academy had the Leewards almost reeling at 128 for 4.
Brand new start here now.
Definitely. Big innings this for Forbes as well.
Yeah.
In terms of his development, another player on debut.
He goes over the top.
Languid style play, doesn't he? Loves to actually camp back on that back foot to the spinners, but they're full in length from Bishop, and he obliges, using those long levers. Good flourish through that stroke as well. 1 bounce 4.
Almost for a moment I thought it was Adrian Griffith was batting when I saw that shot. Just for a moment, just the way he finished.
I'll tell you who else he reminds me of. Saw this yesterday as well in his first innings. He reminds me a little bit of Stephen Fleming as well, former New Zealand skipper.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I did mention that the shot that he played over the backward square sort of looked like an Alistair Cook, but now you're talking about Fleming. You're certainly right, Mali.
Same kind of stature. Quite low at the crease in stance, but then uses that height and, as he said, those long levers quite well.
He really batted beautifully, Mali, in the trial game at the Survey Rangers Stadium when he scored the 100. It was really one of the first times I've seen him for a long time. So he's would have developed his progression now, developed when I last saw him. Based on the amount of cricket that he's playing, I was very much impressed with his innings.
He has to be careful, though, slightly in going back. Once again, takes the opportunity down the ground. It's a free hit almost for this young man. Playing through the line once again. Almost the identical shot, but this time maybe timed a bit sweeter. Ends the over with another boundary.
And that was the hallmark of his innings at the Survey Rangers Stadium, Mali. He was able to hit the ball up the V for very long periods of time, really. And anything off line short, you could see him.
But prefers to have that full follow through with that flourish. Doesn't check too many drives, does he?
No.
It's a good start for him here once again. He's on to 20 from 51.
Pressure here on young Andrew.
As a tall player, uses the depth of the crease quite well, doesn't he, Shelton Forbes?
Especially when he's playing the spinner.
I also want to see him at times just use that reach as well. Oh, absolute peach to begin with. On a king pair there. He survives. Joel Andrew. Just sneaking past the inside edge. Oh, absolute.
Searching for that one, Mali.
He was. Still looking for that one. Young Andrew.
Now he's getting his feet moving. He's just got a wake-up call.
It's got to be a sharp here from ball one.
Yeah, you have to. You can't just come in and just decide that, you could switch it on. You have to switch it on from the dressing room out.
He's away. His first run in 2020, in the 2025 4-day championship.
No ball by Palmer. Signal.
So just a couple no balls creeping back in for Michael Palmer here. He's had a better rhythm in this second innings, though, that's for sure. Looked completely different bowler so far. That's good to see. Hasn't let his head drop, as we said. He stayed pretty engaged throughout that Leeward Islands Hurricanes innings. Two fabulous catches. He's taken 2 wickets as well.
see something being employed by the West Indies Academy where O'Geese is more or less not at first slip, he's more or less like in a second slip. Position area. I like my first slip, Mally.
Well, we saw what the catch Colin Bowen Tuckett took there off. It's actually going to his right that time. Took off Michael Palmer. Previous over to dismiss Kareem Ogoa. Went a long way to get that one. So maybe they're just thinking, hey, trying to cover two spaces with one slip catcher. Just got to be careful there. You know, left-handers absolutely love width.
Yeah, but that was a loose shot as well too. His head went up. His, not so much the intent, but his final positioning. Really, his eyes lit up there. Good delivery by Palmer. Luring him into something he seemed not to be ready for.
At times it can almost be compulsive, the way left-handers go after full-wide deliveries. Even when you tell yourself, yeah, I'm going to leave them alone, somehow you see him and you still have a go.
Ooh, no ball again.
That one got a bit big.
Another no ball. So he's working up some pace here, Palmer. But in the process,
yeah, that one got big on Forbes, just hitting up near that splice area.
Yeah, certainly did.
Did well to keep it down.
Would not have mattered, but at least Palmer is climbing. Coming from that slightly angled run to the left-hander. Oh, wow. It's really landing the ball in the right areas.
What it's caused him to do, actually, from, as he said, that slightly angled run, just make him a bit more side on upon delivery. We've seen him just extract a little bit of in swing to the left-handed Forbes. It's beating him on the inside edge a couple of times.
Yeah. Just like to see him bowl a slow ball to Forbes.
Just got a bit straighter there.
Yeah. So, despite a couple of no balls in that over, I think he would have bowled some 2 overs. Still decent after 6, 1 for 14.
Yeah, it's been a good comeback spell for the young man.
358, 145, 54 for 3. This game could be done and dusted in 3 days. Maybe 4. Academy would have other ideas. Teddy Bishop would want to make a statement and company in the second innings. Maybe make...
This is a matchup here, though. This is a matchup here. Joel Andrew just faced the 2 deliveries. As we said, it was Joshua Bishop who dismissed him in that first innings for a golden duck. Yeah. The ball just starting to turn and bounce a little bit. Joshua Bishop can find one. Just set the Leewards Hurricanes back a little bit here.
Yeah, I think I know what happened to as well too. He quickly turned around and asked Sion Lane if he's ready to take the catch. So he's maybe gonna try and tempt Joel Andrew.
Oh, it's gotten away. Not sure I would have had that man down.
That's what I keep telling you all the time, Ali.
On the point boundary for Joel Andrew at this stage of the match.
You gotta look to build pressure.
Yes.
You're on top, so you have to look like you're on top. Forget about the score.
It's just allowed him to get off to an easy single. Get down the other end. It's better from Forbes. Check this time.
See, and that's what I was talking, Mally. When you go to the next level, you're not gonna get that easy single. You're gonna have to work for every single run. So same thing should apply at first-class cricket. Good take by Colin Bowen Tuckett down the leg side.
Just missed out. Just needed to get something on that one.
Yeah.
Bit of turn there. Just forced into defending a little wide of that off stump. It's young Andrew.
Just has to block out the noise. Just has to just focus one ball at a time.
It's the threat of that arm ball forces you into playing at deliveries a little wide. Just there again though. A little too short. Gets down the other end.
That palm again? That's overboard.
Knowing Joel Andrew, he feels that he can take on Joshua Bishop. So the talk is going to be going through his mind.
Looks like we're going to have a bowling change from the CIU road end. It's going to be McKenny Clark.
Is he bowled for the day?
Nah, it's going to be his first spell. As we said, a wicket each for Johan Lane. 1 for 4, 2 maidens in his 4 overs. Joshua Bishop still bowling away. He's bowled 7 so far. 1 maiden, 24, 1 wicket. Michael Palmer just being replaced by McKenny Clark. 6 overs, 1 maiden, 14 runs, and the 1 wicket as well.
There's also competition for places in this team as well, Tomari, especially in the seam bowling department. You got Nathan Edwards and Kelvin Pittman still in the hot here for the West Indies Academy.
Yeah, in the reserves. Got Zishan Matara as well, the young leg spinner we were speaking about. Starts with a loosener. He's dealt with by Joel Andrew. Almost nonchalantly, arrogantly swatted away by the young Leeward Islands batsman.
Burst onto the scene last season, making his first-class debut with some 6 games, scoring over 300 runs, 2 half-centuries, 3 half-centuries. And there's a high expectation with the entire nation on his back here. Joel Andrew. Hammered again over mid-on. 1 bounce for 4.
Yeah, McKenny Clark coming in for some severe treatment here. No time to get warm during the over. Should be rearing to go. Starts with 2 looseners. As he said, put away quite emphatically by Andrew. This one just a little straighter. Now they're sending, oh no, are they? The man just goes back a little deeper. I thought they were sending him all the way back, but
Geese is asking, where are you going?
yeah, not happy with that. And he's hammered. I'm not sure what McKenny Clark is up to here.
I really don't know. And in fact, he's the one who had the mid-off trying going back.
It's just poor bowling. Can't set a field for poor bowling.
Can't.
He's come down and bowled 3 half trackers.
And now he's forced the captain now to leave from the offside.
No, I wouldn't leave from the offside as the captain. Bowl to the field.
Thank you, Mali.
Come on, Skip. You got to take control out there.
They got to get the angles worked out, Mali.
All he's got to do is just look to bowl line and length outside that off stump. And this is terrible bowling, to be honest. Don't want to be super critical of these young West Indian players, but this is really bad, to be fair. Poor tactics, poor execution, but fantastic batting from young Andrew. He's away. He's 4 consecutive 4s. The wheel's almost looking to fall off here. Can the academy pull it back?
And this period of play is so important, Mali, in terms of giving the Leeward Islands Hurricanes a bigger momentum going into day 3, after they were looking like they wanted to get back into the game.
Simple line and length outside that off stump. Just a bit of mind games going on here.
Yeah, well, Andrew says if you bowl there again, I'm going to hit you over and that's how Andrew is going to play. He's going to take them on, and they know that as well.
It's important he stays in his bubble, though.
Yes, that's what I was talking about too in the moment.
Yeah, doesn't want to get too engaged with fielders around.
Got to shut out the noise.
Yeah, just concentrate on batting here. It's made a positive start. This one's punched sweetly. Man on the backward square boundary does the fielding. It's been a pour over this from McKenny Clark. 17 coming from it. 4 consecutive boundaries in that over. This lead just continuing to swell. Hurricanes 74 for 3.
By Christopher Wright just having a small talk with McKenny Clark. I'm sure that would have been with the exchange with him and Andrew.
This lead approaching 300 now, 287. Got to find a way to pick up wickets here. Got their trump card on. But for me, they've been a little aimless, the West Indies Academy. Few poor cricket strokes have led to the demise of... That's a good delivery, bouncing and turning once again.
Good thing is that he survived it.
He did. Didn't really push the hands at it. Just come back from India as well, and I know for a fact that's one thing you would have learnt out there. And sometimes you just let the ball spin past the bat. Don't go following it. Keep that bat within your area, not too far outside. Don't want to let the hands get too far away.
Looks a lot better here this time around, especially playing, using the depth of the crease, as you rightly said, Mali.
And this is the thing about Joshua Bishop. He forces batsmen at times to misread length. End up going back to balls they should be coming forward to. But this one's squeezed away behind square for 4. Good placement. And as you said, Vernon, using that depth of the crease. And
hitting it behind. Real class shot there.
Yeah.
Lovely shot by Joel Andrew.
Yeah, the man's at not backward point. He's in front of square on the offside on the boundary. He just played that one late to find the gap. And that's a good delivery once again. It's just spinning slightly off the straight. He's a constant threat.
He's always
Joshua
going to be.
Bishop.
He's always going to be.
For me, the academy, a bit aimless. They've been a little aimless. Tactically, they've been found wanting here. Maybe a bit shell-shocked from the fact that they were rolled in the manner that they were.
I think the captain just needs, you got to get your angles worked out. This is a big outfield, so you got to be able to make sure that you're working on that. And to be patient as well. Because too many times you don't want to rush into just setting a field just because you want to set a field.
This is what Terry was talking about in terms of going through the motions. You'd expect more of a plan here by the West Indies Academy, at least stopping the amount of boundary balls that they have bowled. Not allowing as many boundaries as they have. Make the Leeward's batters really work hard for their runs. That should have been the #1 objective. McKenny Clark is bowling an over of looseners almost in that previous over. The good thing about that from a Leeward Islands Hurricanes perspective is he was put away each time. It's a bit fuller now. That man Palmer way too deep at mid-on. Easy single in the end. Andrew 25 off 20. He's gotten off to a flyer. Some good cricket strokes. Some pretty poor bowling as well. especially from McKenny Clark. But got to put them away, and he did that. So did that in some style. He's changed his angle here. Clark going around the wicket now to Forbes. Needing to find some rhythm here, Clark. This team really needs a performance from him. Went wicketless in that first innings. He'll be looking to get his name in the wicket column as well. Get his 2025 season off and running. Can he find something here? Well, he's definitely abandoned that short ball tactic. Rightly so.
Just to give you a roundup, Mali, around the region in the Brian Lara Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago. TNT Red Force 504 for 6, 138.3 overs. Jason Mohammed 176, Gooley 121. Jamaica dismissed the Windward Island Volcanoes for 195, and in the second innings they're 33 without loss. And Ghana, the defending champions, they are 277 for 3. Kevlin Anderson is on 67 not out, and Kamal Savory is on 77 not out.
Kevlin Anderson, a graduate of this West Indies Academy program.
So to Matthew Nandu as well.
Matthew Nandu.
He's only scored 36 in this game.
Kevin Anderson was actually one of the standout players in that first batch of the West Indies Academy. He scored 2 first-class hundreds here at the Coolish Cricket Ground.
Along with Kurt McKenzie.
Scored a massive double.
Yeah. If that was in the best of the best game?
Yeah, it was, the Headley Weeks.
Headley Week series.
Hopefully we'll see that again this season at some point.
I hope so. It was a good matchup. Picking the best of the best. So, a lot of cricket. 4 matches being played in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ghana, Antigua and Barbuda, and Trinidad and Tobago. 81 for 3. All of a sudden, the lead is 294 now. Bishop again. Colin Boyne took it, taking off the bails there very quickly. Nimbly moving behind the stumps and glove work just superbly. He's 20 years old, so you'd expect that.
Bit of turn there, almost opening up Shelton Forbes. Luckily for him, didn't hear the death rattle. Goes through for 4 byes, but he's got to be careful now about opening himself up to play through the offside against Bishop. Bowling around the wicket here, well, over the wicket to him.
Yeah.
Let's just change the angle.
And he's got to stay low to the ball. He was looking, his head went up there, almost hoist his head there for a while.
Especially with the footmarks. The footmarks outside, the left-hander's off stump.
He was looking to play that, his head gone up, really. Still got to stay over the ball.
He's got to look to go with the spin. Probably better serve, just taking an off-stump guard. Just going with it, knocking it down the ground.
And just get a single.
Yeah.
Because you see, Bishop, his variations and his angles where he comes from and the pace that he bowls at is going to be new to somebody like a Shelton Forbes.
Yeah, those 2 shots over mid-off. Very good shots indeed. Just using his reach, as he said, his long levers. That's close. That's close.
Outside the line of the leg stump.
Going down.
Yeah. We knew that from the time Because if you look at Callum Boyne's docket, I always tend to look at the keeper, Mali.
Just shaped back though, as well, slightly. Look at the keeper though. He was right there, man.
Yeah.
He didn't really go down the leg side, did he? This one's aerial, but timed nicely. 1, 2, 3 bounces into the boundary, off the back foot. Poor delivery that from Josh Bish.
Andrew puts it away.
Every time he's got a bad delivery here today, he's put it away.
A lot of chatter going on. This is the guy that they sent to India.
20, what's he on, 29 now?
So I wonder when is Lane coming back?
Not sure if you'll see Yogi Lane again this afternoon.
You never know. He might be inspired. I think for them maybe to get in all the overs, they'll maybe want to try and see, is there another spinner that they could call upon?
This is what we spoke about. Yeah, they've got Dindial, who's a batter who bowls a bit of off spin.
Yeah.
But we spoke about what not having someone like a Ashmead Ned in the setup. It's a big miss for them. Bowled over 300, bowled the most overs for them last season, actually. Even more than the top wicket taker in Josh Bishop. And at times they could really rely on those two to really bowl long spells. And obviously they finished first and third in the wicket standings.
Just
top
to support you,
takers.
he bowled 327 overs, Ashmead Ned, 33 wickets. And Joshua Bishop bowled 323.4 overs. So as you rightly said, Mali, between them they would have bowled at least 750 odd overs between them alone. That's a lot. That's a lot of overs.
Yeah, they did the bulk of the bowling for this academy team. So it's a big miss for them. They're just missing that second spinner.
650 out there, overs. And also you have to take into consideration why they maybe would have had to work so hard was because also their captain Naeem Young was injured in a couple of games.
Yeah, he was injured for a bit. But he was also someone they could rely on to take wickets with the new ball in particular.
Yeah. So they're missing that piece of the puzzle by not having a Ned. And maybe they could have brought that Ned for another season.
Let's have a look, see how old Ashmead Ned is now.
It's about 23, Mali. Can't be more than that. 23, 24.
Be roughly the same age or maybe a little younger than Josh Bishop. Josh Bishop's already 24.
So he'd be in the same range.
He's actually 24 years old.
All right. So
he's just teetering on that point where. But the disappointing thing for me, it's not so much that he's not here.
That he can't get into a Guyana team.
Yeah, I'm not seeing him in another squad around the region.
After he would have started with the Leeward Islands Hurricanes some time ago in List A cricket. Again, Forbes just needs to stay over that. He's looking to. He's got to be patient. He's got to keep working. Got to back himself here, Forbes.
If you remember, McKenny Clark conceded 17 in his first over. What he's done here is he's just scaled everything back. Not trying to force it, not trying to bowl too quick. He's just opted for line and length. Still trying to find that rhythm. And at least he's been a lot more economical. It's easier to set fields to this type of bowling.
Well, he's demonstrating his white ball skills here now. He's kind of cut his pace, really, and taking pace off of the ball. It has to be a clear mindset when it comes in terms of batting here now for Shelton Forbes. He has to be thinking, can I rotate the strike? Because I want to come back tomorrow when the sun is hot and keep them out here for a long time, get myself a good score. Caught a little bit in a half of the bat there. The right foot didn't really come out to the pitch of the ball, just the hands more or less.
Yeah, not exactly where he was hoping that one went, but one run nonetheless. The end of another over from Clark. Approaching the end of day 2 here. between the Hurricanes and the West Indies Academy.
Still some 10 overs to go, so we could look at it to say that we maybe might still have another half an hour. Bishop could very well bowl close to about maybe 4 overs out of that 10.
He gets through his overs quite quickly.
Very quickly.
Looks like Dindyal's warming up as well.
Which doesn't give the bowler who's coming from
especially if he's a fast bowler. Never. Something you absolutely hate is bowling with a spinner who really gets through his overs in like 30 seconds, and then that's all the rest you have. And you're back on. It's something to think about as well.
Yeah.
You know, it's why the cardiovascular fitness and that endurance is so important, especially as a fast bowler. Something you guys were speaking about yesterday. Something that, you know, the great Andy Roberts would have celebrated a birthday. Was it yesterday?
Yes, yesterday. Dr. Sir Andy Roberts.
Happy belated birthday to Sir Andy once again. But, you know, putting in those hard yards. Actually, we have a change from this pavilion, and it's going to be Dindyal now.
Maybe Bishop might come maybe from the next end.
Possibly. He's only bowled from this pavilion end in the match so far, so why not give him a twirl from the other end as well?
But a high proportion of boundaries, Mali, have been hit on this beautiful outfield here at the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium. 71 to date, and 77 sixes. Make that 72. At this level, you can't bowl that, Mali.
Nah, you can't. And I can tell you what, based on what we've seen here, match 1, can anticipate a second spinner coming in for the West Indies Academy in match 2.
Don't think they have a choice. The partnership is 52, Mali.
Yeah, 52
in quick time of 51 deliveries.
Quick time. Scored it.
Andrew's got 29 out of that.
Strike rate of 100 plus.
Why you run?
Andrew was asking Forbes if he wanted to run, but he sort of like he wasn't interested. Maybe he wants a piece of this bowling. Now he wants to run.
It's important that Dindyal gets back to the stumps after he delivers. He's just standing there.
I thought about that as well too. He was like, it's a practice.
Yeah, get back to the stumps. Possible run-out opportunity there.
Jagasa was saying to him, what's happening? We're playing a cricket game. So they have 4 fielders, Mali, out for Joel Andrew.
Yeah, they'd love to see the back of him here this evening. That's too short. Hammered well in front as well. The man is back on the backward square boundary. This one's hit through extra cover with immense power. Yet another 4. He's dealing in boundaries here, Joel Andrew. It's too short once again. Held his shape and just hammered that. Big open spaces through that offside.
Depth of the crease again. Getting deep and watching the ball. Got to keep your eyes on the ball.
This one, he just bit more turn there, just turned slightly.
I think he tried to hit that one too hard as well too. That's why he missed out.
Maybe a bit too square as well.
He could have maybe just rolled his wrist on that and pick up a couple of runs. Give McKenny Clark or someone, Palmer, even Bishop, a chance to get 2. Yeah. The thing about it, Mali, is that he has to stay in the moment and not get bored. Sometimes I think, you know, he has to. That's something that he's going to have to develop as time go on. 100 comes up for the Leeward Islands Hurricane. 100 for 3.
Yeah, that lead now.
Over 300?
Oh, well above 300. .313 and counting. Yeah. Still 7 wickets in hand for the Hurricanes. As we anticipated, it's going to be Joshua Bishop from the CIU Road end. Bowling to the left-handed Forbes. He's got a slip. Man behind square in the circle on the offside. Extra cover, mid-off, long on. straight mid on catching. Quite short. Got Teddy Bishop as well, Skipper Bishop in a mid-wicket position. Yogi Lane in fine leg and deep backward square. Actually, he's in front of square on the onside. Just knocks it into the onside for a single. Good batting this from Forbes. Something we've seen throughout the day. He's just rotated the strike, gotten down the other end. Showed a quite a solid defense as well. On a couple of occasions really took Josh Bishop downtown. 2 lofted drives. He's gotten this away. Is it going to get close to the boundary? Yes, it just beats the man, Johan Lane. So once again, using the depth of the crease, a bit too short from Josh Bishop, and another boundary to Andrew. It was a valiant effort by Lane, but played quite late. A late cut. Went for the arm ball there, did Bishop. Andrew 37 of 28 deliveries. He's really taken a liking to the West Indies Academy bowlers here in this second innings. Now they're just hitting it to the fielders and running. This tells you they're feeling a bit confident. These Hurricane batters, this partnership 63 of 61. Joel Andrew doing the bulk of the scoring with 38. And Forbes 18. That one's tossed up, almost looking to buy a wicket there was Josh Bishop. Once again, just using all his reach with Shelton Forbes. Takes him downtown for another boundary.
And to be honest with you, Mali, this partnership has just been blown away in the academy.
The way they're actually batting and the amount of overs remaining, this partnership could definitely be near 100 or past 100 by the time we get to Stumps.
Leeward Irons Hurricanes 15 the second innings, 115 balls, 76 minutes, 7 fours. They're 163 balls, 107 minutes, 15 fours. And this 50-run partnership, Mali, in fact, maybe over 60 odd now. It's maybe just come off of maybe at least 60 deliveries so far.
I think it's 67.
Yeah, right, and maybe just under 40 minutes. So Andrew has come in and he's
Quick
just
time.
turned it up.
Quick time.
He's
forgotten about that first innings.
Oh, well, he should.
He takes him on down the ground again.
Jeez.
That's going to be 6 runs.
The first of the second innings.
So his first 6 here this afternoon, Joel Andrew, takes him into the 40s. This run rate swelling to just below 4 now, 3.93. It's climbing, continuing to climb. Not sure Dindial is relishing this bowling to Joel Andrew in this mood.
Don't think so.
It's a good comeback from him though, just slightly slower.
Yeah, and I think the line in terms of the way he was pitched was more middle and leg, inviting Andrew to maybe go into the mid-wicket area that he played circumstance. Yeah, it's important that he doesn't get bored, Mali, and doesn't try anything.
Goes again through the offside. Maybe not hit quite as sweetly as the previous one, but still gets into the boundary anyway. Looking to access the offside, going against the spin of the off spinner in Dindial. It's 10 runs in 3 deliveries.
So Dindale is totally confused, Mali. He's almost like, what's this? First class cricket. This is what it is about.
And if he misses his length here, he's going to go again, that's for sure. That's a bit shorter.
Lucky to get away with that one, Mali, simply because I think Joel was pulling away, trying to go leg side to the ball, all before he was getting depth into the crease and getting away. Like I said, it's important that he doesn't get bored. Just paddle that one around to Palmer.
It's on to 49 now, just one away from what, his third first-class half-century.
The partnership is 78 from 68 deliveries. Over-completed.
His fourth. His fourth.
If he gets it. Also important for Palmer. Not Palmer, but Shelton Forbes should just come down and say, listen, don't get reckless. You're going well. Your next objective is to get a half century. Close out and come back tomorrow.
Hey, hold on. Let me start. We want Palmer.
Yeah.
Dini come straight up.
They got to get the angles worked out, Mali. They're looking like they just want to get off the field.
Oi!
Somewhere along the line, Bishop feels that he can get him with that arm ball again, Mali.
As we said, Bishop's always a threat.
Mid on and mid off in. They feel that they can put him out. Collins says, let's dry him out. Let's put him out. 50. Jeez. Look at that throw, Mali.
He's got gun of an arm, doesn't he? And that's the fourth half century for Joel Andrew. Brilliantly played by the young man.
37 balls, 9 fours and 1 6. A strike rate of 137.84. Joel Andrew, his first for the season. 51 off 37 balls.
Yeah, he's come in and admittedly he's been some poor bowling to him, but boy, you've got to put them away, and he's done that in some style. This one's hammered. Sweep shot behind square. It's going to be another boundary. So he's pulling out the full repertoire now, Joel Andrew. We've seen every shot in the book so far. This kid is truly a batting star. He's on his way.
Come on, JB.
On to 55 now.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened there. Why such a vociferous appeal? Let's have a look.
I think he played the ball.
Oh, he's getting the hands a bit low, that's for sure.
Played the ball.
He did, just took that inside edge.
Don't know what they were appealing for. Maybe pad first. Or they maybe thought it was pad first.
Well, they've got nothing to lose at the end of the day.
I don't think so. They need all the luck. They just need something to switch their way.
Hey, we see.
Good take again by Colin Boyne Tuckett. We're in the number 10.
Yeah, Bishop has been a little more expensive here in this second innings.
Yeah, 1 for 48. Because I think he's tried a number of things in this spell as well too.
They've looked to be aggressive to him. Economy rate of 4.36 in this innings. You see Joel Andrew just celebrating that half century. Brilliantly played indeed. Both sides of the wicket. Started with the pull shot. Severe on McKenny Clark. We saw a few drives as well.
Well, I think that over from Clark propelled him. There were 4 loose deliveries and he just dispatched them. That's what happens when you get bad bowling.
Yeah, and since then it's been a real struggle to pull it back. It's going to be Rivaldo Clark now, though, into the attack.
Now this is going to be an important period of play here. Shelton Forbes has to treat him just like he's facing a Joshua Bishop, and don't relax. Got to keep focusing because they're looking to buy a wicket here.
Yeah, he's hoping to be a bit of a golden arm here. Rivaldo Clark. Just break this partnership.
Their bowling options seems to be limited, Mali. The academy for this first game.
Especially when they're put under pressure. They're probably banking on the seam bowlers to do the bulk of the bowling alongside of Josh Bishop, obviously. But the seamers have come in for rough treatment. I thought Palmer was particularly good here this afternoon.
Got to stay in the moment. Got to stay in the moment. Forbes has to see, thinking about today. Don't think ahead of himself. Decide that, listen, I'm going to get not out here, whether it's 40, 42. Come back tomorrow, get my half century. He's got to keep concentrating all the time. He's done all the hard work here, Shelton Forbes. 35 from 80. It's going to be reliant on him to keep Joel Andrew grounded. More changes being made.
Yeah, second slip coming in.
Rivaldo Clark fancies himself as a big bowler. Let me see if he wants a short leg as well.
Not a short leg in sight. It's been 2 days now. Oh, that's a delivery from around the wicket. Just producing something there, just a bit of turn.
Sort of remind me of somebody sitting next to me. Who always just came around and tried something different. Confused the batsman.
Oh, he's gone past the outside edge once again. This one, tighter line from Clark, forcing Forbes to play. And it just turned off the straight. Didn't hit the foot mark, so Rivaldo Clark just showing a bit of ability here with the ball as well. This one's pitched up. Little Fuller played onto the foot.
Beautiful over by the young man.
Not a bad over at all. Just conceded 2 runs. Went past the outside edge on a couple of occasions.
The partnership 86 from 80 deliveries.
I think he may get a second based on that first.
Well, he certainly has done enough to get a second.
To be honest,
when you can't get into the team as a wicketkeeper, you got to try something else.
A la Dwayne Bravo, you know.
Yeah, you got to do that.
Came into cricket really as a batsman predominantly.
I'll give you a story about that, Mali. How we met Bravo, how we met Dwayne and Darren down in Santa Cruz. Oh my gosh. He wants to go to Mali. The first year of the Cricket West Indies under 15 championship, Dwayne Bravo, by the time he got to Queen's Park Oval from Santa Cruz, based on the arrangements for him to get to the trial game, he never made it. The game was over by the time he got there in the end. And when we went to Santa Cruz, this young little boy came along while we were practicing. But you could have always seen the greatness in him. There was just something about him, really. And in that period of time, Bravo himself, Darren, people were saying that he's going to be a Brian Lara, just the way he was walking and playing his shots there. The other day I was trying to look for a picture when we took while the team was there. Well, we stayed in Santa Cruz for about 4 or 5 days before our first game. And those guys used to come around with us there. It's just amazing from the under 15 level, 13 level when you see players. Bravo went on to become one of the best in the world.
Definitely, especially in the T20 format. One of the best death bowlers in that format of the game.
Darren was also heading to be great himself until that break. Oh gosh, what happened there?
And it's going to be more.
Oh no.
So
couldn't understand why.
Indiscipline really creeping in now for the West Indies Academy.
Couldn't understand that from Lane.
Once again, that one just popping up off the bat. No short leg, no one around there. Burn.
I think the academy is just waiting for the game to be over, Mali.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the sun to set at this stage.
The lead is 345. And this partnership from Forbes and Andrew has just swept them away like a hurricane.
Yeah, it has. Just a couple occasions where the West Indies Academy were looking to really forge their way into the game. Colin Bowen took it 34 of 80. I thought Rivaldo Clark looked really good for his 29 until that loose stroke. That just shows you at this level, you know, the margin for error becomes smaller and smaller the higher up you go.
It's all in the mindset. He gets a second over, Mali.
Of course he does, when he's producing deliveries like that. That one just turning and bouncing once again, forcing Forbes into playing.
He's got to keep batting. He's got to keep batting. He's got to keep talking to himself. Play every ball on its merit. Yeah. Stand up and punch the ball. Get the depth of the crease and look to punch the ball up in front of you. No need for you to be looking to go square or anything. Just look up the V. There's an easy single down the ground.
I think he's going to look to toss this one up.
I feel
Clark.
so too.
Just pushing back. Auguste at mid-on. He's going a little further back. Not quite at long on. He's maybe about 20 yards or so in off the boundary. It's a good lead, though.
He's bowling well. He looks good so far.
The thing is, can he produce one that just goes on with the arm himself?
Well, you're asking a whole lot from him.
It's not really. Just look to impart a little less spin on the ball.
I say no more. He certainly is showing the capability that he can do that.
Yeah.
In fact, I'll come over the wicket now, Mali.
Nah, I wouldn't come over the wicket.
You'll still stay around the wicket?
Stay around.
Okay. Partnership 90 from 91.
That's a maiden this time. I think he's earned himself a third, Vernon.
Of course.
Yeah, man.
And he has to finish today. He certainly has to finish today. There's nobody else out there. He has to finish today.
I love cricketers like that, you know, who's always just really keen to make a contribution regardless. You know, these kind of players will be bowling a lot in the nets as well to the batters, you know, looking to take on batters and say, yeah, I bet I can get you out. I'm sure it's quite enthusiastic, the practices these guys have.
How many overs we have to go? 3?
Yeah, just about.
Just about 3. We got listeners in Connecticut listening to us. Sci-Fi Phillip. Got some folks also.
It's cold up in Connecticut right now.
Yeah, very cold right now. Trisha Fox and company. Garrett Matthew sent a message. Mally, I forgot to give you his greeting.
My guy Garrett, how is he, man? Where is he, in America?
He's in Connecticut.
Oh, he's in Connecticut.
Yeah.
Wow. He's in a place where I wouldn't want to be right now. Surely Garrett, St. Kitts, like, especially at this time of the year. Haven't seen Gareth Matthew in quite a few years. Former West Indies under 19 wicket keeper.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very talented player indeed.
Went to the World Cup in 2002 with the West Indies under 19. Was always destined. But again, Mali, just like anything else, you found guilty of it. The politics of Leeward Islands cricket as a youngster coming in from under 19 into the setup where people were comfortable and not wanting to move. The transition. The Leewards have always had an issue with wicket keepers anyhow, because that transition coming out, you would have had Livingston Harris, Jacobs, Garrett Matthew and company coming through that period of time.
That's what I'm saying. If you think about it, it was really Jacobs, really, and at that stage of time, you know. But as we said, sometimes people have decisions to make. And he made a decision. I'm sure he's living a good life and enjoying himself nonetheless.
He's one of the top IT guys in the States.
Yeah, I know he's still living
a good student athlete. He still plays a lot of cricket as well too. But if you see him now, you wouldn't remember him. He's as big as that door.
I know you'd have put on a few. Oh, it's a good catch. Diving forward, Akeem O'Geese, Joshua Bishop picks up Joel Andrew once again. This time for 57 more runs than he did in the first innings, but a good innings comes to an end. Andrew has to go for 57. Look at that one. Look how low the hands are playing at that one. That's something you definitely have to look into. Just playing a bit too low at that one.
And playing low, you still want to be able to kill the ball, Mali, right in front of you. Yeah. It was an excellent catch.
It was an excellent catch. And you could tell how happy Josh Bishop was with that one.
The partnership is broken. 91 partnership from 97 balls.
And we're seeing a night watchman, the number 11, coming in now.
No, I don't think you can call him a night watchman. You're talking about someone who scored a first-class 100. He will tell you he's a batsman.
He's a night watchman in this situation. Why isn't he coming in at number 11 again? He's obviously shielding someone. We still have some batters to come. Yeah. Like, or maybe this is where he was destined to bat in the first innings.
Maybe.
You think so?
Just maybe.
Okay.
Just maybe. You just never know.
Still Raheem Cornwall, Hayden Walsh, even Cameron Pennyfeather.
Leewers have to be very careful here. I hope that Archibald understands his role and his responsibility here.
Someone has to talk us through that really obese number 1 on his back, though. What's the deal with that?
What's with it?
He's very obese. It's a fat one, isn't it?
It is a fat one.
I'm not sure. It looks like a number was possibly changed to another number.
Well, his original number, Mali, that's what I found strange this morning, was 97. So as you rightly said, he seems to have made that over because I know the jerseys. I dealt with the jerseys that came. So this morning when I saw one, when you was telling me, I was like, somebody, I found that pretty strange, really.
And he's got his name on it as well. So
yeah.
That's his shirt. Not wearing anyone's shirt. Colin Archibald.
It's got to be careful.
A bit of chirping going on there.
Very. So a short leg has come out, Mali. Not a silly point, but the short leg has come out.
Finally.
Leg slip.
Vernon, you got your wish. Wow, it's taken what, 2 days? Just about. Here he is.
They just need the silly point now.
Oh, bit of turn.
I think he needed to get the silly point in, Mali.
Just the one delivery to negotiate there from Bishop.
I think 2 overs still to go.
Yes.
1? Yeah, 1. Somebody's suggesting you should have bowled that full.
It's going to be Rivaldo Clark though, to end the day.
Hey, this game is not over by a long shot. He's bowled some wicket-taking deliveries so far.
Well, he's fancying his chances against Shelton Forbes, against, 2 left-handers at the crease now. If he can just land one in the right area.
If
we've seen a bit of turn go past the outside edge, Shelton Forbes. For me, it's the one that doesn't spin.
Guyana 315 for 3, Mali. Kemal Savory 95, Kevlin Anderson 87. And that's in reply to Barbados Pride 346.
So he's looking to bring up a first-class century outside of the Coolidge Cricket Ground.
Cricket Ground, yeah. Oh, where's he going? Is he going?
Valdo Clark wants him back at that end.
He just needs to close out that, shut that out one time. Jamaica off and running. In fact, Kirk McKenzie has been promoted to open the innings in the second innings. He's 36 not out. Carlos Brown 30. Jamaica 72 without loss in the second innings, or 15.4 overs.
Big season this for Kirk McKenzie as well. Showed so much promise and potential on that tour of Australia.
Then we go to the Brian Lara Stadium. Trinidad has declared 504 for 6 declared. Combined campuses and colleges, they're 20 without loss. So that looks like a high-scoring game taking place.
At least in one inning so far.
Yeah. Just in one.
I don't anticipate you anticipate the CCC scoring 500 as well?
No, their batting lineup looks pretty light indeed. Kyle Corbin, Siddiqui Henry.
Let's see. It's a day-nighter. Ooh. I apologize.
We didn't hear that. 134 for 4.
For the profanity there.
And that's because of Rivaldo Clark's casualness in fielding the ball. Ooh.
Maybe that's the reason sometimes why the stump mics are very low. Things like that. Some of the things being said out there
is not here worthy.
Definitely not for children.
For the areas. So the silly point maybe just needs to go on the other side. What do you think, Mali?
Well, at least they have one out there. So you know what I'm saying?
I just need to be grateful, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. So 5:30 on the dot, and day 2 comes to an end. An entertaining day's play, Mali. 134 for 4 in 35 overs, a lead of 347. That's a lot of runs.
It is. You maybe question the decision of them going back into bat again, but so far it's been a justified decision in terms of just really killing this game and setting the West Indies Academy even further behind here on day 2.
The only thing missing from this game so far, Mali, is 100.
Yeah, no hundreds just yet. It's a good wicket as well. Good all-round cricketing wicket for me. Yeah, but Jamal Hamilton had the opportunity. Even Kareem Agor, the way he was playing. Rakeem Cornwall, once again, getting 49. A couple opportunities for 100 here, but no one is taking it just yet.
And Joel Andrew came out and played a blinder.
Even Joel Andrew as well. Yeah, the way the start he got off to and was all quite soft in the end.
So just to recap, just to let you know, the Leeward Islands, the Hurricanes, they were bowled out at 10:58. Seemed like a long time ago this morning, Mali, for 358 of 102.3 overs. The man of the day, Joshua Bishop, 32 overs, 9 maidens, 85 runs, 7 wickets. Did the damage. And then when it was the turn of the academy team, they were dismissed for 145 of 39.3 overs. Callum Boyne Tuckett, top scoring with 34 of 80 balls, 104 minutes, 4 fours. And then it was a bowling attack, first time on his debut season. Cameron Pennyfeather, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 15 runs, 3 wickets. Rakeem Cornwall, the captain, 10.3 overs, 2 maidens, 33 runs, 3 wickets. Colin Archibald, 10 overs, 1 maiden, 45 runs, 2 wickets. And Jeremiah Lowy picking up his 150th first-class wicket at this level. 11 overs, no maidens, 43 runs, 1 wicket. By the time they decided not to bat again, it was the turn now of the Leeward Islands Hurricane in their second inning, something which kind of bemused me that they didn't go back and bowl because they would have only bowled 39.3 overs. But in the end, they closed day 2 on 134 for 4 of 35 overs. Joel Andrew cracking a lovely 57. Really played some delightful shots all around the wicket here today at the Coolidge Cricket Ground, and has now set up a lovely game. Put some pressure, more pressure back on the West Indies Academy with the lead 347. Marley Richards.
Yeah, as you said, Joel Andrew sparkled here this afternoon, didn't he? Maybe just towards the end, losing his wicket, maybe the only disappointment really, but it was a fantastic breezy little innings from him, and it just bodes well for him and the Leeward Islands Hurricanes going into day 3.
Well, the partnership, Mali, of 90 from 97 balls with Forbes and Andrew really just took the game away from the West Indies Academy.
And what's been good to see from a Shelton Forbes, though, he's been a real, almost like a stabilizer from the other end. Everyone's just batted around him. He's just gone about his business quite quietly. Everyone, now and again, when the ball's in his area, he really looks to take it on, but it's just on 38 from 96, he's made a pretty positive start to his first-class career as well.
So on behalf of our entire team, Terry Laraja, Marley Richards, and our technical team here from 360, we're signing off here from the Coolidge Cricket Ground. the end of day 2. And we'll be back tomorrow morning from 9:50 to be calling it for you in a very big way. Thanks for your comments and your criticisms during the day. That keeps us stronger. And we're out of here. Make sure when you're driving, please stay safe on the road.